Chapter 1 of Ambassador Morgenthau's story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret S. Bayet. Ambassador Morgenthau's Story by Henry Morgenthau. Chapter 1. To Woodrow Wilson, the exponent in America of the enlightened public opinion of the world, which has decreed that the rights of small nations shall be respected, and that such crimes as are described in this book shall never again darken the pages of history. Preface. By this time the American people have probably become convinced that the Germans deliberately planned the conquest of the world. Yet they hesitate to convict on circumstantial evidence, and for this reason all eyewitnesses to this, the greatest crime in modern history, should volunteer their testimony. I have therefore laid aside any scruples I had as to the propriety of disclosing to my fellow countrymen the facts which I learned while representing them in Turkey. I acquired this knowledge as the servant of the American people, and it is their property as much as it is mine. I greatly regret that I have been obliged to omit an account of the splendid activities of the American missionary and educational institutions in Turkey, but to do justice to this subject would require a book by itself. I have had to omit the story of the Jews in Turkey for the same reasons. My thanks are due to my friend, Mr. Burton J. Hendrick, for the invaluable assistance he has rendered in the preparation of the book. Henry Morgenthau, October 1918. Chapter 1. A German Superman at Constantinople. When I began writing these reminiscences of my ambassadorship, Germany's schemes in the Turkish Empire and the Near East seemed to have achieved a temporary success. The Central Powers had apparently disintegrated Russia, transformed the Baltic and the Black Seas into German lakes, and had obtained a new route to the east by way of the Caucasus. For the time being, Germany dominated Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey, and regarded her aspirations for a new Teutonic empire, extending from the North Sea to the Persian Gulf, as practically realized. The world now knows, though it did not clearly understand this fact in 1914, that Germany precipitated the war to destroy Serbia, seize control of the Balkan nations, transform Turkey into a vassal state, and thus obtain a huge Oriental empire that would form the basis for unlimited world dominion. Did these German aggressions in the East mean that this extensive program had succeeded? As I picture to myself a map which would show Germany's military and diplomatic triumphs, my experiences in Constantinople take on a new meaning. I now see the events of those 26 months as part of a connected, definite story. The several individuals that moved upon the scene now appear as players in a carefully staged, superbly managed drama. I see clearly enough now that Germany had made all her plans for world dominion, and that the country to which I had been sent as American ambassador was one of the foundation stones of the Kaiser's whole political and military structure. Had Germany not acquired control of Constantinople in the early days of the war, it is not unlikely that hostilities would have ended a few months after the Battle of the Marne. It was certainly an amazing fate that landed me in this great headquarters of intrigue at the very moment when the plans of the Kaiser for controlling Turkey, which he had carefully pursued for a quarter of a century, were about to achieve their final success. For this work of subjugating Turkey, and transforming its army and its territory into instruments of Germany, the Emperor had sent to Constantinople an ambassador who was ideally fitted for the task. The mere fact that the Kaiser had personally chosen Baron von Wangenheim for this post shows that he had accurately gauged the human qualities needed for this great diplomatic enterprise. The Kaiser had early detected in Wangenheim an instrument ideally qualified for Oriental intrigue. He had more than once summoned him to Corfu for his vacations, and here, we may be sure, the two congenial spirits had passed many days discussing German ambitions in the Near East. At the time when I first met him, Wangenheim was 54 years old. He had spent a quarter of a century in the diplomatic corps. He had seen service in such different places as Petrograd, Copenhagen, Madrid, Athens, and Mexico, and he had been chargé at Constantinople, several years afterward coming there as ambassador. He understood completely all countries, including the United States. His first wife had been an American, and Wangenheim, when minister to Mexico, had intimately studied our country, and had then acquired an admiration for our energy and progress. He had a complete technical equipment for a diplomat. He spoke German, English, and French with equal facility. He knew the East thoroughly, and he had the widest acquaintance with public men. Physically, he was one of the most imposing persons I have ever known. When I was a boy in Germany, the fatherland was usually symbolized as a beautiful and powerful woman, a kind of dazzling Valkyrie. When I think of modern Germany, however, the massive, burly figure of Wangenheim naturally presents itself to my mind. He was 6 feet 2 inches tall. His huge, solid frame, his Gibraltar-like shoulders, erect and impregnable, his bold, defiant head, his piercing eyes, his whole physical structure constantly pulsating with life and activity, there stands, I would say, not the Germany which I had known, but the Germany whose limitless ambitions had transformed the world into a place of horror. And Wangenheim's every act and every word typified this new and dreadful portent among the nations. Pan-Germany filled all his waking hours and directed his every action. The deification of his emperor was the only religious instinct which impelled him. That aristocratic and autocratic organization of German society which represents the Prussian system was, in Wangenheim's eyes, something to be venerated and worshipped. With this as the groundwork, Germany was inevitably destined, he believed, to rule the world. The great land-owning Junker represented the perfection of mankind. "I would despise myself," his closest associate once told me, and this represented Wangenheim's attitude as well, "if I had been born in a city." Wangenheim divided mankind into two classes, the governing and the governed, and he ridiculed the idea that the upper could ever be recruited from the lower. I recall with what unction and enthusiasm he used to describe the Emperor's caste organization of German estates, how he had made them non-transferable, and had even arranged it so that the possessors, or the prospective possessors, could not marry without the imperial consent. "In this way," Wangenheim would say, "we keep our governing classes pure, unmixed of blood." Like all of his social order, Wangenheim worshipped the Prussian military system. His splendid bearing showed that he had himself served in the army, and, in true German fashion, he regarded practically every situation in life from a military standpoint. I had one curious illustration of this when I asked Wangenheim one day why the Kaiser did not visit the United States. "He would like to immensely," he replied, "but it would be too dangerous. War might break out when he was at sea, and the enemy would capture him." I suggested that that could hardly happen, as the American government would escort its guest home with warships, and that no nation would care to run the risk of involving the United States as Germany's ally. But Wangenheim still thought that the military danger would make any such visit impossible. Upon him, more than almost any diplomatic representative of Germany, depended the success of the Kaiser's conspiracy for world domination. This German diplomat came to Constantinople with a single purpose. For 20 years the German government had been cultivating the Turkish Empire. All this time the Kaiser had been preparing for a world war, and in this war it was destined that Turkey should play an almost decisive part. Unless Germany should obtain the Ottoman Empire as its ally, there was little chance that she could succeed in a general European conflict. When France had made her alliance with Russia, the manpower of 170,000,000 people was placed on her side in the event of a war with Germany. For more than 20 years Germany had striven diplomatically to detach Russia from this French alliance, but had failed. There was only one way in which Germany could make valueless the Franco-Russian alliance. This was by obtaining Turkey as an ally. With Turkey on her side, Germany could close the Dardanelles, the only practical line of communication between Russia and her Western allies. This simple act would deprive the Tsar's army of war munitions, destroy Russia economically by stopping her grain exports, her greatest source of wealth, and thus detach Russia from her partners in the World War. Thus, Wangenheim's mission was to make it absolutely certain that Turkey should join Germany in the great contest that was impending. Wangenheim believed that, should he succeed in accomplishing this task, he would reap the reward which for years had represented his final goal, the chancellorship of the empire. His skill at establishing friendly personal relations with the Turks gave him a great advantage over his rivals. Wangenheim had precisely that combination of force, persuasiveness, geniality, and brutality which was needed in dealing with the Turkish character. I have emphasized his Prussian qualities, yet Wangenheim was a Prussian not by birth but by development. He was a native of Thüringen, and together with all the push, ambition, and overbearing traits of the Prussian, he had some of the softer characteristics which we associate with southern Germany. He had one conspicuous quality which is not Prussian at all, that is, tact, and as a rule he succeeded in keeping his less agreeable tendencies under the surface and showing only his more ingratiating side. He dominated not so much by brute strength as by a mixture of force and amiability. Externally he was not a bully; his manner was more insinuating than coercive. He won by persuasiveness, not by the mailed fist, but we who knew him well understood that back of all his gentleness there lurked a terrific, remorseless, and definite ambition. Yet the impression left was not one of brutality, but of excessive animal spirits and good nature. Indeed, Wangenheim had in combination the jovial enthusiasm of a college student, the rapacity of a Russian official, and the happy-go-lucky qualities of a man of the world. I still recall the picture of this huge figure of a man, sitting at the piano, improvising on some beautiful classic theme, and then suddenly starting to pound out uproarious German drinking songs or popular melodies. I still see him jumping on his horse at the polo grounds, spurring the splendid animal to its speediest efforts, the horse never making sufficient speed, however, to satisfy the ambitious sportsman. Indeed, in all his activities, grave or gay, Wangenheim displayed this same restless spirit of the chase, whether he was flirting with the Greek ladies at Pera, or spending hours over the card table at the Cercle d'Orient, or bending the Turkish officials to his will in the interest of Germany. All life was to him a game, which was to be played more or less recklessly, and in which the chances favored the man who was bold and audacious and willing to pin success or failure on a single throw. And this greatest game of all, that upon which was staked, as Bernhardi has expressed it, world empire or downfall, Wangenheim did not play languidly, as though it had been merely a duty to which he had been assigned, to use the German phrase. He was fire and flame for it. He had the consciousness that he was a strong man selected to perform a mighty task. As I write of Wangenheim, I still feel myself affected by the force of his personality, yet I know all the time that, like the government which he served so loyally, he was fundamentally ruthless, shameless, and cruel. But he was content to accept all the consequences of his policy, however hideous these might be. He saw only a single goal, and, with the realism and logic that are so characteristically German, Wangenheim would brush aside all feelings of humanity and decency that might interfere with success. He accepted in full Bismarck's famous dictum that a German must be ready to sacrifice for Kaiser and Fatherland not only his life but his honor as well. Just as Wangenheim personified Germany, so did his colleague Pallavicini personify Austria. Wangenheim's essential quality was a brutal egotism, while Pallavicini was a quiet, kind-hearted, delightfully mannered gentleman. Wangenheim was always looking to the future, Pallavicini to the past. Wangenheim represented the mixture of commercialism and medieval lust for conquest which constitute Prussian Weltpolitik. Pallavicini was a diplomat left over from the days of Metternich. "Germany wants this," Wangenheim would insist, when an important point had to be decided. "I shall consult my Foreign Office," the cautious Pallavicini would say, on a similar occasion. The Austrian, with little upturned gray mustaches, with a rather stiff, even slightly strutting walk, looked like the old-fashioned marquis that was once a stock figure on the stage. I might compare Wangenheim with the representative of a great business firm which was lavish in its expenditures and unscrupulous in its methods, while his Austrian colleague represented a house that prided itself on its past achievements and was entirely content with its position. The same delight that Wangenheim took in pan-German plans, Pallavicini found in all the niceties and obscurities of diplomatic technique. The Austrian had represented his country in Turkey many years, and was the Dean of the Corps, a dignity of which he was extremely proud. He found his delight in upholding all the honors of his position. He was expert in arranging the order of precedence at ceremonial dinners, and there was not a single detail of etiquette that he did not have at his fingers' ends. When it came to the affairs of state, however, he was merely a tool of Wangenheim. From the first, indeed, he seemed to accept his position as that of a diplomat who was more or less subject to the will of his more powerful ally. In this way Pallavicini played to his German colleague precisely the same part that his emperor was playing to that of the Kaiser. In the early months of the war, the bearing of these two men completely mirrored the respective successes and failures of their countries. As the Germans boasted of victory after victory, Wangenheim's already huge and erect figure seemed to become larger and more upstanding, while Pallavicini, as the Austrians lost battle after battle to the Russians, seemed to become smaller and more shrinking. The situation in Turkey, in these critical months, seemed almost to have been purposely created to give the fullest opportunities to a man of Wangenheim's genius. For 10 years the Turkish Empire had been undergoing a process of dissolution, and had now reached a state of decrepitude that had left it an easy prey to German diplomacy. In order to understand the situation, we must keep in mind that there was really no orderly established government in Turkey at that time. For the Young Turks were not a government; they were really an irresponsible party, a kind of secret society, which, by intrigue, intimidation, and assassination, had obtained most of the offices of state. When I describe the Young Turks in these words, perhaps I may be dispelling certain illusions. Before I came to Turkey, I had entertained very different ideas of this organization. As far back as 1908, I remember reading news of Turkey that appealed strongly to my democratic sympathies. These reports informed me that a body of young revolutionists had swept from the mountains of Macedonia, had marched upon Constantinople, had deposed the bloody Sultan, Abdul Hamid, and had established a constitutional system. Turkey, these glowing newspaper stories told us, had become a democracy, with a parliament, a responsible ministry, universal suffrage, equality of all citizens before the law, freedom of speech and of the press, and all the other essentials of a free, liberty-loving commonwealth. That a party of Turks had for years been struggling for such reforms I well knew, and that their ambitions had become realities seemed to indicate that, after all, there was such a thing as human progress. The long welter of massacre and disorder in the Turkish Empire had apparently ended. The great assassin, Abdul Hamid, had been removed to solitary confinement at Saloniki, and his brother, the gentle Mohammed V, had ascended the throne with a progressive democratic program. Such had been the promise, but by the time I reached Constantinople in 1913, many changes had taken place. Austria had annexed 2 Turkish provinces, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Italy had wrenched away Tripoli. Turkey had fought a disastrous war with the Balkan states, and had lost all her territories in Europe except Constantinople and a small hinterland. The aims for the regeneration of Turkey that had inspired the revolution had evidently miscarried, and I soon discovered that 4 years of so-called democratic rule had ended with the nation more degraded, more impoverished, and more dismembered than ever before. Indeed, long before I had arrived, this attempt to establish a Turkish democracy had failed. The failure was probably the most complete and the most disheartening in the whole history of democratic institutions. I need hardly explain in detail the causes of this collapse. Let us not criticize too harshly the Young Turks, for there is no question that, at the beginning, they were sincere. In a speech in Liberty Square, Saloniki, in July 1908, Enver Pasha, who was popularly regarded as the chivalrous young leader of this insurrection against a century-old tyranny, had eloquently declared that today arbitrary government has disappeared. We are all brothers. There are no longer in Turkey Bulgarians, Greeks, Serbians, Romanians, Mussulmans, Jews. Under the same blue sky we are all proud to be Ottomans. That statement represented the Young Turk ideal for the new Turkish state, but it was an ideal which it was evidently beyond their ability to translate into a reality. The races which had been maltreated and massacred for centuries by the Turks could not transform themselves overnight into brothers, and the hatreds, jealousies, and religious prejudices of the past still divided Turkey into a medley of warring clans. Above all, the destructive wars and the loss of great sections of the Turkish Empire had destroyed the prestige of the new democracy. There were plenty of other reasons for the failure, but it is hardly necessary to discuss them at this time. Thus, the Young Turks had disappeared as a positive regenerating force, but they still existed as a political machine. Their leaders, Talat, Enver, and Cemal, had long since abandoned any expectation of reforming their state, but they had developed an insatiable lust for personal power. Instead of a nation of nearly 200 million, developing happily along democratic lines, enjoying suffrage, building up their industry and agriculture, laying the foundations for universal education, sanitation, and general progress, I saw that Turkey consisted of merely so many inarticulate, ignorant, and poverty-ridden slaves, with a small, wicked oligarchy at the top, which was prepared to use them in the way that would best promote its private interests. And these men were practically the same who, a few years before, had made Turkey a constitutional state. A more bewildering fall from the highest idealism to the crassest materialism could not be imagined. Talat, Enver, and Cemal were the ostensible leaders, yet back of them was the committee, consisting of about 40 men. This committee met secretly, manipulated elections, and filled the offices with its own henchmen. It occupied a building in Constantinople, and had a supreme chief who gave all his time to its affairs and issued orders to his subordinates. This functionary ruled the party and the country something like an American city boss in our most unregenerate days, and the whole organization thus furnished a typical illustration of what we sometimes describe as invisible government. This kind of irresponsible control has at times flourished in American cities, mainly because the citizens have devoted all their time to their private affairs and thus neglected the public good. But in Turkey the masses were altogether too ignorant to understand the meaning of democracy, and the bankruptcy and general vicissitudes of the country had left the nation with practically no government and an easy prey to a determined band of adventurers. The Committee of Union and Progress, with Talat Bey as the powerful leader, constituted such a band. Besides the 40 men in Constantinople, subcommittees were organized in all important cities of the empire. The men whom the committee placed in power took orders and made the appointments submitted to them. No man could hold an office, high or low, who was not endorsed by this committee. I must admit, however, that I do our corrupt American gangs a great injustice in comparing them with the Turkish Committee of Union and Progress. Talat, Enver, and Cemal had added to their system a detail that has not figured extensively in American politics, that of assassination and judicial murder. They had wrested power from the other factions by a deed of violence. This coup d'etat had taken place on January 26, 1913, not quite a year before my arrival. At that time a political group, headed by the venerable Kemal Pasha as Grand Vizier and Nazim Pasha as Minister of War, controlled the government. They represented a faction known as the Liberal Party, which was chiefly distinguished for its enmity to the Young Turks. These men had fought the disastrous Balkan War, and in January they had felt themselves compelled to accept the advice of the European powers and surrender Adrianople to Bulgaria. The Young Turks had been outside the breastworks for about 6 months, looking for an opportunity to return to power. The proposed surrender of Adrianople apparently furnished them this opportunity. Adrianople was an important Turkish city, and naturally the Turkish people regarded the contemplated surrender as marking still another milestone toward their national doom. Talat and Enver hastily collected about 200 followers and marched to the Sublime Porte, where the ministry was then sitting. Nazim, hearing the uproar, stepped out into the hall. He courageously faced the crowd, a cigarette in his mouth, and his hands thrust into his pockets. "Come, boys," he said, good-humoredly, "what's this noise about? Don't you know that it is interfering with our deliberations?" The words had hardly left his mouth when he fell dead. A bullet had pierced a vital spot. The mob, led by Talat and Enver, then forced their way into the council chamber. They forced Kamil, the Grand Vizier, to resign his post by threatening him with the fate that had overtaken Nazim. As assassination had been the means by which these chieftains had obtained the supreme power, so assassination continued to be the instrument upon which they depended for maintaining their control. Cemal, in addition to his other duties, became military governor of Constantinople, and in this capacity he had control of the police. In this office he developed all the talents of a Fouché, and did his work so successfully that any man who wished to conspire against the Young Turks usually retired for that purpose to Paris or Athens. The few months that preceded my arrival had been a reign of terror. The Young Turks had destroyed Abdul Hamid's regime only to adopt that sultan's favorite methods of quieting opposition. Instead of having one Abdul Hamid, Turkey now discovered that she had several. Men were arrested and deported by the score, and hangings of political offenders, opponents, that is, of the ruling gang, were common occurrences. The weakness of the Sultan particularly facilitated the ascendancy of this committee. We must remember that Mohammed V was not only Sultan, but Caliph, not only the temporal ruler, but also head of the Mohammedan Church. As religious leader, he was an object of veneration to millions of devout Muslims, a fact which would have given a strong man in his position great influence in freeing Turkey from its oppressors. I presume that even those who had the most kindly feelings towards the Sultan would not have described him as an energetic, masterful man. It is a miracle that the circumstances which fate had forced upon Muhammad had not long since completely destroyed him. He was a brother of Abdul Hamid, Gladstone's great assassin, a man who ruled by espionage and bloodshed, and who had no more consideration for his own relatives than for the massacred Armenians. One of Abdul Hamid's first acts when he ascended the throne was to shut up his heir apparent in a palace, surrounding him with spies, restricting him for society to his harem and a few palace functionaries, and constantly holding over his head the fear of assassination. Naturally, Muhammad's education had been limited. He spoke only Turkish, and his only means of learning about the outside world was an occasional Turkish newspaper. So long as he remained quiescent, the heir apparent was comfortable and fairly secure, but he knew that the first sign of revolt, or even a too curious interest in what was going on, would be the signal for his death. Hard as this ordeal was, it had not destroyed what was fundamentally a benevolent, gentle nature. The Sultan had no characteristics that suggested the terrible Turk. He was simply a quiet, easy-going, gentlemanly old man. Everybody liked him, and I do not think that he harbored ill feeling against a human soul. He could not rule his empire, for he had had no preparation for such a difficult task. He took a certain satisfaction in his title, and in the consciousness that he was a lineal descendant of the great Osman. Clearly, however, he could not oppose the schemes of the men who were then struggling for the control of Turkey. In the replacement of Abdul Hamid, as his master, by Talat, Enver, and Jemal, the Sultan had not greatly improved his personal position. The Committee of Union and Progress ruled him precisely as they ruled all the rest of Turkey, by intimidation. Indeed, they had already given him a sample of their power, for the Sultan had attempted on one occasion to assert his independence, and the conclusion of this episode left no doubt as to who was master. A group of 13 conspirators and other criminals, some real ones, others merely political offenders, had been sentenced to be hanged. Among them was an imperial son-in-law. Before the execution could take place, the Sultan had to sign the death warrants. He begged that he be permitted to pardon the imperial son-in-law, though he raised no objection to viséing the hangings of the other 12. The nominal ruler of 20 million people figuratively went down upon his knees before Talat, but all his pleadings did not affect this determined man. Here, Talat reasoned, was a chance to decide once for all who was master, the Sultan or themselves. A few days afterward, the melancholy figure of the imperial son-in-law, dangling at the end of a rope in full view of the Turkish populace, visibly reminded the empire that Talat and the committee were the masters of Turkey. After this tragical test of strength, the Sultan never attempted again to interfere in affairs of state. He knew what had happened to Abdul Hamid, and he feared an even more terrible fate for himself. By the time I reached Constantinople, the Young Turks thus completely controlled the Sultan. He was popularly referred to as an eye-raid machine, a phrase which means about the same thing as when we refer to a man as a rubber stamp. His state duties consisted merely in performing certain ceremonies, such as receiving ambassadors, and in affixing his signature to such papers as Talat and his associates placed before him. This was a profound change in the Turkish system, since in that country for centuries the Sultan had been an unquestioned despot, whose will had been the only law, and who had centered in his own person all the power of sovereignty. Not only the Sultan but the Parliament had become the subservient creature of the committee, which chose practically all the members, who voted only as the predominant bosses dictated. The committee had already filled several of the most powerful cabinet offices with its followers, and was reaching out for the several important places that, for several reasons, still remained in other hands. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Ambassador Morgenthau's story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The boss system in the Ottoman Empire and how it proved useful to Germany. Talat, the leading man in his band of usurpers, really had remarkable personal qualities. Naturally, Talat's life and character proved interesting to me, for I had for years been familiar with the boss system in my own country, and in Talat I saw many resemblances to the crude yet able citizens who have so frequently in the past gained power in local and state politics. Talat's origin was so obscure that there were plenty of stories in circulation concerning it. One account said that he was a Bulgarian gypsy, while another described him as a Pomak being a man of Bulgarian blood, whose ancestors, centuries ago, had embraced the Mohammedan faith. According to this latter explanation, which I think was the true one, this real ruler of the Turkish Empire was not a Turk at all. I can personally testify that he cared nothing for Mohammedanism, for, like most of the leaders of his party, he scoffed at all religions. "I hate all priests, rabbis, and hojas," he once told me, hoja being the nearest equivalent the Mohammedans have for a minister of religion. In American city politics, many men from the humblest walks of life have not uncommonly developed great abilities as politicians, and similarly Talat had started life as a letter carrier. From this occupation he had risen to be a telegraph operator at Adrianople, and of these humble beginnings he was extremely proud. I visited him once or twice at his house. Although Talat was then the most powerful man in the Turkish Empire, his home was still the modest home of a man of the people. It was cheaply furnished; the whole establishment reminded me of a moderately priced apartment in New York. His most cherished possession was the telegraph instrument with which he had once earned his living. Talat one night told me that he had that day received his salary as Minister of the Interior. After paying his debts, he said, he had just $100 left in the world. He liked to spend part of his spare time with the roughshod crew that made up the Committee of Union and Progress. In the interims, when he was out of the cabinet, he used to occupy the desk daily at party headquarters, personally managing the party machine. Despite these humble beginnings, Talat had developed some of the qualities of a man of the world. Though his early training had not included instruction in the use of a knife and fork, such implements are wholly unknown among the poorer classes in Turkey, Talat could attend diplomatic dinners and represent his country with a considerable amount of dignity and personal ease. I have always regarded it as indicating his innate cleverness that, though he had had little schooling, he had picked up enough French to converse tolerably in that language. Physically he was a striking figure. His powerful frame, his huge sweeping back, and his rocky biceps emphasized that natural mental strength and forcefulness which had made possible his career. In discussing matters, Talat liked to sit at his desk with his shoulders drawn up, his head thrown back, and his wrists twice the size of an ordinary man's, planted firmly on the table. It always seemed to me that it would take a crowbar to pry these wrists from the board, once Talat's strength and defiant spirit had laid them there. Whenever I think of Talat now, I do not primarily recall his rollicking laugh, his uproarious enjoyment of a good story, the mighty stride with which he crossed the room, his fierceness, his determination, his remorselessness. The whole life and nature of the man take form in those gigantic wrists. Talat, like most strong men, had his forbidding, even his ferocious moods. One day I found him sitting at the usual place, his massive shoulders drawn up, his eyes glowering, his wrists planted on the desk. I always anticipated trouble whenever I found him in this attitude. As I made request after request, Talat, between his puffs at his cigarette, would answer, "No, no, no." I slipped around to the side of his desk. "I think those wrists are making all the trouble, Your Excellency," I said. "Won't you please take them off the table?" Talat's ogre-like face began to crinkle, he threw up his arms, leaned back, and gave a roar of terrific laughter. He enjoyed this method of treating him so much that he granted every request that I made. At another time I came into his room, when 2 Arab princes were present. Talat was solemn and dignified, and refused every demand I made. "No, I shall not do that," or "No, I haven't the slightest idea of doing that," he would answer. I saw that he was trying to impress his princely guests, to show them that he had become so great a man that he did not hesitate to turn down an ambassador. So I came up nearer and spoke quietly. "I see you are trying to make an impression on these princes," I said. "Now, if it's necessary for you to pose, do it with the Austrian ambassador. He's out there waiting to come in. My affairs are too important to be trifled with." Talat laughed. "Come back in an hour," he said. I returned, the Arab princes had left, and we had no difficulty in arranging matters to my satisfaction. "Someone has got to govern Turkey, why not we?" Talat once said to me. The situation had just about come to that. "I have been greatly disappointed," he would tell me, "at the failure of the Turks to appreciate democratic institutions. I hoped for it once, and I worked hard for it, but they were not prepared for it." He saw a government which the first enterprising man who came along might seize, and he determined to be that man. Of all the Turkish politicians whom I met, I regarded Talat as the only one who really had extraordinary native ability. He had great force and dominance, the ability to think quickly and accurately, and an almost superhuman insight into men's motives. His great geniality and his lively sense of humor also made him a splendid manager of men. He showed his shrewdness in the measures which he took, after the murder of Nazim, to gain the upper hand in this distracted empire. He did not seize the government all at once; he went at it gradually, feeling his way. He realized the weaknesses of his position. He had several forces to deal with: the envy of his associates on the Revolutionary Committee which had backed him, the army, the foreign governments, and the several factions that made up what then passed for public opinion in Turkey. Any of these elements might destroy him, politically and physically. He understood the dangerous path that he was treading, and he always anticipated a violent death. "I do not expect to die in my bed," he told me. By becoming Minister of the Interior, Talat gained control of the police and the administration of the provinces, or vilayets. This gave him a great amount of patronage, which he used to strengthen the power of the committee. He attempted to gain the support of all influential factions by gradually placing their representatives in the other cabinet posts. Though he afterward became the man who was chiefly responsible for the massacre of hundreds of thousands of Armenians, at this time Talat maintained the pretense that the committee stood for the unionization of all the races in the empire, and for this reason his first cabinet contained an Arab Christian, a Donmei, a Jew by race but a Mohammedan by religion, a Circassian, an Armenian, and an Egyptian. He made the latter Grand Vizier, the highest post in the government, a position which roughly corresponds to that of Chancellor in the German Empire. The man whom he selected for this office, which in ordinary times was the most dignified and important in the empire, belonged to quite a different order of society from Talat. Not uncommonly, bosses in America select high-class figureheads for mayors or even governors, men who will give respectability to their faction, yet whom at the same time they think they can control. It was some such motive as this which led Talat and his associates to elevate Said Halim to the Grand Vizierate. Said Halim was an Egyptian prince, the cousin of the Khedive of Egypt, a man of great wealth and great culture. He spoke English and French as fluently as his own tongue, and was an ornament to society in the world. But he was a man of unlimited vanity and ambition. His great desire was to become Khedive of Egypt, and this had led him to trust his political fortunes to the gang that was then ascendant in Turkey. He was the heaviest campaign contributor, and indeed he had largely financed the Young Turks from their earliest days. In exchange they had given him the highest office in the empire, with the tacit understanding that he should not attempt to exercise the real powers of his office, but content himself with enjoying its dignities. Germany's war preparations had for years included the study of internal conditions in other countries. An indispensable part of the imperial program had been to take advantage of such disorganizations as existed to push her schemes of penetration and conquest. What her emissaries have attempted in France, Italy, and even the United States is apparent, and their success in Russia has greatly changed the course of the war. Clearly, such a situation as that which prevailed in Turkey in 1913 and 1914 provided an ideal opportunity for manipulations of this kind. And Germany had one great advantage in Turkey, which was not so conspicuously an element in other countries. Talat and his associates needed Germany almost as badly as Germany needed Talat. They were altogether new to the business of managing an empire. Their finances were depleted, their army and navy almost in tatters. Enemies were constantly attempting to undermine them at home, and the great powers regarded them as seedy adventurers whose career was destined to be brief. Without strong support from an outside source, it was a question how long the new regime could survive. Talat and his committee needed some foreign power to organize the army and navy, to finance the nation, to help them reconstruct their industrial system, and to protect them against the encroachments of the encircling nations. Ignorant as they were of foreign statecraft, they needed a skillful adviser to pilot them through all the channels of international intrigue. Where was such a protector to be obtained? Evidently, only one of the great European powers could perform this office. Which one should it be? 10 years before, Turkey would naturally have appealed to England, but now the Turks regarded England as merely the nation that had despoiled them of Egypt, and that had failed to protect Turkey from dismemberment after the Balkan Wars. Together with Russia, Great Britain now controlled Persia, and thus constituted a constant threat, at least so the Turks believed, against their Asiatic dominions. England was gradually withdrawing her investments from Turkey. English statesmen believed that the task of driving the Turk from Europe was about complete, and the whole Near Eastern policy of Great Britain hinged on maintaining the organization of the Balkans as it had been determined by the Treaty of Bucharest, a treaty which Turkey refused to regard as binding, and which she was determined to upset. Above all, the Turks feared Russia in 1914, just as they had feared her ever since the days of Peter the Great. Russia was the historic enemy, the nation which had given freedom to Bulgaria and Romania, which had been most active in dismembering the Ottoman Empire, and which regarded herself as the power that was ultimately to possess Constantinople. This fear of Russia, I cannot too much insist, was the one factor which, above everything else, was forcing Turkey into the arms of Germany. For more than half a century Turkey had regarded England as her surest safeguard against Russian aggression, and now England had become Russia's virtual ally. There was even then a general belief, which the Turkish chieftains shared, that England was entirely willing that Russia should inherit Constantinople and the Dardanelles. Though Russia, in 1914, was making no such pretensions, at least openly, the fact that she was crowding Turkey in other directions made it impossible that Talat and Enver should look for support in that direction. Italy had just seized the last Turkish province in Africa. Tripoli, at that moment, was holding Rhodes and other Turkish islands, and was known to cherish aggressive plans in Asia Minor. France was the ally of Russia and Great Britain, and was also constantly extending her influence in Syria, in which province, indeed, she had made great plans for penetration with railroads, colonies, and concessions. The personal equation played an important part in the ensuing drama. The ambassadors of the Triple Entente hardly concealed their contempt for the dominant Turkish politicians and their methods. Sir Lewis Mallet, the British ambassador, was a high-minded and cultivated English gentleman. Bompard, the French ambassador, was a similarly charming, honorable Frenchman, and both were personally disqualified from participating in the murderous intrigues which then comprised Turkish politics. Giers, the Russian ambassador, was a proud and scornful diplomat of the old aristocratic regime. He was exceedingly astute, but he treated the young Turks contemptuously, manifested almost a proprietary interest in the country, and seemed to me already to be wielding the knout over this despised government. It was quite apparent that the three ambassadors of the Entente did not regard the Talat and Enver regime as permanent, or as particularly worth their while to cultivate. That several factions had risen and fallen in the last 6 years they knew, and they likewise believed that this latest usurpation would vanish in a few months. But there was one active man in Turkey then who had no nice scruples about using such agencies as were most available for accomplishing his purpose. Wangenheim clearly saw, what his colleagues had only faintly perceived, that these men were steadily fastening their hold on Turkey, and that they were looking for some strong power that would recognize their position and abet them in maintaining it. In order that we may clearly understand the situation, let us transport ourselves for a moment to a country that is nearer to us than Turkey. In 1913, Victoriano Huerta and his fellow conspirators gained control of Mexico by means not unlike those that had given Talat and his committee the supreme power in Turkey. Just as Huerta murdered Madero, so the Young Turks had murdered Nazim, and in both countries assassination had become a regular political weapon. Huerta controlled the Mexican Congress and the offices, just as Talat controlled the Turkish parliament and the chief posts of that state. Mexico under Huerta was a poverty-stricken country, with depleted finances, exhausted industries and agriculture, just as was Turkey under Talat. How did Huerta seek to secure his own position and rehabilitate his distracted country? There was only one way, of course. That was by enlisting the support of some strong foreign power. He sought repeatedly to gain recognition from the United States for this reason, and when we refused to deal with a murderer, Huerta looked to Germany. Let us suppose that the Kaiser had responded. He could have reorganized Mexican finances, rebuilt her railroads, reestablished her industries, modernized her army, and in this way obtained a grip on the country that would have amounted to virtual possession. Only one thing prevented Germany from doing this, the Monroe Doctrine. But there was no Monroe Doctrine in Turkey, and what I have described as a possibility in Mexico is in all essentials an accurate picture of what happened in the Ottoman Empire. As I look back upon the situation, the whole thing seems so clear, so simple, so inevitable. Germany, up to that time, was practically the only great power in Europe that had not appropriated large slices of Turkish territory, a fact which gave her an initial advantage. Germany's representative at Constantinople was far better qualified than that of any other country, not only by absence of scruples, but also by knowledge and skill to handle this situation. Wangenheim was not the only capable German then on the ground. A particularly influential outpost of Pan-Germany was Paul Weitz, who had represented the Frankfurter Zeitung in Turkey for 30 years. Weitz had the most intimate acquaintance with Turks and Turkish affairs. There was not a hidden recess to which he could not gain admittance. He was constantly at Wangenheim's elbow, prompting, advising, informing. The German naval attaché, Humann, the son of a famous German archaeologist, had been born in Smyrna, and had passed practically his whole life in Turkey. He not only spoke Turkish, but he could also think like a Turk, and the whole psychology of the people was part of his mental equipment. Moreover, Enver, one of the two main Turkish chieftains, was on friendly terms with Humann. When I think of this experienced trio, Wangenheim, Weitz, and Humann, and of the charming and honorable gentlemen who were opposed to them, Mallet, Bompard, and Giers, the events that now rapidly followed seem as inevitable as the orderly processes of nature. By the spring of 1914, Tallet and Enver, representing the Committee of Union and Progress, practically dominated the Turkish Empire. Wangenheim, always having in mind the approaching war, had one inevitable purpose. That was to control Tallet and Enver. Early in January 1914, Enver became Minister of War. At that time, Enver was 32 years old. Like all the leading Turkish politicians of the period, he came of humble stock, and his popular title, Hero of the Revolution, shows why Tallet and the committee had selected him as Minister of War. Enver enjoyed something of a military reputation, though, so far as I could discover, he had never achieved a great military success. The revolution of which he had been one of the leaders in 1908 had cost very few human lives. He commanded an army in Tripoli against the Italians in 1919, but certainly there was nothing Napoleonic about that campaign. Enver himself once told me how, in the Second Balkan War, he had ridden all night at the head of his troops to the capture of Adrianople, and how, when he arrived there, the Bulgarians had abandoned it and his victory had thus been a bloodless one. But certainly Enver did have one trait that made for success in such a distracted country as Turkey, and that was audacity. He was quick in making decisions, always ready to stake his future and his very life upon the success of a single adventure. From the beginning, indeed, his career had been one lucky crisis after another. His nature had a remorselessness, a lack of pity, a cold-blooded determination, of which his clean-cut, handsome face, his small but sturdy figure, and his pleasing manners gave no indication. Nor would the casual spectator have suspected the passionate personal ambition that drove him on. His friends commonly referred to him as Napoleonlik, the little Napoleon, and this nickname really represented Enver's abiding conviction. I remember sitting one night with Enver in his house. On one side hung a picture of Napoleon, on the other one of Frederick the Great, and between them sat Enver himself. This fact gives some notion of his vanity. These two warriors and statesmen were his great heroes, and I believe that Enver thought fate had a career in store for him not unlike theirs. The fact that, at 26, he had taken a leading part in the revolution which had deposed Abdul Hamid naturally caused him to compare himself with Bonaparte. Several times he has told me that he believed himself to be a man of destiny. Enver even affected to believe that he had been divinely set apart to re-establish the glory of Turkey and to make himself the great dictator. Yet, as I have suggested, there was something almost dainty and feminine in Enver's appearance. He was the type that in America we sometimes call a matinee idol, and the word women frequently used to describe him was dashing. His face contained not a single line or furrow. It never disclosed his emotions or his thoughts. He was always calm, steely, imperturbable. That Enver certainly lacked Napoleon's penetration is evident from the way he had planned to obtain the supreme power, for he early allied his personal fortunes with Germany. For years his sympathies had been with the Kaiser. Germany, the German army and navy, the German language, and the German autocratic system exercised a fatal charm upon this youthful preacher of Turkish democracy. After Hamid fell, Enver went on a military mission to Berlin, and here the Kaiser immediately detected in him a possible instrument for working out his plans in the Orient, and cultivated him in numerous ways. Afterward, Enver spent a considerable time in Berlin as a military attaché, and this experience still further endeared him to Germany. The man who returned to Constantinople was almost more German than Turkish. He had learned to speak German fluently. He was even wearing a moustache slightly curled up at the ends. Indeed, he had been completely captivated by Prussianism. As soon as Enver became Minister of War, Wangenheim flattered and cajoled the young man, played upon his ambitions, and probably promised him Germany's complete support in achieving them. In his private conversation, Enver made no secret of his admiration for Germany. Thus, Enver's elevation to the Ministry of War was virtually a German victory. He immediately instituted a drastic reorganization. Enver told me himself that he had accepted the post only on condition that he should have a free hand, and this free hand he now proceeded to exercise. The army still contained a large number of officers, many of whom were partisans of the murdered Nazim, and favored the old regime rather than the young Turks. Enver promptly cashiered 268 of these, and put in their places Turks who were known as U and P men, and many Germans. The Enver Talat group always feared a revolution that would depose them as they had thrown out their predecessors. Many times did they tell me that their own success as revolutionists had taught them how easily a few determined men could seize control of the country. They did not propose, they said, to have a little group in their army organize such a coup d'etat against them. The boldness of Enver's move alarmed even Talat, but Enver showed the determination of his character and refused to consider his action, though one of the officers removed was Chukri Pasha, who had defended Adrianople in the Balkan War. Enver issued a circular to the Turkish commanders, practically telling them that they must look only to him for preferment, and that they could make no headway by playing politics with any group except that dominated by the Young Turks. Thus, Enver's first acts were the beginnings in the Prussification of the Turkish army, but Talat was not an enthusiastic German like his associate. He had no intention of playing Germany's game. He was working chiefly for the committee and for himself, but he could not succeed unless he had control of the army. Therefore he had made Enver, for years his intimate associate in U and P politics, Minister of War. Again, he needed a strong army if he was to have any at all, and therefore he turned to the one source where he could find assistance, to Germany. Wangenheim and Talat, in the latter part of 1913, had arranged that the Kaiser should send a military mission to reorganize the Turkish forces. Talat told me that, in calling in this mission, he was using Germany, though Germany thought that it was using him. That there were definite dangers in the move he well understood. A deputy who discussed this situation with Talat in January 1914 has given me a memorandum of a conversation which shows well what was going on in Talat's mind. "Why do you hand the management of the country over to the Germans?" asked this deputy, referring to the German military mission. "Don't you see that this is part of Germany's plan to make Turkey a German colony, that we shall become merely another Egypt?" "We understand perfectly," replied Talat, "that that is Germany's program. We also know that we cannot put this country on its feet with our own resources. We shall, therefore, take advantage of such technical and material assistance as the Germans can place at our disposal. We shall use Germany to help us reconstruct and defend the country until we are able to govern ourselves with our own strength. When that day comes, we can say goodbye to the Germans within 24 hours." Certainly, the physical condition of the Turkish army betrayed the need of assistance from some source. The picture it presented, before the Germans arrived, I have always regarded as portraying the condition of the whole empire. When I issued invitations for my first reception, a large number of Turkish officials asked to be permitted to come in evening clothes. They said that they had no uniforms, and no money with which to purchase or to hire them. They had not received their salaries for 3½ months. As the Grand Vizier, who regulates the etiquette of such functions, still insisted on full uniform, many of these officials had to remain absent. About the same time the new German mission asked the commander of the Second Army Corps to exercise his men, but the commander replied that he could not do so as his men had no shoes. Desperate and wicked as Talat subsequently showed himself to be, I still think that he at least was not then a willing tool of Germany. An episode that involved myself bears out this view. In describing the relations of the great powers to Turkey, I have said nothing about the United States. In fact, we had no important business relations at that time. The Turks regarded us as a country of idealists and altruists, and the fact that we spent millions building wonderful educational institutions in their country, purely from philanthropic motives, aroused their astonishment and possibly their admiration. They liked Americans, and regarded us as about the only disinterested friend whom they had among the nations. But our interests in Turkey were small. The Standard Oil Company did a growing business. The Singer Company sold sewing machines to the Armenians and Greeks. We bought a good deal of their tobacco, figs, and rugs, and gathered their licorice root. In addition to these activities, missionaries and educational experts formed about our only contacts with the Turkish Empire. The Turks knew that we had no desire to dismember their country or to mingle in Balkan politics. The very fact that my country was so disinterested was perhaps the reason why Talat discussed Turkish affairs so freely with me. In the course of these conversations, I frequently expressed my desire to serve them, and Talat and some of the other members of the cabinet got into the habit of consulting me on business matters. Soon after my arrival, I made a speech at the American Chamber of Commerce in Constantinople. Talat, Cemal, and other important leaders were present. I talked about the backward economic state of Turkey and admonished them not to be discouraged. I described the condition of the United States after the Civil War, and made the point that our devastated Southern states presented a spectacle not unlike that of Turkey at that present moment. I then related how we had gone to work, developed our resources, and built up the present thriving nation. My remarks apparently made a deep impression, especially my statement that after the Civil War the United States had become a large borrower in foreign money markets, and had invited immigration from all parts of the world. This speech apparently gave Talat a new idea. It was not impossible that the United States might furnish him the material support which he had been seeking in Europe. Already I had suggested that an American financial expert should be sent to study Turkish finance, and in this connection I had mentioned Mr. Henry Bruer of New York, a suggestion which the Turks had received favorably. At that time Turkey's greatest need was money. France had financed Turkey for many years, and French bankers, in the spring of 1914, were negotiating for another large loan. Though Germany had made some loans, the condition of the Berlin money market at that time did not encourage the Turks to expect much assistance from that source. In late December 1913, Bustani Effendi, a Christian Arab, and Minister of Commerce and Agriculture, who spoke English fluently, he had been Turkish Commissioner to the Chicago World's Fair in 1893, called and approached me on the question of an American loan. Bustani asked if there were not American financiers who would take entire charge of the reorganization of Turkish finance. His plea was really a cry of despair, and it touched me deeply. As I wrote in my diary at the time, they seemed to be scraping the box for money. But I had been in Turkey only 6 weeks, and obviously I had no information on which I could recommend such a large contract to American bankers. I informed Bustani that my advice would not carry much weight in the United States unless it were based on complete knowledge of economic conditions in Turkey. Talat came to me a few days later, suggesting that I make a prolonged tour over the empire and study the situation at first hand. He asked if I could not arrange meanwhile a small temporary loan to tide them over in the interim. He said that there was no money in the Turkish treasury. If I could get them only 5 million, that would satisfy them. I told Talat that I would try to raise this amount for them, and that I would adopt his suggestion and inspect his empire with the possible idea of interesting American investors. After obtaining the consent of the State Department, I wrote to my nephew and business associate, Mr. Robert E. Simon, asking him to sound certain New York institutions and bankers on making a small short-time collateral loan to Turkey. Mr. Simon's investigations soon disclosed that a Turkish loan did not seem to be regarded as an attractive business undertaking in New York. Mr. Simon wrote, however, that Mr. C. K. G. Billings had shown much interest in the idea, and that, if I desired, Mr. Billings would come out in his yacht and discuss the matter with the Turkish cabinet and with me. In a few days Mr. Billings had started for Constantinople. The news of Mr. Billings's approach spread with great rapidity all over the Turkish capital. The fact that he was coming in his own private yacht seemed to magnify the importance and the glamour of the event. That a great American millionaire was prepared to reinforce the depleted Turkish treasury, and that this support was merely the preliminary step in the reorganization of Turkish finances by American capitalists, produced a tremendous flutter in the foreign embassies. So rapidly did the information spread, indeed, that I rather suspected that the Turkish cabinet had taken no particular pains to keep it secret. This suspicion was strengthened by a visit which I received from the chief rabbi Nahum, who informed me that he had come at the request of Talat. "There is a rumor," said the chief rabbi, "that Americans are about to make a loan to Turkey. Talat would be greatly pleased if you would not contradict it." Wangenheim displayed an almost hysterical interest. The idea of America coming to the financial assistance of Turkey did not fall in with his plans at all, for in his eyes Turkey's poverty was chiefly valuable as a means of forcing the empire into Germany's hands. One day I showed Wangenheim a book containing etchings of Mr. Billings's homes, pictures, and horses. He showed a great interest, not only in the horses — Wangenheim was something of a horseman himself — but in this tangible evidence of great wealth. For the next few days several ambassadors and ministers filed into my office, each solemnly asking for a glimpse at this book. As the time approached for Mr. Billings's arrival, Talat began making elaborate plans for his entertainment. He consulted me as to whom we should invite to the proposed dinners, lunches, and receptions. As usual, Wangenheim got in ahead of the rest. He could not come to the dinner which we had planned, and asked me to have him for lunch, and in this way he met Mr. Billings several hours before the other diplomats. Mr. Billings frankly told him that he was interested in Turkey, and that it was not unlikely that he would make the loan. In the evening we gave the Billings party a dinner, all the important members of the Turkish cabinet being present. Before this dinner, Talat, Mr. Billings, and myself had a long talk about the loan. Talat informed us that the French bankers had accepted their terms that very day, and that they would, therefore, need no American money at that time. He was exceedingly gracious and grateful to Mr. Billings, and profuse in expressing his thanks. Indeed, he might well have been, for Mr. Billings's arrival enabled Turkey at last to close negotiations with the French bankers. His attempt to express his appreciation had one curious manifestation. Enver, the second man in the cabinet, was celebrating his wedding when Mr. Billings arrived. The progress which Enver was making in the Turkish world is evidenced from the fact that, although Enver, as I have said, came of the humblest stock, his bride was a daughter of the Turkish imperial house. Turkish weddings are prolonged affairs, lasting 2 or 3 days. The day following the embassy dinner, Talat gave the Billings party a luncheon at the Cercle d'Orient, and he insisted that Enver should leave his wedding ceremony long enough to attend this function. Enver, therefore, came to the luncheon, sat through all the speeches, and then returned to his bridal party. I am convinced that Talat did not regard this Billings episode as closed. As I look back upon this transaction, I see clearly that he was seeking to extricate his country, and that the possibility that the United States would assist him in performing the rescue was ever present in his mind. He frequently spoke to me of Mr. Billings, as he called him, and even after Turkey had broken with France and England, he was depending on Germany for money. His mind still reverted to Mr. Billings's visit. Perhaps he was thinking of our country as a financial haven of rest after he had carried out his plan of expelling the Germans. I am certain that the possibility of American help led him, in the days of the war, to do many things for me that he would not otherwise have done. "Remember me to Mr. Billings," were almost the last words he said to me when I left Constantinople. This yachting visit, though it did not lack certain comedy elements at the time, I am sure ultimately saved many lives from starvation and massacre. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Ambassador Morgenthau's Story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The personal representative of the Kaiser, Wangenheim, opposes the sale of American warships to Greece. But even in March 1914, the Germans had pretty well tightened their hold on Turkey. Liman von Sanders, who had arrived in December, had become the predominant influence in the Turkish army. At first, von Sanders' appointment aroused no particular hostility, for German missions had been called in before to instruct the Turkish army, notably that of von der Goltz, and an English naval mission, headed by Admiral Limpus, was even then in Turkey attempting the difficult task of reorganizing the Turkish navy. We soon discovered, however, that the von Sanders military mission was something quite different from those which I have named. Even before von Sanders' arrival, it had been announced that he was to take command of the 1st Turkish Army Corps, and that General Bronsart von Schnellendorf was to become Chief of Staff. The appointments signified nothing less than that the Kaiser had almost completed his plans to annex the Turkish army to his own. To show the power which von Sanders' appointment had given him, it is only necessary to say that the First Army Corps practically controlled Constantinople. These changes clearly showed to what an extent Enver Pasha had become a cog in the Prussian system. Naturally, the representatives of the Entente powers could not tolerate such a usurpation by Germany. The British, French, and Russian ambassadors immediately called upon the Grand Vizier, and protested with more warmth than politeness over von Sanders' elevation. The Turkish cabinet hemmed and hawed in the usual way, protested that the change was not important, but finally it withdrew von Sander's appointment as the head of the First Army Corps, and made him Inspector General. However, this did not greatly improve the situation, for this post really gave von Sanders greater power than the one which he had held before. Thus, by January 1914, 7 months before the Great War began, Germany held this position in the Turkish army. A German general was chief of staff, another was inspector general, scores of German officers held commands of the first importance, and the Turkish politician who was even then an outspoken champion of Germany, Enver Pasha, was Minister of War. After securing this diplomatic triumph, Wangenheim was granted a vacation. He had certainly earned it, and Giers, the Russian ambassador, went off on a vacation at the same time. Baroness Wangenheim explained to me, I was ignorant at this time of all the subtleties of diplomacy, precisely what these vacations signified. Wangenheim's leave of absence, she said, meant that the German Foreign Office regarded the von Sanders episode as closed, and closed with a German victory. Giers' furlough, she explained, meant that Russia declined to accept this point of view, and that, so far as Russia was concerned, the von Sanders affair had not ended. I remember writing to my family that, in this mysterious Near Eastern diplomacy, the nations talked to each other with acts, not words, and I instanced Baroness Wangenheim's explanation of these diplomatic vacations as a case in point. An incident which took place in my own house opened all our eyes to how seriously von Sanders regarded this military mission. On February 18th, I gave my first diplomatic dinner. General von Sanders and his 2 daughters attended, the general sitting next to my daughter Ruth. My daughter, however, did not have a very enjoyable time. This German field marshal, sitting there in his gorgeous uniform, his breast all sparkling with medals, hardly said a word throughout the whole meal. He ate his food silently and sulkily, all my daughter's attempts to enter into conversation evoking only an occasional surly monosyllable. The behavior of this great military leader was that of a spoiled child. At the end of the dinner, von Mutius, the general chargé d'affaires, came up to me in a high state of excitement. It was some time before he could sufficiently control his agitation to deliver his message. "You have made a terrible mistake, Mr. Ambassador," he said. "What is that?" I asked, naturally taken aback. "You have greatly offended Field Marshal von Sanders. You have placed him at the dinner lower in rank than the foreign ministers. He is the personal representative of the Kaiser, and as such is entitled to equal rank with the ambassadors. He should have been placed ahead of the cabinet ministers and the foreign ministers." So I had affronted the Emperor himself. This, then, was the explanation of von Sanders' boorish behavior. Fortunately, my position was an impregnable one. I had not arranged the seating precedence at this dinner. I had sent the list of my guests to the Marquis Pallavicini, the Austrian ambassador and dean of the diplomatic corps, and the greatest authority in Constantinople on such delicate points as this. The Marquis had returned the list, marking in red ink against each name the order of precedence, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. I still possess this document as it came from the Austrian embassy, and General von Sanders' name appears with the numerals 13 against it. I must admit, however, that the 13th chair did bring him pretty well to the foot of the table. I explained the situation to von Mutius, and asked Monsieur Pamphili, conseiller of the Austrian embassy, who was a guest at the dinner, to come up and make everything clear to the outraged German diplomat. As the Austrians and Germans were allies, it was quite apparent that the slight, if slight there had been, was unintentional. Pamphili said that he had been puzzled over the question of von Sanders' position, and had submitted the question to the Marquis. The outcome was that the Austrian ambassador had himself fixed von Sanders' rank at number 13. But the German embassy did not let the matter rest there, for afterward Wangenheim called on Pallavicini, and discussed the matter with considerable liveliness. "If Liman von Sanders represents the Kaiser, whom do you represent?" Pallavicini asked Wangenheim. The argument was a good one, as the ambassador is always regarded as the alter ego of his sovereign. "It is not customary," continued the Marquis, "for an emperor to have two representatives at the same court." As the Marquis was unyielding, Wangenheim carried the question to the Grand Vizier. But Said Halim refused to assume responsibility for so momentous a decision, and referred the dispute to the Council of Ministers. This body solemnly sat upon the question, and rendered this verdict: Von Sanders should rank ahead of the ministers of foreign countries, but below the members of the Turkish cabinet. Then the foreign ministers lifted up their voices in protest. Von Sanders not only became exceedingly unpopular for raising this question, but the dictatorial and autocratic way in which he had done it aroused general disgust. The ministers declared that, if Von Sanders were ever given precedence at any function of this kind, they would leave the table in a body. The net result was that Von Sanders was never again invited to a diplomatic dinner. Sir Lewis Mallet, the British ambassador, took a sardonic interest in the episode. It was lucky, he said, that it had not happened at his embassy. If it had, the newspapers would have had columns about the strained relations between England and Germany. After all, this proceeding did have great international importance. Von Sanders' personal vanity had led him to betray a diplomatic secret. He was not merely a drill master who had been sent to instruct the Turkish army. He was precisely what he had claimed to be, the personal representative of the Kaiser. The Kaiser had selected him, just as he had selected Wangenheim, as an instrument for working his will in Turkey. Afterward Von Sanders told me, with all that pride which German aristocrats manifest when speaking of their imperial master, how the Kaiser had talked to him a couple of hours the day he had appointed him to this Constantinople mission, and how, the day that he had started, Wilhelm had spent another hour giving him final instructions. I reported this dinner incident to my government as indicating Germany's growing ascendancy in Turkey, and I presume the other ambassadors likewise reported it to their governments. The American military attaché, Major John R. M. Taylor, who was present, attributed the utmost significance to it. A month after the occurrence, he and Captain Macaulay, commanding the Scorpion, the American stationnaire at Constantinople, had lunch at Cairo with Lord Kitchener. The luncheon was a small one, only the Americans, Lord Kitchener, his sister, and an aide making up the party. Major Taylor related this incident, and Kitchener displayed much interest. "What do you think it signifies?" asked Kitchener. "I think it means," Major Taylor said, "that when the big war comes, Turkey will probably be the ally of Germany. If she is not in direct alliance, I think that she will at least mobilize on the line of the Caucasus, and thus divert 3 Russian army corps from the European theater of operations." Kitchener thought for a moment, and then said, "I agree with you." And now for several months we had before our eyes this spectacle of the Turkish army actually under the control of Germany. German officers drilled the troops daily, all, I am now convinced, in preparation for the approaching war. Just what results had been accomplished appeared when, in July, there was a great military review. The occasion was a splendid and a gala affair. The Sultan attended in state; he sat under a beautifully decorated tent where he held a little court, and the Khedive of Egypt, the Crown Prince of Turkey, the princes of the imperial blood, and the entire cabinet were also on hand. We now saw that in the preceding 6 months the Turkish army had been completely Prussianized. What in January had been an undisciplined, ragged rabble was now parading with the goose step. The men were clad in German field gray, and they even wore a cask-shaped head covering, which slightly suggested the German Pickelhaube. The German officers were immensely proud of the exhibition, and the transformation of the wretched Turkish soldiers of January into these neatly dressed, smartly stepping, splendidly maneuvering troops was really a creditable military achievement. When the Sultan invited me to his tent, I naturally congratulated him upon the excellent showing of his men. He did not manifest much enthusiasm. He said that he regretted the possibility of war. He was at heart a pacifist. I noticed certain conspicuous absences from this great German fête, for the French, British, Russian, and Italian ambassadors had kept away. Bompard said that he had received his 10 tickets, but that he did not regard that as an invitation. Wangenheim told me, with some satisfaction, that the other ambassadors were jealous and that they did not care to see the progress which the Turkish army had made under German instruction. I did not have the slightest question that these ambassadors refused to attend because they had no desire to grace this German holiday, nor did I blame them. Meanwhile, I had other evidences that Germany was playing her part in Turkish politics. In June, the relations between Greece and Turkey approached the breaking point. The Treaty of London, May 30, 1913, had left Greece in possession of the islands of Chios and Mytilene. A reference to the map discloses the strategic importance of these islands. They stand there in the Aegean Sea like guardians controlling the bay and the great port of Smyrna, and it is quite apparent that any strong military nation which permanently held these vantage points would ultimately control Smyrna and the whole Aegean coast of Asia Minor. The racial situation made the continued retention of these islands by Greece a constant military danger to Turkey. Their population was Greek and had been Greek since the days of Homer. The coast of Asia Minor itself was also Greek. More than half the population of Smyrna, Turkey's greatest Mediterranean seaport, was Greek. In its industries, its commerce, and its culture, the city was so predominantly Greek that the Turks usually referred to it as Giaur Izmir, infidel Smyrna. Though this Greek population was nominally Ottoman in nationality, it did not conceal its affection for the Greek fatherland, these Asiatic Greeks even making contributions to promote Greek national aims. The Aegean islands and the mainland, in fact, constituted Graecia Irredenta, and that Greece was determined to redeem them, precisely as she had recently redeemed Crete, was no diplomatic secret. Should the Greeks ever land an army on this Asia Minor coast, there was little question that the native Greek population would welcome it enthusiastically and cooperate with it. Since Germany, however, had her own plans for Asia Minor, inevitably the Greeks in this region formed a barrier to pan-German aspirations. As long as this region remained Greek, it formed a natural obstacle to Germany's road to the Persian Gulf, precisely as did Serbia. Anyone who has read even cursorily the literature of Pan-Germania is familiar with the peculiar method which German publicists have advocated for dealing with populations that stand in Germany's way. That is, by deportation. The violent shifting of whole peoples from one part of Europe to another, as though they were so many herds of cattle, has for years been part of the Kaiser's plans for German expansion. This is the treatment which, since the war began, she has applied to Belgium, to Poland, to Serbia. Its most hideous manifestation, as I shall show, has been to Armenia. Acting under Germany's prompting, Turkey now began to apply this principle of deportation to her Greek subjects in Asia Minor. 3 years afterward, the German admiral Usedom, who had been stationed in the Dardanelles during the bombardment, told me that it was the Germans who urgently made the suggestion that the Greeks be moved from the seashore. The German motive, Admiral Usedom said, was purely military. Whether Talat and his associates realized that they were playing the German game, I am not sure, but there is no doubt that the Germans were constantly instigating them in this congenial task. The events that followed foreshadowed the policy adopted in the Armenian massacres. The Turkish officials pounced upon the Greeks, herded them in groups, and marched them toward the ships. They gave them no time to settle their private affairs, and they took no pains to keep families together. The plan was to transport the Greeks to the Holy Greek Islands in the Aegean. Naturally, the Greeks rebelled against such treatment, and occasional massacres were the result, especially in Phocaia, where more than 50 people were murdered. The Turks demanded that all foreign establishments in Smyrna dismiss their Greek employees and replace them with Muslims. Among other American concerns, the Singer Manufacturing Company received such instructions, and though I interceded and obtained 60 days' delay, ultimately this American concern had to obey the mandate. An official boycott was established against all Christians not only in Asia Minor but in Constantinople, but this boycott did not discriminate against the Jews, who have always been more popular with the Turks than have the Christians. The officials particularly requested Jewish merchants to put signs over their doors indicating their nationality and trade in such signs as Abraham the Jew, tailor, Isaac the Jew, shoemaker, and the like. I looked upon this boycott as illustrating the topsy-turvy national organization of Turkey, for here we had a nation engaging in a commercial boycott against its own subjects. This procedure against the Greeks not improperly aroused my indignation. I did not have the slightest suspicion at that time that the Germans had instigated these deportations, but I looked upon them merely as an outburst of Turkish ferocity and chauvinism. By this time I knew Talat well. I saw him nearly every day, and he used to discuss practically every phase of international relations with me. I objected vigorously to his treatment of the Greeks. I told him that it would make the worst possible impression abroad, and that it affected American interests. Talat explained his national policy. These different blocs in the Turkish Empire, he said, had always conspired against Turkey. Because of the hostility of these native populations, Turkey had lost province after province: Greece, Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Egypt, and Tripoli. In this way the Turkish Empire had dwindled almost to the vanishing point. If what was left of Turkey was to survive, added Talat, he must get rid of these alien peoples. Turkey for the Turks was now Talat's controlling idea. Therefore he proposed to Turkify Smyrna and the adjoining islands. Already 40,000 Greeks had left, and he asked me again to urge American business houses to employ only Turks. He said that the accounts of violence and murder had been greatly exaggerated, and suggested that a commission be sent to investigate. "They want a commission to whitewash Turkey," Sir Lewis Mallet, the British ambassador, told me. True enough, when this commission did bring in its report, it exculpated Turkey. The Greeks in Turkey had one great advantage over the Armenians, for there was such a thing as a Greek government, which naturally has a protecting interest in them. The Turks knew that these deportations would precipitate a war with Greece. In fact, they welcomed such a war and were preparing for it. So enthusiastic were the Turkish people that they had raised money by popular subscription and had purchased a Brazilian dreadnought, which was then under construction in England. The government had ordered also a second dreadnought in England, and several submarines and destroyers in France. The purpose of these naval preparations was no secret in Constantinople. As soon as they obtained these ships, or even the one dreadnought which was nearing completion, Turkey intended to attack Greece and take back the islands. A single modern battleship like the Sultan Osman, this was the name the Turks had given the Brazilian vessel, could easily overpower the whole Greek navy and control the Aegean Sea. As this powerful vessel would be finished and commissioned in a few months, we all expected the Greco-Turkish War to break out in the fall. What could the Greek navy possibly do against this impending danger? Such was the situation when, early in June, I received a most agitated visitor. This was Cemal Pasha, the Turkish Minister of Marine, and one of the 3 men who then dominated the Turkish Empire. I have hardly ever seen a man who appeared more utterly worried than Djemal was on this occasion. As he began talking excitedly to my interpreter in French, his whiskers trembling with his emotions, and his hands wildly gesticulating, he seemed to be almost beside himself. I knew enough French to understand what he was saying, and the news which he brought, this was the first I had heard of it, sufficiently explained his agitation. The American government, he said, was negotiating with Greece for the sale of 2 battleships, the Idaho and the Mississippi. He urged that I should immediately move to prevent any such sale. His attitude was that of a suppliant. He begged, he implored that I should intervene. All along, he said, the Turks regarded the United States as their best friend. I had frequently expressed my desire to help them. Well, here was the chance to show our good feeling. The fact that Greece and Turkey were practically on the verge of war, said Djemal, really made the sale of the ships an unneutral act. Still, if the transaction were purely a commercial one, Turkey would like a chance to bid. We will pay more than Greece, he added. He ended with a powerful plea that I should at once cable my government about the matter, and this I promised to do. Evidently, the clever Greeks had turned the tables on their enemy. Turkey had rather too boldly advertised her intention of attacking Greece as soon as she had received her dreadnoughts. Both the ships for which Greece was now negotiating were immediately available for battle. The Idaho and Mississippi were not indispensable ships for the American Navy. They could not take their place in first line of battle. They were powerful enough, however, to drive the whole Turkish navy from the Aegean. Evidently, the Greeks did not intend politely to postpone the impending war until the Turkish dreadnoughts had been finished, but to attack as soon as they received these American ships. Djemal's point, of course, had no legal validity. However great the threat of war might be, Turkey and Greece were still actually at peace. Clearly, Greece had just as much right to purchase warships in the United States as Turkey had to purchase them in Brazil or England. But Djemal was not the only statesman who attempted to prevent the sale. The German ambassador displayed the keenest interest. Several days after Djemal's visit, Wangenheim and I were riding in the hills north of Constantinople. Wangenheim began to talk about the Greeks, to whom he displayed a violent antipathy, about the chances of war, and the projected sale of American warships. He made a long argument about the sale, his reasoning being precisely the same as Djemal's, a fact which aroused my suspicions that he himself coached Djemal for his interview with me. "Just look at the dangerous precedent you are establishing," said Wangenheim. "It is not unlikely that the United States may sometime find itself in a position like Turkey's today. Suppose that you were on the brink of war with Japan, then England could sell a fleet of dreadnoughts to Japan. How would the United States like that?" And then he made a statement which indicated what really lay back of his protest. I have thought of it many times in the last 3 years. The scene is indelibly impressed on my mind. There we sat on our horses, the silent ancient forest of Belgrade lay around us, while in the distance the Black Sea glistened in the afternoon sun. Wangenheim suddenly became quiet and extremely earnest. He looked in my eyes and said, "I don't think that the United States realizes what a serious matter this is. The sale of these ships might be the cause that would bring on a European war." This conversation took place on June 13th. This was about 6 weeks before the conflagration broke out. Wangenheim knew perfectly well that Germany was rushing preparations for this great conflict, and he also knew that preparations were not yet entirely complete. Like all the German ambassadors, Wangenheim had received instructions not to let any crisis arise that would precipitate war until all these preparations had been finished. He had no objections to the expulsion of the Greeks, for that in itself was part of these preparations. He was much disturbed, however, over the prospect that the Greeks might succeed in arming themselves and disturbing existing conditions in the Balkans. At that moment the Balkans were a smoldering volcano. Europe had gone through 2 Balkan wars without becoming generally involved, and Wangenheim knew that another would set the whole continent ablaze. He knew that war was coming, but he did not want it just then. He was simply attempting to influence me at that moment to gain a little more time for Germany. He went so far as to ask me to cable personally to the President, explain the seriousness of the situation, and to call his attention to the telegrams that had gone to the State Department on the proposed sale of the ships. I regarded his suggestion as an impertinent one and declined to act upon it. To Djemal and the other Turkish officials who kept pressing me, I suggested that their ambassador in Washington should take up the matter directly with the President. They acted on this advice, but the Greeks again got ahead of them. At 2 o'clock, June 22nd, the Greek chargé d'affaires at Washington and Commander Tsoukalos of the Greek Navy called upon the President and arranged the sale. As they left the President's office, the Turkish ambassador entered, just 15 minutes too late. I presume that Mr. Wilson consented to the sale because he knew that Turkey was preparing to attack Greece and believed that the Idaho and Mississippi would prevent such an attack and so preserve peace in the Balkans. Acting under the authorization of Congress, the administration sold these ships on July 8, 1914, to Fred J. Gauntlet for $12,535,276.98. Congress immediately voted the money realized from the sale to the construction of a great modern dreadnought, the California. Mr. Gauntlet transferred the ships to the Greek government. Rechristened the Kilkis and the Lemnos, those battleships immediately took their places as the most powerful vessels of the Greek navy, and the enthusiasm of the Greeks in obtaining them was unbounded. By this time we had moved from the embassy to our summer home on the Bosporus. All the summer embassies were located there, and a more beautiful spot I have never seen. Our house was a 3-story building, something in the Venetian style. Behind it the cliff rose abruptly, with several terraced gardens towering one above the other. The building stood so near the shore and the waters of the Bosporus rushed by so rapidly that when we sat outside, especially on a moonlit night, we had almost a complete illusion that we were sitting on the deck of a fast-sailing ship. In the daytime the Bosporus, here a little more than a mile wide, was alive with gaily colored craft. I recall this animated scene with particular vividness because I retain in my mind the contrast it presented a few months afterward, when Turkey's entrance into the war had the immediate result of closing this strait. Day by day the huge Russian steamships, on their way from the Black Sea ports to Smyrna, Alexandria, and other cities, made clear the importance of this little strip of water, and explained the bloody contests of the European nations, extending over 1,000 years, for its possession. However, these early summer months were peaceful. All the ambassadors and ministers and their families were thrown constantly together. Here daily gathered the representatives of all the powers that for the last 4 years have been grappling in history's bloodiest war, all then apparently friends, sitting around the same dining tables, walking arm in arm upon the porches. The ambassador of one power would most graciously escort to dinner the wife of another whose country was perhaps the most antagonistic to his own. Little groups would form after dinner. The Grand Vizier would hold an impromptu reception in one corner, cabinet ministers would be whispering in another, a group of ambassadors would discuss the Greek situation out on the porch, the Turkish officials would glance quizzically upon the animated scene, and perhaps comment quietly in their own tongue. The Russian ambassador would glide about the room, pick out someone whom he wished to talk to, lock arms and push him into a corner for a surreptitious tete-a-tete. Meanwhile, our sons and daughters, the junior members of the diplomatic corps, and the officers of the several stationaires, dancing and flirting, seemed to think that the whole proceeding had been arranged solely for their amusement, and to realize while all this was going on that neither the Grand Vizier nor any of the other high Turkish officials would leave the house without outriders and bodyguards to protect them from assassination, Whatever other emotions such a vibrating atmosphere might arouse, it was certainly alive with interest. I felt also that there was something electric about it all. War was ever the favorite topic of conversation. Everyone seemed to realize that this peaceful, frivolous life was transitory, and that at any moment might come the spark that was to set everything aflame. Yet, when the crisis came, it produced no immediate sensation. On June 29th we heard of the assassination of the Grand Duke of Austria and his consort. Everybody received the news calmly. There was indeed a stunned feeling that something momentous had happened, but there was practically no excitement. A day or two after this tragedy, I had a long talk with Talat on diplomatic matters. He made no reference at all to this event. I think now that we were all affected by a kind of emotional paralysis. As we were nearer the center than most people, we certainly realized the dangers in the situation. In a day or two our tongues seemed to have been loosened, for we began to talk and to talk war. When I saw von Mutius, the German chargé, and Weitz, the diplomat correspondent of the Frankfurter Zeitung, they also discussed the impending conflict, and again they gave their forecast a characteristically Germanic touch. When war came, they said, of course the United States would take advantage of it to get all the Mexican and South American trade. When I called upon Pallavicini to express my condolences over the Grand Duke's death, he received me with the most stately solemnity. He was conscious that he was representing the imperial family, and his grief seemed to be personal. One would think that he had lost his own son. I expressed my abhorrence and that of my nation for the deed, and our sympathy with the aged emperor.
Ja, ja, es ist sehr schrecklich.
Yes, yes, it is very terrible, he answered, almost in a whisper. Serbia will be condemned for her conduct, he added. She will be compelled to make reparation. A few days later, when Pallavicini called upon me, he spoke of the nationalistic societies that Serbia had permitted to exist, and of her determination to annex Bosnia and Herzegovina. He said that his government would insist on the abandonment of these societies and these pretensions, and that probably a punitive expedition into Serbia would be necessary to prevent such outrages as the murder of the Grand Duke. Herein I had my first intimation of the famous ultimatum of July 22nd. The entire diplomatic corps attended the Requiem Mass for the Grand Duke and Duchess, celebrated at the Church of St. Marie on July 4th. The church is located in the Grande Rue de Pera, not far from the Austrian Embassy. To reach it, we had to descend a flight of 40 stone steps. At the top of these stairs, representatives of the Austrian Embassy, dressed in full uniform, with crape on the left arm, met us, and escorted us to our seats. All the ambassadors sat in the front pew. I recall this with strange emotions now, for it was the last time that we ever sat together. The service was dignified and beautiful. I remember it with a special vividness because of the contrasting scene that immediately followed. When the stately, gorgeously robed priests had finished, we all shook hands with the Austrian ambassador, returned to our automobiles, and started on our 8-mile ride along the Bosporus to the American Embassy. For this day was not only the day when we paid our tribute to the murdered heir of this medieval autocracy, it was also the 4th of July. The very setting of the two scenes symbolized these two national ideals. I always think of this ambassadorial group going down those stone steps to the church to pay their respect to the Grand Duke, and then going up to the gaily decorated American Embassy to pay their respect to the Declaration of Independence. All the station ships of the foreign countries lay out in the stream, decorated and dressed in honor of our national holiday, and the ambassadors and ministers called in full regalia. From the upper gardens we could see the place where Darius crossed from Asia with his Persian hosts 2,500 years before, one of those ancient autocrats in the line which is not yet entirely extinct. There also we could see magnificent Robert College, an institution that represented America's conception of the way to penetrate the Turkish Empire. At night our gardens were illuminated with Chinese lanterns; good old American fireworks, lighting up the surrounding hills and the Bosporus, and the American flag flying at the front of the house, seemed almost to act as a challenge to the plentiful reminders of autocracy and oppression which we had had in the early part of the day. Not more than a mile across the water the dark and gloomy hills of Asia, for ages the birthplace of military despotisms, caught a faint, and, I think, a prophetic glow from these illuminations. In glancing at the ambassadorial group at the church, and afterward at our reception, I was surprised to note that one familiar figure was missing. Wangenheim, Austria's ally, was not present. This somewhat puzzled me at the time, but afterward I had the explanation from Wangenheim's own lips. He had left some days before for Berlin. The Kaiser had summoned him to an imperial council, which met on July 5th, and which decided to plunge Europe into war. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Ambassador Morgenthau's Story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Germany mobilizes the Turkish army. In reading the August newspapers, which described the mobilizations in Europe, I was particularly struck with the emphasis which they laid upon the splendid spirit that was overnight changing the civilian populations into armies. At that time Turkey had not entered the war, and her political leaders were loudly protesting their intention of maintaining a strict neutrality. Despite these pacific statements, the occurrences in Constantinople were almost as warlike as those that were taking place in the European capitals. Though Turkey was at peace, her army was mobilizing, merely, we were told, as a precautionary measure. Yet the daily scenes which I witnessed in Constantinople bore few resemblances to those which were agitating every city of Europe. The martial patriotism of men and the sublime patience and sacrifice of women may sometimes give war a heroic aspect, but in Turkey the prospect was one of general listlessness and misery. Day by day the miscellaneous Ottoman hordes passed through the streets. Arabs, bootless and shoeless, dressed in their most gaily colored garments, with long linen bags containing the required 5 days' rations thrown over their shoulders, shambling in their gait and bewildered in their manner, touched shoulders with equally dispirited Bedouins, evidently suddenly snatched from the desert. A motley aggregation of Turks, Circassians, Greeks, Kurds, Armenians, and Jews, showing signs of having been summarily taken from their farms and shops, constantly jostled one another. Most were ragged, and many looked half starved. Everything about them suggested hopelessness and a cattle-like submission to a fate which they knew that they could not avoid. There was no joy in approaching battle, no feeling that they were sacrificing themselves for a mighty cause. Day by day they passed, the unwilling children of a tatterdemalion empire that was making one last despairing attempt to gird itself for action. These wretched marchers little realized what was the power that was dragging them from the four corners of their country. Even we of the diplomatic group had not then clearly grasped the real situation. We learned afterward that the signal for this mobilization had not come originally from Enver or Talat or the Turkish cabinet, but from the General Staff in Berlin and its representatives in Constantinople. Lehmann, von Sanders, and Bronsart were really directing the complicated operation. There were unmistakable signs of German activity. As soon as the German armies crossed the Rhine, work was begun on a mammoth wireless station a few miles outside of Constantinople. The materials all came from Germany by way of Romania, and the skilled mechanics, industriously working from daybreak to sunset, were unmistakably Germans. Of course, the neutrality laws would have prohibited the construction of a wireless station for a belligerent in a neutral country like Turkey. It was therefore officially announced that a German company was building this heaven-pointing structure for the Turkish government and on the Sultan's own property. But this story deceived no one. Wangenheim, the German ambassador, spoke of it freely and constantly as a German enterprise. "Have you seen our wireless yet?" he would ask me. "Come, let's ride up there and look it over." He proudly told me that it was the most powerful in the world, powerful enough to catch all messages sent from the Eiffel Tower in Paris. He said that it would put him in constant communication with Berlin. So little did he attempt to conceal its German ownership that several times, when ordinary telegraphic communication was suspended, he offered to let me use it to send my telegrams. The wireless plant was an outward symbol of the close though unacknowledged association which then existed between Turkey and Berlin. It took some time to finish such an extensive station, and in the interim Wangenheim was using the apparatus on the Corcovado, a German merchant ship which was lying in the Bosporus opposite the German embassy. For practical purposes, Wangenheim had a constant telephone connection with Berlin. German officers were almost as active as the Turks themselves in this mobilization. They enjoyed it all immensely. Indeed, they gave every sign that they were having the time of their lives. Bronsart, Schumann, and Lafferts were constantly at Enver's elbow, advising and directing the operations. German officers were rushing through the streets every day in huge automobiles, all requisitioned from the civilian population. They filled all the restaurants and amusement places at night, and celebrated their joy in the situation by consuming large quantities of champagne, also requisitioned. A particularly spectacular and noisy figure was that of von der Goltz Pasha. He was constantly making a kind of vice-regal progress through the streets in a huge and madly dashing automobile, on both sides of which flaring German eagles were painted. A trumpeter on the front seat would blow loud, defiant blasts as the conveyance rushed along, and woe to anyone, Turk or non-Turk, who happened to get in the way. The Germans made no attempt to conceal their conviction that they owned this town. Just as Wangenheim had established a little Wilhelmstrasse in his embassy, so had the German military men established a substation of the Berlin General Staff. They even brought their wives and families from Germany. I heard Baroness Wangenheim remark that she was holding a little court at the German embassy. The Germans, however, were about the only people who were enjoying this proceeding. The requisitioning that accompanied the mobilization really amounted to a wholesale looting of the civilian population. The Turks took all the horses, mules, camels, sheep, cows, and other beasts that they could lay their hands on. Enver told me that they had gathered in 150,000 animals. They did it most unintelligently, making no provision for the continuance of the species. Thus they would leave only 2 cows or 2 mares in many of the villages. This system of requisitioning, as I shall describe, had the inevitable result of destroying the nation's agriculture, and ultimately led to the starvation of hundreds of thousands of people. But the Turks, like the Germans, thought that the war was destined to be a very short one, and that they would quickly recuperate from the injuries which their methods of supplying an army were causing their peasant population. The government showed precisely the same shamelessness and lack of intelligence in the way that they requisitioned materials from merchants and shopmen. These proceedings amounted to little less than conscious highwaymanship. But practically none of these merchants were Muslims, most of them were Christians, though there were a few Jews, and the Turkish officials therefore not only provided the needs of their army, and incidentally lined their own pockets, but they found a religious joy in pillaging the infidel establishments. They would enter a retail shop, take practically all the merchandise on the shelves, and give merely a piece of paper in acknowledgment. As the government had never paid for the supplies which it had taken in the Italian and Balkan wars, the merchants hardly expected that they would ever receive anything for these latest requisitions. Afterward, many who understood officialdom, and were politically influential, did recover to the extent of 70%. What became of the remaining 30% is not a secret to those who have had experience with Turkish bureaucrats. Thus, for most of the population, requisitioning simply meant financial ruin. That the process was merely pillaging is shown by many of the materials which the army took, ostensibly for the use of the soldiers. Thus the officers seized all the mohair they could find. On occasion they even carried off women's silk stockings, corsets, and babies' slippers, and I heard of one case in which they reinforced the Turkish commissary with caviar and other delicacies. They demanded blankets from one merchant who was a dealer in women's underwear. Because he had no such stock, they seized what he had, and he afterwards saw his appropriated goods reposing in rival establishments. The Turks did the same thing in many other cases. The prevailing system was to take movable property wherever available and convert it into cash. Where the money ultimately went, I do not know, but that many private fortunes were made, I have little doubt. I told Enver that this ruthless method of mobilizing and requisitioning was destroying his country. Misery and starvation soon began to afflict the land. Out of a 4,000,000 adult male population, more than 1,500,000 were ultimately enlisted, and so about 1,000,000 families were left without breadwinners, all of them in a condition of extreme destitution. The Turkish government paid its soldiers 25 cents a month, and gave the families a separation allowance of $1.20 a month. As a result, thousands were dying from lack of food, and many more were enfeebled by malnutrition. I believe that the empire has lost a quarter of its Turkish population since the war started. I asked Enver why he permitted his people to be destroyed in this way, but sufferings like these did not distress him. He was much impressed by his success in raising a large army with practically no money, something, he boasted, which no other nation had ever done before. In order to accomplish this, Enver had issued orders which stigmatized the evasion of military service as desertion, and therefore punishable with the death penalty. He also adopted a scheme by which any Ottoman could obtain exemption by the payment of about $190. Still, Enver regarded his accomplishment as a notable one. It was really his first taste of unlimited power, and he enjoyed the experience greatly. That the Germans directed this mobilization is not a matter of opinion, but of proof. I need only mention that the Germans were requisitioning materials in their own name for their own uses. I have a photographic copy of such a requisition made by Humann, the German naval attaché, for a shipload of oil cake. This document is dated September 29, 1914. The lot by the steamship Deringe, which you mentioned in your letter of the 26th, this paper reads, has been requisitioned by me for the German government. This clearly shows that, a month before Turkey had entered the war, Germany was really exercising the powers of sovereignty at Constantinople. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Ambassador Morgenthau's Story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wangenheim smuggles the Goeben and the Breslau through the Dardanelles. On August 10th I went out on a little launch to meet the Cecilia, a small Italian ship which had just arrived from Venice. I was especially interested in this vessel because she was bringing to Constantinople my son-in-law and daughter, Mr. and Mrs. Morris Wertheim, and their 3 little daughters. The greeting proved even more interesting than I had expected. I found the passengers considerably excited, for they had witnessed, the day before, a naval engagement in the Ionian Sea. "We were lunching yesterday on deck," my daughter told me, "when I saw 2 strange-looking vessels just above the horizon. I ran for the glasses and made out two large battleships, the first one with two queer, exotic-looking towers, and the other one quite an ordinary-looking battleship. We watched and saw another ship coming up behind them and going very fast. She came nearer and nearer, and then we heard guns booming. Pillars of water sprang up in the air, and there were many little puffs of white smoke. It took me some time to realize what it was all about, and then it burst upon me that we were actually witnessing an engagement. The ships continually shifted their position, but went on and on. The two big ones turned and rushed furiously for the little one, and then apparently they changed their minds and turned back. Then the little one turned around and calmly steamed in our direction. At first I was somewhat alarmed at this, but nothing happened. She circled around us with her tars excited and grinning and somewhat grimy. They signaled to our captain many questions, and then turned and finally disappeared. The captain told us that the two big ships were Germans which had been caught in the Mediterranean and which were trying to escape from the British fleet. He said that the British ships are chasing them all over the Mediterranean, and that the German ships are trying to get into Constantinople. Have you seen anything of them? Where do you suppose the British fleet is?" A few hours afterward I happened to meet Wangenheim. When I told him what Mrs. Wertheim had seen, he displayed an agitated interest. Immediately after lunch he called at the American Embassy with Pallavicini, the Austrian ambassador, and asked for an interview with my daughter. The two ambassadors solemnly planted themselves in chairs before Mrs. Wertheim and subjected her to a most minute, though very polite, cross-examination. "I never felt so important in my life," she afterward told me. They would not permit her to leave out a single detail. They wished to know how many shots had been fired, what direction the German ships had taken, what everybody on board had said, and so on. The visit seemed to give these allied ambassadors immense relief and satisfaction, for they left the house in an almost jubilant mood, behaving as though a great weight had been taken off their minds. And certainly they had good reason for their elation. My daughter had been the means of giving them the news which they had desired to hear above everything else, that the Goeben and the Breslau had escaped the British fleet and were then steaming rapidly in the direction of the Dardanelles. For it was those famous German ships, the Goeben and the Breslau, which my daughter had seen engaged in battle with a British scout ship. The next day official business called me to the German embassy, but Wangenheim's animated manner soon disclosed that he had no interest in routine matters. Never had I seen him so nervous and so excited. He could not rest in his chair more than a few minutes at a time. He was constantly jumping up, rushing to the window, and looking anxiously out toward the Bosphorus, where his private wireless station, the Corcovado, lay about 3/4 of a mile away. Wangenheim's face was flushed and his eyes were shining. He would stride up and down the room, speaking now of a recent German victory, now giving me a little forecast of Germany's plans, and then he would stalk to the window again for another look at the Corcovado. "Something is seriously distracting you," I said, rising. "I will go and come again some other time." "No, no," the ambassador almost shouted. "I want you to stay right where you are. This will be a great day for Germany. If you will only remain for a few minutes, you will hear a great piece of news, something that has the utmost bearing upon Turkey's relation to the war." Then he rushed out on the portico and leaned over the balustrade. At the same moment I saw a little launch put out from the Corcovado toward the ambassador's dock. Wangenheim hurried down, seized an envelope from one of the sailors, and a moment afterward burst into the room again. "We've got them!" he shouted to me. "Got what?" I asked. "The Goeben and the Breslau have passed through the Dardanelles." He was waving the wireless message with all the enthusiasm of a college boy whose football team has won a victory. Then, momentarily checking his enthusiasm, he came up to me solemnly, humorously shook his forefinger, lifted his eyebrows, and said, "Of course, you understand that we have sold those ships to Turkey. And Admiral Souchon," he added with another wink, "will enter the Sultan's service." Wangenheim had more than patriotic reasons for this exultation. The arrival of these ships was the greatest day in his diplomatic career. It was really the first diplomatic victory which Germany had won. For years the chancellorship of the empire had been Wangenheim's laudable ambition, and he behaved now like a man who saw his prize within his grasp. The voyage of the Goeben and the Breslau was his personal triumph. He had arranged with the Turkish cabinet for their passage through the Dardanelles, and he had directed their movements by wireless in the Mediterranean. By safely getting the Goeben and the Breslau into Constantinople, Wangenheim had definitely clinched Turkey as Germany's ally. All his intrigues and plottings for 3 years had now finally succeeded. I doubt if any two ships have exercised a greater influence upon history than these two German cruisers. Few of us at that time realized their great importance, but subsequent developments have fully justified Wangenheim's exuberant satisfaction. The Goeben was a powerful battle cruiser of recent construction. The Breslau was not so large a ship, but she, like the Goeben, had the excessive speed that made her extremely serviceable in those waters. These ships had spent the few months preceding the war cruising in the Mediterranean, and when the declaration finally came, they were taking on supplies at Messina. I have always regarded it as more than a coincidence that these two vessels, both of them having a greater speed than any French or English ships in the Mediterranean, should have been lying not far from Turkey when war broke out. The selection of the Goeben was particularly fortunate, as she had twice before visited Constantinople, and her officers and men knew the Dardanelles perfectly. The behavior of these crews, when the news of war was received, indicated the spirit with which the German navy began hostilities. The men broke into singing and shouting, lifted their admiral upon their shoulders, and held a real German jollification. It is said that Admiral Souchon preserved, as a touching souvenir of this occasion, his white uniform bearing the fingerprints of his grimy sailors. For all their joy at the prospect of battle, the situation of these ships was still a precarious one. They formed no match for the large British and French naval forces which were roaming through the Mediterranean. The Goeben and the Breslau were far from their native bases, with the coaling problem such an acute one, and with England in possession of all important stations. Where could they flee for safety? Several Italian destroyers were circling around the German ships at Messina, enforcing neutrality, and occasionally reminding them that they could remain in port only 24 hours. England had ships stationed at the Gulf of Otranto, the head of the Adriatic, to cut them off in case they sought to escape into the Austrian port of Pola. The British Navy also stood guard at Gibraltar and Suez, the only other exits that apparently offered the possibility of escape. There was only one other place in which the Goeben and the Breslau might find a safe and friendly reception. That was Constantinople. Apparently the British Navy dismissed this as an impossibility. At that time, early in August, international law had not entirely disappeared as the guiding conduct of nations. Turkey was then a neutral country, and despite the many evidences of German domination, she seemed likely to maintain her neutrality. The Treaty of Paris, which was signed in 1856, as well as the Treaty of London, signed in 1871, provided that warships should not use the Dardanelles except by the special permission of the Sultan, which could be granted only in times of peace. In practice, the government had seldom given this permission except for ceremonial occasions. Under the existing conditions, it would have amounted virtually to an unfriendly act for the Sultan to have removed the ban against war vessels in the Dardanelles, and to permit the Goeben and the Breslau to remain in Turkish waters for more than 24 hours would have been nothing less than a declaration of war. It is perhaps not surprising that the British, in the early days of August 1914, when Germany had not completely made clear her official opinion that international law had ceased to exist, regarded these treaty stipulations as barring the German ships from the Dardanelles and Constantinople. Relying upon the sanctity of these international regulations, the British Navy had shut off every point through which these German ships could have escaped to safety, except the entrance to the Dardanelles. Had England, immediately on the declaration of war, rushed a powerful squadron to this vital spot, how different the history of the last 3 years might have been! His Majesty expects the Goeben and the Breslau to succeed in breaking through. Such was the wireless that reached these vessels at Messina at 5 o'clock on the evening of August 4th. The 24 hours' stay permitted by the Italian government had nearly expired. Outside, in the Strait of Otranto, lay the force of British battle cruisers, sending false radio messages to the Germans, instructing them to rush for Pola. With bands playing and flags flying, the officers and crews having had their spirits fired by oratory and drink, the two vessels started at full speed toward the awaiting British fleet. The little Gloucester, a scout boat, kept in touch, wiring constantly the German movements to the main squadron. Suddenly, when off Cape Spartivento, the Goeben and the Breslau let off into the atmosphere all the discordant vibrations which their wireless could command, jamming the air with such a hullabaloo that the Gloucester was unable to send any intelligible messages. Then the German cruisers turned southward and made for the Aegean Sea. The plucky little Gloucester kept close on their heels, and, as my daughter had related, once had even audaciously offered battle. A few hours behind, the British squadron pursued, but uselessly, for the German ships, though far less powerful in battle, were much speedier. Even then the British admiral probably thought that he had spoiled the German plans. The German ships might get first to the Dardanelles, but at that point stood international law across the path, barring the entrance. Meanwhile, Wangenheim had accomplished his great diplomatic success. From the Corcovado wireless station in the Bosporus, he was sending the most agreeable news to Admiral Souchon. He was telling him to hoist the Turkish flag when he reached the strait, for Admiral Souchon's cruisers had suddenly become parts of the Turkish navy, and therefore the usual international prohibitions did not apply. These cruisers were no longer the Goeben and the Breslau, for, like an Oriental magician, Wangenheim had suddenly changed them into the Sultan Selim and the Medili. The fact was that the German ambassador had cleverly taken advantage of the existing situation to manufacture a sail. As I have already told, Turkey had 2 dreadnoughts under construction in England when the war broke out. These ships were not exclusively governmental enterprises. Their purchase represented what, on the surface, appeared to be a popular enthusiasm of the Turkish people. They were to be the agencies through which Turkey was to attack Greece and win back the islands of the Aegean, and the Turkish people had raised the money to build them by a so-called popular subscription. Agents had gone from house to house, painfully collecting these small sums of money. There had been entertainments and fairs, and, in their eagerness for the cause, Turkish women had sold their hair for the benefit of the common fund. These 2 vessels thus represented a spectacular outburst of patriotism that was unusual in Turkey, so unusual indeed that many detected signs that the government had stimulated it. At the very moment when the war began, Turkey had made her last payment to the English shipyards, and the Turkish crews had arrived in England prepared to take the finished vessels home. Then, a few days before the time set to deliver them, the British government stepped in and commandeered these dreadnoughts for the British Navy. There is not the slightest question that England had not only a legal but a moral right to do this. There is also no question that her action was a proper one, and that, had she been dealing with almost any other nation, such a proceeding would not have aroused any resentment. But the Turkish people cared nothing for distinctions of this sort. All they saw was that they had 2 ships in England, which they had greatly strained their resources to purchase, and that England had now stepped in and taken them. Even without external pressure they would have resented the act, but external pressure was exerted in plenty. The transaction gave Wangenheim the greatest opportunity of his life. Violent attacks upon England, all emanating from the German embassy, began to fill the Turkish press. Wangenheim was constantly discoursing to the Turkish leaders on English perfidy, and he now suggested that Germany, Turkey's good friend, was prepared to make compensation for England's unlawful seizure. He suggested that Turkey go through the form of purchasing the Goeben and the Breslau, which were then wandering around the Mediterranean, perhaps in anticipation of this very contingency, and incorporate them in the Turkish navy in place of the appropriated ships in England. The very day that these vessels passed through the Dardanelles, the Ikdam, a Turkish newspaper published in Constantinople, had a triumphant account of this sale, with big headlines calling it a great success for the imperial government. Thus Wangenheim's maneuver accomplished two purposes. It placed Germany before the populace as Turkey's friend, and it also provided a subterfuge for getting the ships through the Dardanelles and enabling them to remain in Turkish waters. All this beguiled the more ignorant of the Turkish people, and gave the cabinet a plausible ground for meeting the objection of Entente diplomats. But it did not deceive any intelligent person. The Goeben and the Breslau might change their names, and the German sailors might adorn themselves with Turkish fezes, but we all knew from the beginning that this sale was a sham. Those who understood the financial condition of Turkey could only be amused at the idea that she could purchase these modern vessels. Moreover, the ships were never incorporated in the Turkish navy. On the contrary, what really happened was that the Turkish navy was annexed to these German ships. A handful of Turkish sailors were placed on board at one time for appearance sake, but their German officers and German crews still retained active charge. Wangenheim, in his talks with me, never made any secret of the fact that the ships still remained German property. "I never expected to have such big checks to sign," he remarked one day, referring to his expenditures on the Goeben and the Breslau. He always called them our ships. Even Talat told me in so many words that the cruisers did not belong to Turkey. "The Germans say they belong to the Turks," he remarked with his characteristic laugh. "At any rate, it's very comforting for us to have them here. After the war, if the Germans win, they will forget all about it and leave the ships to us. If the Germans lose, they won't be able to take them away from us." The German government made no real pretension that the sale had been bona fide. At least, when the Greek minister at Berlin protested against the transaction as unfriendly to Greece, naively forgetting the American ships which Greece had recently purchased, the German officials soothed him by admitting, sotto voce, that the ownership still remained with Germany. Yet, when the Entente ambassadors constantly protested against the presence of the German vessels, the Turkish officials blandly kept up the pretense that they were integral parts of the Turkish navy. The German officers and crews greatly enjoyed this farcical pretense that the Goeben and the Breslau were Turkish ships. They took delight in putting on Turkish fezes, thereby presenting to the world conclusive evidence that these loyal sailors of the Kaiser were now parts of the Sultan's navy. One day the Goeben sailed up the Bosporus, halted in front of the Russian embassy, and dropped anchor. Then the officers and men lined the deck in full view of the enemy embassy. All solemnly removed their Turkish fezes and put on German caps. The band played Deutschland über alles and The Watch on the Rhine and other German songs, the German sailors singing loudly to their accompaniment. When they had spent an hour or more serenading the Russian ambassador, the officers and crews removed their German caps and again put on their Turkish fezes. The Goeben then picked up her anchor and started southward for her station, leaving in the ears of the Russian diplomat the gradually dying strains of German war songs as the cruiser disappeared downstream. I have often speculated on what would have happened if the English battle cruisers which pursued the Breslau and the Goeben up to the mouth of the Dardanelles had not been too gentlemanly to violate international law. Suppose that they had entered the strait, attacked the German cruisers in the Marmara, and sunk them. They could have done this, and knowing all that we know now, such an action would have been justified. Not improbably, the destruction would have kept Turkey out of the war. For the arrival of these cruisers made it inevitable that Turkey, when the proper moment came, should join her forces with Germany. With them, the Turkish navy became stronger than the Russian Black Sea fleet, and thus made it certain that Russia could make no attack on Constantinople. The Goeben and the Breslau, therefore, practically gave the Ottoman and German naval forces control of the Black Sea. Moreover, these two ships could easily dominate Constantinople, and thus they furnished the means by which the German navy, if the occasion should arise, could terrorize the Turks. I am convinced that, when the judicious historian reviews this war and its consequences, he will say that the passage of the strait by these German ships made it inevitable that Turkey should join Germany at the moment that Germany desired her assistance, and that it likewise sealed the doom of the Turkish Empire. There were men in the Turkish cabinet who perceived this even then. The story was told in Constantinople, though I do not vouch for its authentic history, that the cabinet meeting at which this momentous decision had been made had not been altogether harmonious. The Grand Vizier and Jemal, it was said, objected to the fictitious sale, and demanded that it should not be completed. When the discussion had reached its height, Enver, who was playing Germany's game, announced that he had already practically completed the transaction. In the silence that followed his statement, this young Napoleon pulled out his pistol and laid it on the table. "If anyone here wishes to question this purchase," he said quietly and icily, "I am ready to meet him." A few weeks after the Goeben and the Breslau had taken up permanent headquarters in the Bosporus, Javid Bey, Minister of Finance, happened to meet a distinguished Belgian jurist then in Constantinople. "I have terrible news for you," said the sympathetic Turkish statesman. "The Germans have captured Brussels." The Belgian, a huge figure, more than 6 feet high, put his arm soothingly upon the shoulder of the diminutive Turk. "I have even more terrible news for you," he said, pointing out to the stream where the Goeben and the Breslau lay anchored. "The Germans have captured Turkey." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Ambassador Morgenthau's story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wangenheim tells the American ambassador how the Kaiser started the war. But there was one quarter in which this transaction produced no appreciable gloom. That was the German embassy. This great success fairly intoxicated the impressionable Wangenheim, and other happenings now aroused his furor teutonicus to a fever heat. The Goeben and the Breslau arrived almost at the same time that the Germans captured Liège, Namur, and other Belgian towns. And now followed the German sweep into France, and the apparently triumphant rush for Paris. In all these happenings, Wangenheim, like the militant Prussian that he was, saw the fulfillment of a 40 years' dream. We were all still living in the summer embassies along the Bosporus. Germany had a beautiful park, which the Sultan had personally presented to the Kaiser's government, yet for some reason Wangenheim did not seem to enjoy his headquarters during these summer days. A little guardhouse stood directly in front of his embassy, on the street, within 20 feet of the rushing Bosporus, and in front of this was a stone bench. This bench was properly a resting place for the guard, but Wangenheim seemed to have a strong liking for it. I shall always keep in my mind the figure of this German diplomat in those exciting days before the Marne, sitting out on this little bench, now and then jumping up for a stroll back and forth in front of his house. Everybody passing from Constantinople to the northern suburbs had to pass along this road, and even the Russian and French diplomats frequently went by, stiffly ignoring, of course, the triumphant ambassadorial figure on his stone bench. I sometimes think that Wangenheim sat there for the express purpose of puffing his cigar smoke in their direction. It all reminded me of the scene in Schiller's Wilhelm Tell, where Tell sits in the mountain pass with his bow and arrow at his side, waiting for his intended victim Gessler to go by. Here, through this deep defile, he needs must pass. There leads no other road to Küsnacht. Wangenheim would also buttonhole his friends, or those whom he regarded as his friends, and have his little jollifications over German victories. I noticed that he stationed himself there only when the German armies were winning. If news came of a reverse, Wangenheim was utterly invisible. This led me to remark that he reminded me of a toy weather prophet, which is always outside the box when the weather is fine, but which retires when some storms are gathering. Wangenheim appreciated my little joke as keenly as the rest of the diplomatic set. In those early days, however, the weather for the German ambassador was distinctly favorable. The good fortune of the German armies so excited him that he was sometimes led into indiscretions, and his exuberance one day caused him to tell me certain facts which, I think, will always have great historical value. He disclosed precisely how and when Germany had precipitated this war. Today, his revelation of this secret looks like a most monstrous indiscretion. But we must remember Wangenheim's state of mind at the time. The whole world then believed that Paris was doomed, and Wangenheim reflected this attitude in his frequent declarations that the war would be over in 2 or 3 months. The whole German enterprise was evidently progressing according to program. I have already mentioned that the German ambassador had left for Berlin soon after the assassination of the Grand Duke, and he now revealed the cause of his sudden disappearance. The Kaiser, he told me, had summoned him to Berlin for an imperial conference. This meeting took place at Potsdam on July 5th. The Kaiser presided, and nearly all the important ambassadors attended. Wangenheim himself was summoned to give assurance about Turkey and enlighten his associates generally on the situation in Constantinople, which was then regarded as almost the pivotal point in the impending war. In telling me who attended this conference, Wangenheim used no names, though he specifically said that among them were, the facts are so important that I quote his exact words in the German which he used, die Häupter des Generalstabs und der Marine, the heads of the General Staff and of the Navy, by which I have assumed that he meant von Moltke and von Tirpitz. The great bankers, railroad directors, and the captains of German industry, all of whom were as necessary to German war preparations as the army itself, also attended. Wangenheim now told me that the Kaiser solemnly put the question to each man in turn, "Are you ready for war?" All replied yes, except the financiers. They said that they must have 2 weeks to sell their foreign securities and to make loans. At that time few people had looked upon the Sarajevo tragedy as something that would inevitably lead to war. This conference, Wangenheim told me, took all precautions that no such suspicion should be aroused. It decided to give the bankers time to readjust their finances for the coming war, and then the several members went quietly back to their work or started on vacations. The Kaiser went to Norway on his yacht, von Bethmann Hollweg left for a rest, and Wangenheim returned to Constantinople. In telling me about this conference, Wangenheim, of course, admitted that Germany had precipitated the war. I think that he was rather proud of the whole performance, proud that Germany had gone about the matter in so methodical and far-seeing a way, and especially proud that he himself had been invited to participate in so epoch-making a gathering. I have often wondered why he revealed to me so momentous a secret, and I think that perhaps the real reason was his excessive vanity, his desire to show me how close he stood to the inner councils of his emperor, and the part that he had played in bringing on this conflict. Whatever the motive, this indiscretion certainly had the effect of showing me who were really the guilty parties in this monstrous crime. The several blue, red, and yellow books which flooded Europe during the months that followed the outbreak, and the hundreds of documents which were issued by German propagandists attempting to establish Germany's innocence, have never made the slightest impression on me. For my conclusions as to the responsibility are not based on suspicions, or belief, or the study of circumstantial data. I do not have to reason or argue about the matter. I know. The conspiracy that has caused this greatest of human tragedies was hatched by the Kaiser and his imperial crew at this Potsdam Conference of July 5, 1914. One of the chief participants, flushed with his triumph at the apparent success of the plot, told me the details with his own mouth. Whenever I hear people arguing about the responsibility for this war, or read the clumsy and lying excuses put forth by Germany, I simply recall the burly figure of Wangenheim as he appeared that August afternoon, puffing away at a huge black cigar, and giving me his account of this historic meeting. Why waste any time discussing the matter after that? This imperial conference took place on July 5th, and the Serbian ultimatum was sent on July 22nd. That is just about the 2 weeks' interval which the financiers had demanded to complete their plans. All the great stock exchanges of the world showed that the German bankers profitably used this interval. Their records disclosed that stocks were being sold in large quantities and that prices declined rapidly. At that time the markets were somewhat puzzled at this movement, but Wangenheim's explanation clears up any doubts that may still remain. Germany was changing her securities into cash for war purposes. If anyone wishes to verify Wangenheim, I would suggest that he examine the quotations of the New York stock market for these 2 historic weeks. He will find that there were astonishing slumps in prices, especially on the stocks that had an international market. Between July 5th and July 22nd, Union Pacific dropped from 155.5 to 127.5, Baltimore and Ohio from 91.5 to 81, United States Steel from 61 to 50.5, Canadian Pacific from 194 to 185.5, and Northern Pacific from 111 3/8 to 108. At that time the high protectionists were blaming the Simmons-Underwood Tariff Act as responsible for this fall in values, while other critics of the administration attributed it to the Federal Reserve Act, which had not yet been put into effect. How little the Wall Street brokers and the financial experts realized that an imperial conference, which had been held in Potsdam and presided over by the Kaiser, was the real force that was then depressing the market. Wangenheim not only gave me the details of this Potsdam conference, but he disclosed the same secret to the Marquis Garrone, the Italian ambassador at Constantinople. Italy was at that time technically Germany's ally. The Austrian ambassador, the Marquis Pallavicini, also practically admitted that the Central Powers had anticipated the war. On August 18th, Francis Joseph's birthday, I made the usual ambassadorial visit of congratulation. Quite naturally the conversation turned upon the Emperor, who had that day passed his 84th year. Pallavicini spoke about him with the utmost pride and veneration. He told me how keen-minded and clear-headed the aged Emperor was, how he had the most complete understanding of international affairs, and how he gave everything his personal supervision. To illustrate this Austrian Kaiser's grasp of public events, Pallavicini instanced the present war. The previous May, Pallavicini had had an audience with Francis Joseph in Vienna, At that time, Pallavicini now told me, the Emperor had said that a European war was unavoidable. The Central Powers would not accept the Treaty of Bucharest as a settlement of the Balkan question, and only a general war, the Emperor had told Pallavicini, could ever settle the problem. The Treaty of Bucharest, I may recall, was the settlement that ended the Second Balkan War. This divided the European dominions of Turkey, excepting Constantinople and a small piece of adjoining territory, among the Balkan nations, chiefly Serbia and Greece. That treaty strengthened Serbia greatly. So much did it increase Serbia's resources, indeed, that Austria feared that it had laid the beginning of a new European state, which might grow sufficiently strong to resist her own plans of aggrandizement. Austria held a large Serbian population under her yoke in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and these Serbians desired, above everything else, annexation to their own country. Moreover, the pan-German plans in the East necessitated the destruction of Serbia, the state which, so long as it stood intact, blocked the Germanic road to the Orient. It had been the Austro-German expectation that the Balkan War would destroy Serbia as a nation, that Turkey would simply annihilate King Peter's forces. This was precisely what the Germanic plans demanded, and for this reason Austria and Germany did nothing to prevent the Balkan Wars. But the result was exactly the reverse, for out of the conflict arose a stronger Serbia than ever, standing firm like a breakwater against the Germanic flood. Most historians agree that the Treaty of Bucharest made inevitable this war. I have the Marquis Pallavicini's evidence that this was likewise the opinion of Francis Joseph himself. The audience at which the Emperor made this statement was held in May, more than a month before the assassination of the Grand Duke. Clearly, therefore, we have the Austrian Emperor's assurances that the war would have come irrespective of the assassination at Sarajevo. It is quite apparent that this crime merely served as the convenient pretext for the war upon which the Central Empires had already decided. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Ambassador Morgenthau's Story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Germany's plans for new territories, coaling stations, and indemnities. All through that eventful August and September, Wangenheim continued his almost irresponsible behavior, now blandly boastful, now depressed, always nervous and high-strung, ingratiating to an American like myself, spiteful and petty toward the representatives of the enemy powers. He was always displaying his anxiety and impatience by sitting on the bench, that he might be within 2 or 3 minutes' quicker access to the wireless communications that were sent him from Berlin via the Corcovado. He would never miss an opportunity to spread the news of victories. Several times he adopted the unusual course of coming to my house unannounced to tell me of the latest developments, and to read me extracts from messages which he had just received. He was always apparently frank, direct, and even indiscreet. I remember his great distress the day that England declared war. Wangenheim had always professed a great admiration for England, and especially for America. "There are only 3 great countries," he would say over and over again, "Germany, England, and the United States. We 3 should get together, then we could rule the world." This enthusiasm for the British Empire now suddenly cooled, when that power decided to defend her treaty pledges and declared war. Wangenheim had said that the conflict would be a short one, and that Sedan Day would be celebrated in Paris. But on August 5th I called at his embassy and found him more than usually agitated and serious. Baroness Wangenheim, a tall, handsome woman, was sitting in the room reading her mother's memoirs of the War of 1870. Both regarded the news from England as almost a personal grievance, and what impressed me most was Wangenheim's utter failure to understand England's motives.
"It's mighty poor politics on her part," he exclaimed over and over again. His attitude was precisely the same as that of Bettmann Hollweg with the scrap of paper. I was out for a stroll on August 26th, and happened to meet the German ambassador. He began to talk as usual about the German victories in France, repeating, as was now his habit, his prophecy that the German armies would be in Paris within a week. The deciding factor in this war, he added, would be the Krupp artillery. "And remember that this time," he said, "we are making war, and we shall make it rücksichtslos," without any consideration. "We shall not be hampered as we were in 1870. Then Queen Victoria, the Tsar, and Francis Joseph interfered and persuaded us to spare Paris. But there is no one to interfere now. We shall move to Berlin all the Parisian art treasures that belong to the state, just as Napoleon took Italian artworks to France." It is quite evident that the Battle of the Marne saved Paris from the fate of Louvain. So confidently did Wangenheim expect an immediate victory that he began to discuss the terms of peace. Germany would demand of France, he said, after defeating her armies, that she completely demobilize and pay an indemnity. "France now," said Wangenheim, "can settle for $5 billion. But if she persists in continuing the war, she will have to pay $20 billion." He told me that Germany would demand harbors and coaling stations everywhere. At that time, judging from Wangenheim's statements, Germany was not looking so much for new territory as for great commercial advantages. She was determined to be the great merchant nation, and for this she must have free harbors, the Baghdad Railroad, and extensive rights in South America and Africa. Wangenheim said that Germany did not desire any more territory in which the populations did not speak German, for they had had all that kind of trouble they wanted in Alsace-Lorraine, Poland, and other non-German countries. This statement certainly sounds interesting now in view of recent happenings in Russia. He did not mention England in speaking of Germany's demand for coaling stations and harbors. He must have had England in mind, however, for what other nation could have given them to Germany everywhere? All these conversations were as illuminating to me as Wangenheim's revelation of the conference of July 5th. That episode clearly proved that Germany had consciously started the war, while these grandiose schemes, as outlined by this very able but somewhat talkative ambassador, showed the reasons that had impelled her in this great enterprise. Wangenheim gave me a complete picture of the German Empire embarking on a great buccaneering expedition, in which the spoils of success were to be the accumulated riches of her neighbors and the world position which their skill and industry had built up through the centuries. If England attempted to starve Germany, said Wangenheim, Germany's response would be a simple one: she would starve France. At that time, we must remember, Germany expected to have Paris within a week, and she believed that this would ultimately give her control of the whole country. It was evidently the German plan, as understood by Wangenheim, to hold this nation, as a pawn for England's behavior, a kind of hostage on a gigantic scale. In that case, should England gain any military advantage, Germany would attempt to counterattack by torturing the whole French people. At that moment German soldiers were murdering innocent Belgians in return for the alleged misbehavior of other Belgians, and evidently Germany had planned to apply this principle to whole nations as well as to individuals. All through this and other talks, Wangenheim showed the greatest animosity to Russia. "We got our foot on Russia's corn," he said, "and we propose to keep it there." By this he must have meant that Germany had sent the Goeben and the Breslau through the Dardanelles, and that by that masterstroke she controlled Constantinople. The old Byzantine capital, said Wangenheim, was the prize which a victorious Russia would demand, and her lack of an all the year round port in warm waters was Russia's tender spot, her corn. At this time Wangenheim boasted that Germany had 174 German gunners at the Dardanelles, that the strait could be closed in less than 30 minutes, and that Souchon, the German admiral, had informed him that the strait was impregnable. "We shall not close the Dardanelles, however," he said, "unless England attacks them." At that time England, although she had declared war on Germany, had played no conspicuous part in the military operations. Her contemptible little army was making its heroic retreat from Mons. Wangenheim entirely discounted England as an enemy. It was the German intention, he said, to place their big guns at Calais and throw their shells across the English Channel to the English coast towns. That Germany would not have Calais within the next 10 days did not occur to him as a possibility. In this and other conversations at about the same time, Wangenheim laughed at the idea that England could create a large independent army. "The idea is preposterous," he said. "It takes generations of militarism to produce anything like the German army. We have been building it up for 200 years. It takes 30 years of constant training to produce such generals as we have. Our army will always maintain its organization. We have 500,000 recruits reaching military age every year, and we cannot possibly lose that number annually, so that our army will be kept intact." A few weeks later, civilization was outraged by the German bombardment of English coast towns, such as Scarborough and Hartlepool. This was no sudden German inspiration, but part of their carefully considered plans. Wangenheim told me on September 6, 1914, that Germany intended to bombard all English harbors so as to stop the food supply. It is also apparent that German ruthlessness against American sea trade was no sudden decision of von Tirpitz, for on this same date the German ambassador to Constantinople warned me that it would be very dangerous for the United States to send ships to England. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Ambassador Morgenthau's story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A classic instance of German propaganda. In those August and September days, Germany had no intention of precipitating Turkey immediately into the war. As I then had a deep interest in the welfare of the Turkish people and in maintaining peace, I telegraphed Washington asking if I might use my influence to keep Turkey neutral. I received a reply that I might do this provided that I made my representations unofficially and purely upon humanitarian grounds. As the English and the French ambassadors were exerting all their efforts to keep Turkey out of the war, I knew that my intervention in the same interest would not displease the British government. Germany, however, might regard any interference on my part as an unneutral act, and I asked Wangenheim if there would be any objection from that source. His reply somewhat surprised me, though I saw through it soon afterward. "Not at all," he said. "Germany desires, above all, that Turkey shall remain neutral." Undoubtedly, Turkey's policy at that moment precisely fitted in with German plans. Wangenheim was steadily increasing his ascendancy over the Turkish cabinet, and Turkey was then pursuing the course that best served the German aims. Her policy was keeping the Entente on tenterhooks. It never knew from day to day where Turkey stood, whether she would remain neutral or enter the war on Germany's side. Because Turkey's attitude was so uncertain, Russia was compelled to keep large forces in the Caucasus, England was obliged to strengthen her forces in Egypt and India, and to maintain a considerable fleet at the mouth of the Dardanelles. All this worked in beautifully with Germany's plans, for these detached forces just so much weakened England and Russia on the European battlefront. I am now speaking of the period just before the Marne, when Germany expected to defeat France and Russia with the aid of her ally Austria, and thus obtain a victory that would have enabled her to dictate the future of Europe.
Should Turkey at that time be actually engaged in military operations, she could do no more toward bringing about this victory than she was doing now by keeping considerable Russian and English forces away from the most important fronts. But should Germany win this easy victory, with Turkey's aid, she might find her new ally an embarrassment. Turkey would certainly demand compensation, and she would not be particularly modest in her demands, which most likely would include the full control of Egypt and perhaps the return of Balkan territories. Such readjustments would have interfered with the Kaiser's plans. Thus he had no interest in having Turkey as an active ally, except in the event that he did not speedily win his anticipated triumph. But if Russia should make great progress against Austria, then Turkey's active alliance would have great value, especially if her entry should be so timed as to bring in Bulgaria and Romania as allies. Meanwhile, Wangenheim was playing a waiting game, making Turkey a potential German ally, strengthening her army and her navy, and preparing to use her whenever the moment arrived for using her to the best advantage. If Germany could not win the war without Turkey's aid, Germany was prepared to take her in as an ally. If she could win without Turkey, then she would not have to pay the Turk for his cooperation. Meanwhile, the sensible course was to keep her prepared in case the Turkish forces became essential to German success. The duel that now took place between Germany and the Entente for Turkey's favor was a most unequal one. The fact was that Germany had won the victory when she smuggled the Goeben and the Breslau into the Sea of Marmara. The English, French, and Russian ambassadors well understood this, and they knew that they could not make Turkey an active ally of the Entente. They probably had no desire to do so, but they did hope that they might keep her neutral. To this end they now directed all their efforts. "You have had enough of war," they would tell Tallet and Enver. "You have fought 2 wars in the last 4 years. You will ruin your country absolutely if you get involved in this one." The Entente had only one consideration to offer Turkey for her neutrality, and this was an offer to guarantee the integrity of the Ottoman Empire. The Entente ambassadors showed their great desire to keep Turkey out of the war by their disinclination to press to the limit their case against the Breslau and the Goeben. It is true that they repeatedly protested against the continued presence of these ships, but every time the Turkish officials maintained that they were Turkish vessels. "If that is so," Sir Lewis Mallet would urge, and his argument was unassailable, "why don't you remove the German officers and crews?" That was the intention, the Grand Vizier would answer. The Turkish crews that had been sent to man the ships, which had been built in England, he would say, were returning to Turkey, and they would be put on board the Goeben and the Breslau as soon as they reached Constantinople. But days and weeks went by, these crews came home, and still Germany manned and officered the cruisers. These backings and fillings naturally did not deceive the British and French Foreign Offices. The presence of the Goeben and the Breslau was a standing casus belli, but the Entente ambassadors did not demand their passports, for such an act would have precipitated the very crisis which they were seeking to delay, and, if possible, to avoid, Turkey's entrance as Germany's ally. Unhappily, the Entente's promise to guarantee Turkey's integrity did not win Turkey to their side. "They promised that we should not be dismembered after the Balkan Wars," Talat would tell me, "and see what happened to European Turkey then." Wangenheim constantly harped upon this fact. "You can't trust anything they say," he would tell Talat and Enver. "Didn't they all go back on you a year ago?" And then, with great cleverness, he would play upon the only emotion which really actuates the Turk. The descendants of Osman hardly resemble any people I have ever known. They do not hate, they do not love, they have no lasting animosities or affections, they only fear, and naturally they attribute to others the motives which regulate their own conduct.
"How stupid you are," Wangenheim would tell Tallet and Enver, discussing the English attitude. "Don't you see why the English want to keep you out? It is because they fear you. Don't you see that, with the help of Germany, you have again become a great military power? No wonder England doesn't want to fight you." He dinned this so continually in their ears that they finally believed it, for this argument not only completely explained to them the attitude of the Entente, but it flattered Turkish pride. Whatever may have been the attitude of Enver and Tallet, I think that England and France were more popular with all classes in Turkey than was Germany. The Sultan was opposed to war, the heir apparent, Yusuf Iseddin, was openly pro-ally, the Grand Vizier Said Halim favored England rather than Germany, Djemal, the third member of the ruling triumvirate, had the reputation of being a Francophile. He had recently returned from Paris, where the reception he had received had greatly flattered him, and a majority of the cabinet had no enthusiasm for Germany, and public opinion, so far as public opinion existed in Turkey, regarded England, not Germany, as Turkey's historic friend. Wangenheim, therefore, had much opposition to overcome, and the methods which he took to break it down form a classic illustration of German propaganda. He started a lavish publicity campaign against England, France, and Russia. I have described the feelings of the Turks at losing their ships in England. Wangenheim's agents now filled columns of purchased space in the newspapers with bitter attacks on England for taking over these vessels. The whole Turkish press rapidly passed under the control of Germany. Wangenheim purchased the Ikdam, one of the largest Turkish newspapers, which immediately began to sing the praises of Germany and to abuse the Entente. The Osmanischer Lloyd, published in French and German, became an organ of the German embassy. Although the Turkish constitution guaranteed a free press, a censorship was established in the interest of the Central Powers. All Turkish editors were ordered to write in Germany's favor, and they obeyed instructions. The Jeune Turc, a pro-Entente newspaper printed in French, was suppressed. The Turkish papers exaggerated German victories and completely manufactured others. They were constantly printing the news of Entente defeats, most of them wholly imaginary. In the evening, Wangenheim and Pallavicini would show me official telegrams giving the details of military operations, but when in the morning I would look in the newspapers, I would find that this news had been twisted or falsified in Germany's favor. A certain Baron Oppenheim traveled all over Turkey manufacturing public opinion against England and France. Ostensibly he was an archaeologist, while in reality he opened offices everywhere from which issued streams of slander against the Entente. Huge maps were pasted on walls, showing all the territory which Turkey had lost in the course of a century. Russia was portrayed as the nation chiefly responsible for these robberies, and attention was drawn to the fact that England had now become Russia's ally. Pictures were published showing the grasping powers of the Entente as rapacious animals snatching at poor Turkey. Enver was advertised as the hero who had recovered Adrianople. Germany was pictured as Turkey's friend. The Kaiser suddenly became Haji Wilhelm, the great protector of Islam, and stories were even printed that he had become a convert to Mohammedanism. The Turkish populace was informed that the Moslems of India and Egypt were about to revolt and throw off their English tyrants. The Turkish man on the street was taught to say, "Gott strafe England," and all the time the motive power of this infamous campaign was German money. But Germany was doing more than poisoning the Turkish mind; she was appropriating Turkey's military resources. I have already described how, in January 1914, the Kaiser had taken over the Turkish army and rehabilitated it in preparation for the European war. He now proceeded to do the same thing with the Turkish navy. In August, Wangenheim boasted to me that "we now control both the Turkish army and navy." At the time the Goeben and Breslau arrived,
an English mission, headed by Admiral Limpus, was hard at work restoring the Turkish navy. Soon afterward, Limpus and his associates were unceremoniously dismissed. The manner of their going was really disgraceful, for not even the most ordinary courtesies were shown them. The English naval officers quietly and unobservedly left Constantinople for England, all except the admiral himself, who had to remain longer because of his daughter's illness. Night after night whole carloads of Germans landed at Constantinople from Berlin. The aggregations to the population finally amounted to 3,800 men, most of them sent to man the Turkish navy and to manufacture ammunition. They filled the cafes every night, and they paraded the streets of Constantinople in the small hours of the morning, howling and singing German patriotic songs. Many of them were skilled mechanics, who immediately went to work repairing the destroyers and other ships and putting them in shape for war. The British firm of Armstrong and Vickers had a splendid dock in Constantinople, and this the Germans now appropriated. All day and night we could hear this work going on, and we could hardly sleep because of the hubbub of riveting and hammering. Wangenheim now found another opportunity for instilling more poison into the minds of Enver, Talat, and Jemal. The German workers, he declared, had found that the Turkish ships were in a desperate state of disrepair. For this he naturally blamed the English naval mission. He said that England had deliberately let the Turkish navy go to decay, and he asserted that this was all a part of England's plot to ruin Turkey. "Look," he would exclaim, "see what we Germans have done for the Turkish army, and see what the English have done for your ships." As a matter of fact, all this was untrue, for Admiral Limpus had worked hard and conscientiously to improve the navy, and had accomplished excellent results in that direction. All this time the Germans were working at the Dardanelles, seeking to strengthen the fortifications, and preparing for a possible Allied attack. As September lengthened into October, the Sublime Porte practically ceased to be the headquarters of the Ottoman Empire. I really think that the most influential seat of authority at that time was a German merchant ship, the General. It was moored in the Golden Horn, at Galata Bridge, and a permanent stairway had been built leading to its deck. I knew well one of the most frequent visitors to this ship, an American who used to come to the embassy and entertain me with stories of what was going on. The General, this American now informed me, was practically a German club or hotel. The officers of the Goeben in the Breslau, and other German officers who had been sent to command the Turkish ships ate and slept on board. Admiral Souchon, who had brought the German cruisers to Constantinople, presided over these gatherings. Souchon was a man of French Huguenot extraction. He was a short, dapper, clean-cut sailor, very energetic and alert, and to the German passion for command and thoroughness he added much of the Gallic geniality and buoyancy. Naturally, he gave much liveliness to the evening parties on the General, and the beer and champagne which were liberally dispensed on these occasions loosened the tongues of his fellow officers. Their conversation showed that they entertained no illusions as to who really controlled the Turkish navy. Night after night their impatience for action grew. They kept declaring that, if Turkey did not presently attack the Russians, they would force her to do so. They would relate how they had sent German ships into the Black Sea in hope of provoking the Russian fleet to some action that would make war inevitable. Toward the end of October my friend told me that hostilities could not much longer be avoided. The Turkish fleet had been fitted for action, everything was ready, and the impetuosity of these Kriegslustige German officers could not much longer be restrained. "They are just like a lot of boys with chips on their shoulders. They are simply spoiling for a fight," he said. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Ambassador Morgenthau's Story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Germany closes the Dardanelles, and so separates Russia from her allies. On September 27th, Sir Lewis Mallet, the British ambassador, entered my office in a considerably disturbed state of mind. The Khedive of Egypt had just left me, and I began to talk to Sir Lewis about Egyptian matters. "Let's discuss that some other time," he said. "I have something far more important to tell you. They have closed the Dardanelles." By they he meant, of course, not the Turkish government, the only power which had the legal right to take this drastic step, but the actual ruling powers in Turkey, the Germans. Sir Lewis had good reason for bringing me this piece of news, since this was an outrage against the United States as well as against the Allies. He asked me to go with him and make a joint protest. I suggested, however, that it would be better for us to act separately, and I immediately started for the house of the Grand Vizier. When I arrived, a cabinet conference was in session, and as I sat in the anteroom, I could hear several voices in excited discussion. Among them all I could distinctly distinguish the familiar tones of Talat, Enver, Djavid, the Minister of Finance, and other members of the government. It was quite plain, from all that I could overhear through the thin partitions, that these nominal rulers of Turkey were almost as exasperated at the closing as were Sir Lewis Mallet and myself. The Grand Vizier came out in answer to my request. He presented a pitiable sight. He was, in title at least, the most important official of the Turkish government, the mouthpiece of the Sultan himself, yet now he presented a picture of abject helplessness and fear. His face was blanched, and he was trembling from head to foot. He was so overcome by his emotions that he could hardly speak. When I asked him whether the news was true that the Dardanelles had been closed, he finally stammered out that it was. "You know this means war," I said, and I protested as strongly as I could in the name of the United States. All the time that we were talking, I could hear the loud tones of Talat and his associates in the interior apartment. The Grand Vizier excused himself and went back into the room. He then sent out Djavid to discuss the matter with me. "It's all a surprise to us," were Djavid's first words, this statement being a complete admission that the Cabinet had had nothing to do with it. I repeated that the United States would not submit to closing the Dardanelles. Turkey was at peace. The Sultan had no legal right to shut the strait to merchant ships except in case of war. I said that an American ship, laden with supplies and stores for the American embassy, was outside at that moment waiting to come in. Djavid suggested that I have this vessel unload her cargo at Smyrna. The Turkish government, he obligingly added, would pay the cost of transporting it overland to Constantinople. This proposal, of course, was a ridiculous evasion of the issue, and I brushed it aside. Djavid then said that the Cabinet proposed to investigate the matter, that in fact they were discussing it at that moment. He told me how it had happened. A Turkish torpedo boat had passed through the Dardanelles and attempted to enter the Aegean. The British warships stationed outside hailed the ship, examined it, and found that there were German sailors on board. The English admiral at once ordered the vessel to go back. This, under the circumstances, he had a right to do. Weber Pasha, the German general who was then in charge of the fortifications, did not consult the Turks, but immediately gave orders to close the strait. Wangenheim had already boasted to me, as I have said, that the Dardanelles could be closed in 30 minutes, and the Germans now made good his words. Down went the mines and the nets, the lights in the lighthouses were extinguished, signals were put up, notifying all ships that there was no thoroughfare, and the deed, the most high-handed which the Germans had yet committed, was done. And here I found these Turkish statesmen, who alone had authority over this indispensable strip of water, trembling and stammering with fear, running hither and yon like a lot of frightened rabbits, appalled at the enormity of the German act, yet apparently powerless to take any decisive action. I certainly had a graphic picture of the extremities to which the Teutonic bullying had reduced the present rulers of the Turkish Empire. And at the same moment before my mind rose the figure of the Sultan,
whose signature was essential to close legally these waters, quietly dozing at his palace, entirely oblivious of the whole transaction. Though Djavid informed me that the Cabinet might decide to reopen the Dardanelles, it did not do so. This great passageway has now remained closed for more than 4 years, from September 27, 1914. I saw, of course, precisely what this action signified. That month of September had been a disillusioning one for the Germans. The French had beaten back the invasion, and had driven the German armies to entrenchments along the Aisne. The Russians were sweeping triumphantly through Galicia. Already they had captured Lemberg, and it seemed not improbable that they would soon cross the Carpathians into Austria-Hungary. In those days Pallavicini, the Austrian ambassador, was a discouraged, lamentable figure. He confided to me his fears for the future, telling me that the German program of a short, decisive war had clearly failed, and that it was now quite evident that Germany could win, if she could win at all, which was exceedingly doubtful, only after a protracted struggle. I have described how Wangenheim, while preparing the Turkish army and navy for any eventualities, was simply holding Turkey in his hand, intending actively to use her forces only in case Germany failed to crush France and Russia in the first campaign. Now that that failure was manifest, Wangenheim was instructed to use the Turkish Empire as an active ally. Hitherto, this nation of 20 million had been a passive partner, held back by Wangenheim until Germany had decided that it would be necessary to pay the price of letting her into the war as a real participant. The time had come when Germany needed the Turkish army, and the outward sign that the situation had changed was the closing of the Dardanelles. Thus Wangenheim had accomplished the task for which he had been working, and in this act had fittingly crowned his achievement of bringing in the Goeben and the Breslau. Few Americans realize even today what an overwhelming influence this act wielded upon future military operations. Yet the fact that the war has lasted for so many years is explained by this closing of the Dardanelles. For this is the element in the situation that separated Russia from her allies, that in less than a year led to her defeat and collapse, which in turn was the reason why the Russian Revolution became possible. The map discloses that this enormous land of Russia has just 4 ways of reaching the seas. One is by way of the Baltic, and this the German fleet had already closed. Another is Archangel, on the Arctic Ocean, a port which is frozen over several months in the year, and which connects with the heart of Russia only by a long, single-track railroad. Another is the Pacific port of Vladivostok, also icebound for 3 months, which is in connection with Russia only by the thin line of the Siberian Railway, 5,000 miles long. The fourth passage was that of the Dardanelles. In fact, this was the only practicable one. This was the narrow gate through which the surplus products of 175 million people reached Europe, and 9/10 of all Russian exports and imports had gone this way for years. By suddenly closing it, Germany destroyed Russia both as an economic and a military power. By shutting off the exports of Russian grain, she deprived Russia of the financial power essential to successful warfare. What was perhaps even more fatal, she prevented England and France from getting munitions to the Russian battlefront in sufficient quantity to stem the German onslaught. As soon as the Dardanelles was closed, Russia had to fall back on Archangel and Vladivostok for such supplies as she could get from these ports. The cause of the military collapse of Russia in 1915 is now well known. The soldiers simply had no ammunition with which to fight. The first half of the year 1918 Germany spent in an unsuccessful attempt to drive a wedge between the French and English armies on the Western Front, to separate one ally from another and so obtain a position where she could attack each one separately. Yet the task of undoing the Franco-Russian treaty and driving such a wedge between Russia and her Western associates proved to have been an easy one. It was simply a matter, as I have described, of controlling a corrupt and degenerate government, getting possession, while she was still at peace, of her main executives, her army, her navy, her resources, and then, at the proper moment, ignoring the nominal rulers and closing a little strip of water about 20 miles long and 2 or 3 wide. It did not cost a single human life or the firing of a single gun, yet in a twinkling Germany accomplished what probably 3,000,000 men, opposed to a well-equipped Russian force, could not have brought to pass. It was one of the most dramatic military triumphs of the war, and it was all the work of German propaganda, German penetration, and German diplomacy. In the days following this bottling up of Russia, the Bosporus began to look like a harbor which has been suddenly stricken with the plague. Hundreds of ships arrived from Russia, Romania, and Bulgaria, loaded with grain, lumber, and other products, only to discover that they could go no further. There were not docks enough to accommodate them, and they had to swing out into the stream, drop anchor, and await developments. The waters were a cluster of masts and smokestacks, and the crowded vessels became so dense that a motorboat had difficulty in picking its way through the tangled forest. The Turks held out hopes that they might reopen the waterway, and for this reason these vessels, constantly increasing in number, waited patiently for a month or so. Then, one by one, they turned around, pointed their noses toward the Black Sea, and lugubriously started for their home ports. In a few weeks the Bosporus and adjoining waters had become a desolate waste. What for years had been one of the most animated shipping ports in the world was ruffled only by an occasional launch, or a tiny Turkish caïque, or now and then a little sailing vessel. And for an accurate idea of what this meant from a military standpoint, we need only to call to mind the Russian battlefront in the next year. There the peasants were fighting German artillery with their unprotected bodies, having few rifles and few heavy guns, while mountains of useless ammunition were piling up in their distant Arctic and Pacific ports, with no railroads to take them to the field of action. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Ambassador Morgenthau's Story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Turkey's abrogation of the capitulations. Enver living in a palace, with plenty of money and an imperial bride. Another question, which had been under discussion for several months, now became involved in the Turkish international situation. That was the matter of the capitulations. These were the treaty rights which for centuries had regulated the position of foreigners in the Turkish Empire. Turkey had never been admitted to a complete equality with European nations, and in reality she had never been an independent sovereignty. The Sultan's laws and customs differed so radically from those of Europe and America that no non-Muslim country could think of submitting its citizens in Turkey to them. In many matters, therefore, the principle of exterritoriality had always prevailed in favor of all citizens or subjects of countries enjoying capitulatory rights. Almost all European countries, as well as the United States, for centuries had had their own consular courts and prisons in which they tried and punished crimes which their nationals committed in Turkey. We all had our schools, which were subject not to Turkish law and protection, but to that of the country which maintained them. Thus Robert College and the Constantinople College for Women, those wonderful institutions which American philanthropy has erected on the Bosporus, as well as hundreds of American religious, charitable, and educational institutions, practically stood on American territory and looked upon the American embassy as their guardian. Several nations had their own post offices, as they did not care to submit their mail to the Ottoman postal service. Turkey, likewise, did not have unlimited power of taxation over foreigners.
It could not even increase their customs taxes without the consent of the foreign powers. In 1914 it could impose only 11% in tariff dues, and was attempting to secure the right to increase the amount to 14%. We have always regarded England as the only free trade country, overlooking the fact that this limitation in Turkey's customs dues had practically made the Ottoman Empire an unwilling follower of Cobden. Turkey was thus prohibited by the powers from developing any industries of her own. Instead, she was forced to take large quantities of inferior articles from Europe. Against these restrictions, Turkish statesmen had protested for years, declaring that they constituted an insult to their pride as a nation, and also interfered with their progress. However, the agreement was a bilateral one, and Turkey could not change it without the consent of all the contracting powers. Yet, certainly, the present moment, when both the Entente and the Central Powers were cultivating Turkey, served to furnish a valuable opportunity to make the change. And so, as soon as the Germans had begun their march towards Paris, the air was filled with reports that Turkey intended to abrogate the capitulations. Rumor said that Germany had consented, as part of the consideration for Turkish aid in the war, and that England had agreed to the abrogation as part of her payment for Turkish neutrality. Neither of these reports was true. What was manifest, however, was the panic which the mere suggestion of abrogation produced on the foreign population. The idea of becoming subject to the Turkish laws and perhaps being thrown into Turkish prisons made their flesh creep, and with good reason. About this time I had a long conference with Enver. He asked me to call at his residence, as he was laid up with an infected toe, the result of a surgical operation. I thus had an illuminating glimpse of the Minister of War en famille. Certainly this humble man of the people had risen in the world. His house, which was in one of the quietest and most aristocratic parts of the city, was a splendid old building, very large and very elaborate. I was ushered through a series of 4 or 5 halls, and as I went by one door the imperial princess, Enver's wife, slightly opened it and peeked through at me. Farther on, another Turkish lady opened her door and also obtained a fleeting glimpse of the ambassadorial figure. I was finally escorted into a beautiful room in which Enver lay reclining on a semi-sofa. He had on a long silk dressing-gown, and his stockinged feet hung languidly over the edge of the divan. He looked much younger than in his uniform. He was an extremely neat and well-groomed object, with a pale, smooth face, made even more striking by his black hair, and with delicate white hands and long tapering fingers. He might easily have passed for under 30, and in fact he was not much over that age. He had at hand a violin, and a piano nearby also testified to his musical taste. The room was splendidly tapestried. Perhaps its most conspicuous feature was a dais on which stood a golden chair. This was the marriage throne of Enver's imperial wife. As I glanced around at all this luxury, I must admit that a few uncharitable thoughts came to mind, and that I could not help pondering a question which was then being generally asked in Constantinople. Where did Enver get the money for this expensive establishment? He had no fortune of his own. His parents had been wretchedly poor, and his salary as a cabinet minister was only about $8,000. His wife had a moderate allowance as an imperial princess, but she had no private resources. Enver had never engaged in business. He had been a revolutionist, military leader, and politician all his life. But here he was living at a rate that demanded a very large income. In other ways Enver was giving evidences of a great and sudden prosperity, and already I had heard much of his investments in real estate, which were the talk of the town. Enver wished to discuss the capitulations. He practically said that the cabinet had decided on the abrogation, and he wished to know the attitude of the United States. He added that certainly a country which had fought for its independence as we had
would sympathize with Turkey's attempt to shake off these shackles. We had helped Japan free herself from similar burdens, and wouldn't we now help Turkey? Certainly Turkey was as civilized a nation as Japan. I answered that I thought that the United States might consent to abandon the capitulations insofar as they were economic. It was my opinion that Turkey should control her customs duties and be permitted to levy the same taxes on foreigners as on her own citizens. So long as the Turkish courts and Turkish prisons maintained their present standards, however, we could never agree to give up the judicial capitulations. Turkey should reform the abuses of her courts. Then, after they had established European ideas of the administration of justice, the matter could be discussed. Enver replied that Turkey would be willing to have mixed tribunals and to have the United States designate some of the judges, but I suggested that, inasmuch as American judges did not know the Turkish language or Turkish law, his scheme involved great practical difficulties. I also told him that the American schools and colleges were very dear to Americans, and that we would never consent to subjecting them to Turkish jurisdiction. Despite the protests of all the ambassadors, the Cabinet issued its notification that the capitulations would be abrogated on October 1st. This abrogation was all a part of the Young Turks' plan to free themselves from foreign tutelage and to create a new country on the basis of Turkey for the Turks. It represented, as I shall show, what was the central point of Turkish policy, not only in the empire's relation to foreign powers, but to her subject peoples. England's position on this question was about the same as our own. The British government would consent to the modification of the economic restrictions, but not the others. Wangenheim was greatly disturbed, and I think that his Foreign Office reprimanded him for letting the abrogation take place, because he blandly asked me to announce that I was the responsible person. As October 1st approached, the foreigners in Turkey were in a high state of apprehension. The Dardanelles had been closed, shutting them off from Europe, and they now felt that they were to be left to the mercy of Turkish courts and Turkish prisons. Inasmuch as it was the habit in Turkish prisons to herd the innocent with the guilty, and to place in the same room with murderers people who had been charged with minor offenses but not convicted of them, and to bastinado recalcitrant witnesses, the fears of the foreign residents may well be imagined. The educational institutions were also apprehensive, and in their interest I now appealed to Enver. He assured me that the Turks had no hostile intention toward Americans. I replied that he should show in unmistakable fashion that Americans would not be harmed. "All right," he answered. "What would you suggest?" "Why not ostentatiously visit Robert College on October 1st, the day the capitulations are abrogated?" I said. The idea was rather a unique one, for in all the history of this institution an important Turkish official had never entered its doors. But I knew enough of the Turkish character to understand that an open, ceremonious visit by Enver would cause a public sensation. News of it would reach the farthest limits of the Turkish Empire, and it was certain that the Turks would interpret it as meaning that one of the two most powerful men in Turkey had taken this and other American institutions under his patronage. Such a visit would exercise a greater protective influence over American colleges and schools in Turkey than an army corps. I was therefore greatly pleased when Enver promptly adopted my suggestion. On the day that the capitulations were abrogated, Enver appeared at the American Embassy with 2 autos, one for himself and me, and the other for his adjutants, all of whom were dressed in full uniform. I was pleased that Enver had made the proceeding so spectacular, for I wished it to have the widest publicity. On the ride up to the college I told Enver all about these American institutions and what they were doing for Turkey. He really knew very little about them, and, like most Turks, he half suspected that they concealed a political purpose. "We Americans are not looking for material advantages in Turkey," I said.
We merely demand that you treat kindly our children, these colleges, for which all the people in the United States have the warmest affection." I told him that Mr. Cleveland H. Dodge, president of the trustees of Robert College, and Mr. Charles R. Crane, president of the trustees of the Women's College, were intimate friends of President Wilson. "These," I added, "represent what is best in America and the fine altruistic spirit which in our country accumulates wealth and then uses it to found colleges and schools. In establishing these institutions in Turkey, they are trying, not to convert your people to Christianity, but to help train them in the sciences and arts, and so prepare to make them better citizens. Americans feel that the Bible lands have given them their religion, and they wish to repay with the best thing America has, its education." I then told him about Mrs. Russell Sage and Miss Helen Gould, who had made large gifts to the Women's College. "But where do these people get all the money for such benefactions?" Enver asked. I then entertained him for an hour or so with a few pages from our own American Knights. I told him how Jay Gould had arrived in New York, a penniless and ragged boy, with a mousetrap which he had invented, and how he had died almost 30 years afterward, leaving a fortune of about $100,000,000. I told him how Commodore Vanderbilt had started life as a ferryman and had become America's greatest railroad magnate, how Rockefeller had begun his career sitting on a high stool in a Cleveland commission house, earning $6 a week, and had created the greatest fortune that had ever been accumulated by a single man in the world's history. I told him how the Dodges had become our great copper kings, and the Cranes our great manufacturers of iron pipe. Enver found these stories more thrilling than any that had ever come out of Baghdad, and I found afterward that he had retold them so frequently that they had reached almost all the important people in Constantinople. Enver was immensely impressed also by what I said about the American institutions. He went through all the buildings and expressed his enthusiasm at everything he saw, and he even suggested that he would like to send his brother there. He took tea with Mrs. Gates, wife of President Gates, discussed most intelligently the courses, and asked if we could not introduce the study of agriculture. The teachers he met seemed to be a great revelation. "I expected to find these missionaries as they are pictured in the Berlin newspapers," he said, "with long hair and hanging jaws, and hands clasped constantly in a prayerful attitude. But here is Dr. Gates, talking Turkish like a native and acting like a man of the world. I am more than pleased, and thank you for bringing me." We all saw Enver that afternoon in his most delightful aspect. My idea that this visit in itself would protect the colleges from disturbance proved to have been a happy one. The Turkish Empire has been a tumultuous place in the last 4 years, but the American colleges have had no difficulties either with the Turkish government or with the Turkish populace. This visit was only an agreeable interlude in events of the most exciting character. Enver, amiable as he could be on occasion, had deliberately determined to put Turkey in the war on Germany's side. Germany had now reached the point where she no longer concealed her intentions. Once before, when I had interfered in the interest of peace, Wangenheim had encouraged my action. The reason, as I have indicated, was that at that time Germany had wished Turkey to keep out of the war, for the German General Staff expected to win without her help. But now Wangenheim wanted Turkey in. As I was not working in Germany's interest, but as I was anxious to protect American institutions, I still kept urging Enver and Talat to keep out. This made Wangenheim angry. "I thought that you were a neutral," he now exclaimed. "I thought that you were in Turkey," I answered. Toward the end of October, Wangenheim was leaving nothing undone to start hostilities. All he needed now was a favorable occasion. Even after Germany had closed the Dardanelles, the German ambassador's task was not an easy one. Talat was not yet entirely convinced that his best policy was war, and, as I have already said, there was still plenty of pro-Ally sympathy in official quarters. It was Talat's plan not to seize all the cabinet offices at once, but gradually to elbow his way into undisputed control. At this crisis, the most popularly respected members of the ministry were Djavid, Minister of Finance, a man who was Jewish by race but a Mohammedan by religion; Mahmud Pasha, Minister of Public Works, a Circassian; Bustani Effendi, Minister of Commerce and Agriculture, a Christian Arab; and Oskan Effendi, Minister of Posts and Telegraphs, an Armenian, and a Christian of course. All these leaders, as well as the Grand Vizier, openly opposed war, and all now informed Talat and Enver that they would resign if Germany succeeded in her intrigues. Thus the atmosphere was exciting. How tense the situation was a single episode will show. Sir Lewis Mallet, the British ambassador, had accepted an invitation to dine at the American Embassy on October 20th, but he sent word at the last moment that he was ill and could not come. I called on the ambassador an hour or two afterward, and found him in his garden, apparently in the best of health. Sir Lewis smiled and said that his illness had been purely political. He had received a letter telling him that he was to be assassinated that evening, this letter informing him of the precise spot where the tragedy was to take place, and the time. He therefore thought that he had better stay indoors. As I had no doubt that some such crime had been planned, I offered Sir Lewis the protection of our embassy. I gave him the key to the back gate of the garden, and with Lord Wellesley, one of his secretaries, a descendant of the Duke of Wellington, I made all arrangements for his escape to our quarters in case a flight became necessary. Our two embassies were so located that, in the event of an attack, he might go unobserved from the back gate of his to the back gate of ours. "These people are relapsing into the Middle Ages," said Sir Lewis, "when it was quite the thing to throw ambassadors into dungeons." And I think that he anticipated that the present Turks might treat him in the same way. I at once went to the Grand Vizier and informed him of the situation, insisting that nothing less than a visit from Talat to Sir Lewis, assuring him of his safety, would undo the harm already done. I could make this demand with propriety, as we had already made arrangements to take over British interests when the break came. Within 2 hours Talat made such a visit. Though one of the Turkish newspapers was printing scurrilous attacks on Sir Lewis, he was personally very popular with the Turks, and the Grand Vizier expressed his amazement and regret, and he was entirely sincere, that such threats had been made. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Ambassador Morgenthau's Story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Germany forces Turkey into the war. But we were all then in a highly nervous state, because we knew that Germany was working hard to produce a casus belli. Souchon frequently sent the Goeben and the Breslau to maneuver in the Black Sea, hoping that the Russian fleet would attack. There were several pending situations that might end in war. Turkish and Russian troops were having occasional skirmishes on the Persian and Caucasian frontier. On October 29th, Bedouin troops crossed the Egyptian border and had a little collision with British soldiers. On this same day I had a long talk with Talat. I called in the interest of the British ambassador to tell him about the Bedouins crossing into Egypt. "I suppose," Sir Lewis wrote me, "that this means war. You might mention this news to Talat, and impress upon him the possible results of this mad act." Already Sir Lewis had had difficulties with Turkey over this matter. When he had protested to the Grand Vizier about the Turkish troops near the Egyptian frontier, the Turkish statesman had pointedly replied that Turkey recognized no such thing as an Egyptian frontier. By this he meant, of course, that Egypt itself was Turkish territory, and that the English occupation was a temporary usurpation. When I brought this Egyptian situation to Talat's attention, he said that no Ottoman Bedouins had crossed into Egypt. The Turks had been building wells on the Sinai Peninsula to use in case war broke out with England. England was destroying these wells, and the Bedouins, said Talat, had interfered to stop this destruction. At this meeting, Talat frankly told me that Turkey had decided to side with the Germans and to sink or swim with them. He went again over the familiar grounds, and added that if Germany won, and Talat said that he was convinced that Germany would win, the Kaiser would get his revenge on Turkey if Turkey had not helped him to obtain this victory. Talat frankly admitted that fear, the motive, which, as I have said, is the one that chiefly inspires Turkish acts, was driving Turkey into a German alliance. He analyzed the whole situation most dispassionately. He said that nations could not afford such emotions as gratitude, or hate, or affection. The only guide to action should be cold-blooded policy. At this moment, said Talat, it is for our interest to side with Germany. If, a month from now, it is our interest to embrace France and England, we shall do that just as readily. Russia is our greatest enemy, he continued, and we are afraid of her. If now, while Germany is attacking Russia, we can give her a good strong kick, and so make her powerless to injure us for some time, it is Turkey's duty to administer that kick. And then, turning to me with a half-melancholy, half-defiant smile, he summed up the whole situation. Ich mit die Deutschen, he said in his broken German. Because the cabinet was so divided, however, the Germans themselves had to push Turkey over the precipice. The evening following my talk with Talat, most fateful news came from Russia. 3 Turkish torpedo boats had entered the harbor of Odessa, had sunk the Russian gunboat Donetsk, killing a part of the crew, and had damaged 2 Russian dreadnoughts. They also sank the French ship Portugal, killing 2 of the crew and wounding 2 others. They then turned their shells on the town and destroyed a sugar factory, with some loss of life. German officers commanded these Turkish vessels. There were very few Turks on board, as the Turkish crews had been given a holiday for the Turkish religious festival of Bayram. The act was simply a wanton and unprovoked one. The Germans raided the town deliberately in order to make war inevitable. The German officers on the General, as my friend had told me, were constantly threatening to commit some such act if Turkey did not do so. Well, now they had done it. When this news reached Constantinople, Cemal was playing cards at the Cercle d'Orient. As Cemal was Minister of Marine, this attack, had it been an official act of Turkey, could have been made only on his orders. When someone called him from the card table to tell him the news, Cemal was much excited. "I know nothing about it," he replied. "It has not been done by my orders." On the evening of the 29th I had another talk with Talat. He told me that he had known nothing of this attack beforehand, and that the whole responsibility rested with the German, Admiral Souchon. Whether Cemal and Talat were telling the truth in thus pleading ignorance I do not know. My opinion is that they were expecting some such outrage as this, but there is no question that the Grand Vizier, Said Halim, was genuinely grieved. When Monsieur Bompard and Sir Louis Mallet called on him and demanded their passports, he burst into tears. He begged them to delay. He was sure that the matter could be adjusted. The Grand Vizier was the only member of the cabinet whom Enver and Talat particularly wished to placate. As a prince of the royal house of Egypt, and as an extremely rich nobleman, his presence in the cabinet, as I have already said, gave it a certain standing. This probably explains the message which I now received. Talat asked me to call upon the Russian ambassador and ask what amends Turkey could make that would satisfy the Tsar. There is little likelihood that Talat sincerely wished me to patch up the difficulty. His purpose was merely to show the Grand Vizier that he was attempting to meet his wishes, and in this way to keep him in the cabinet. I saw Monsieur Diers, but found him in no submissive mood. He said that Turkey could make amends only by dismissing all the German officers in the Turkish army and navy. He had his instructions to leave at once, and he intended to do so. However, he would wait long enough in Bulgaria to receive their reply, and if they accepted his terms, he would come back. Russia herself will guarantee that the Turkish fleet does not again come into the Black Sea, said Monsieur Giers grimly. Tallet called on me in the afternoon, saying that he had just had lunch with Wangenheim. The cabinet had the Russian reply under consideration, he said. The Grand Vizier wished to have Monsieur Giers' terms put in writing. Would I attempt to get it? By this time Garrone, the Italian ambassador, had taken charge of Russian affairs, and I told Tallet that such negotiations were out of my hands, and that any further negotiations must be conducted through him. "Why don't you drop your mask as messenger boy of the Grand Vizier and talk to me as Tallet?" I asked. He laughed and said, "Well, Wangenheim, Enver, and I prefer that the war shall come now." Bustani, Oscan, Mahmoud, and Javed at once carried out their threats and resigned from the cabinet, thus leaving the government in the hands of Moslem Turks. The Grand Vizier, although he had threatened to resign, did not do so. He was exceedingly pompous and vain, and enjoyed the dignities of his office so much that, when it came to the final decision, he could not surrender them. Thus the net result of Turkey's entrance into the war, so far as internal politics was concerned, was to put the nation entirely in the hands of the Committee of Union and Progress, which now controlled the government in practically all its departments. Thus the idealistic organization which had come into existence to give Turkey the blessings of democracy had ended by becoming a tool of Prussian autocracy. One final picture I have of these exciting days. On the evening of the 30th I called at the British Embassy. British residents were already streaming in large numbers to my office for protection, and fears of ill treatment, even the massacre of foreigners, filled everybody's mind. Amid all this tension I found one imperturbable figure. Sir Lewis was sitting in the chancery before a huge fireplace, with large piles of documents heaped about him in a semicircle. Secretaries and clerks were constantly entering, their arms full of papers, which they added to the accumulations already surrounding the ambassador. Sir Lewis would take up document after document, glance through it, and almost invariably drop it into the fire. These papers contained the embassy records for probably 100 years. In them were written the great achievements of a long line of distinguished ambassadors. They contained the story of all the diplomatic triumphs in Turkey of Stratford de Redcliffe, the great Elchi, as the Turks called him, who, for the greater part of almost 50 years, from 1810 to 1858, practically ruled the Turkish Empire in the interest of England. The records of other great British ambassadors at the Sublime Porte now went, one by one, into Sir Lewis Mallet's fire. The long story of British ascendancy in Turkey had reached its close. The 20 years' campaign of the Kaiser to destroy England's influence and to become England's successor had finally triumphed, and the blaze in Sir Lewis's chancery was really the funeral pyre of England's vanished power in Turkey. As I looked upon this dignified and yet somewhat pensive diplomat, sitting there amid all the splendors of the British Embassy, I naturally thought of how once the sultans had bowed with fear and awe before the majesty of England, in the days when Prussia and Germany were little more than names. Yet the British ambassador, as is usually the case with British diplomatic and military figures, was quiet and self-possessed. We sat there before his fire and discussed the details of his departure. He gave me a list of the English residents who were to leave and those who were to stay, and I made final arrangements with Sir Lewis for taking over British interests. Distressing in many ways as was this collapse of British influence in Turkey, the honor of Great Britain and that of her ambassador was still secure. Sir Louis had not purchased Turkish officials with money, as had Wangenheim. He had not corrupted the Turkish press, trampled on every remaining vestige of international law, fraternized with a gang of political desperadoes, and conducted a ceaseless campaign of misrepresentations and lies against his enemy. The diplomatic game that had ended in England's defeat was one which English statesmen were not qualified to play. It called for talents such as only a Wangenheim possessed. It needed that German statecraft which, in accordance with Bismarck's maxim, was ready to sacrifice for the fatherland not only life, but honor. End of chapter 11. Ambassador Morgenthau's Story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Turks attempt to treat alien enemies decently, but the Germans insist on persecuting them. Soon after the bombardment of Edessa, I was closeted with Enver, discussing the subject which was then uppermost in the minds of all the foreigners in Turkey. How would the government treat its resident enemies? Would it intern them, establish concentration camps, pursue them with German malignity, and perhaps apply the favorite Turkish measure with Christians, torture and massacre? Thousands of enemy subjects were then living in the Ottoman Empire. Many of them had spent their whole lives there. Others had even been born on Ottoman soil. All these people, when Turkey entered the war, had every reason to expect the harshest kind of treatment. It is no exaggeration to say that most of them lived in constant fear of murder. The Dardanelles had been closed, so that there was little chance that outside help could reach these aliens. The capitulatory rights, under which they had lived for centuries, had been abrogated. There was really nothing between the foreign residents and destruction except the American flag. The state of war had now made me, as American ambassador, the protector of all British, French, Serbian, and Belgian subjects. I realized from the beginning that my task would be a difficult one. On one hand were the Germans, urging their well-known ideas of repression and brutality, while on the other were the Turks, with their traditional hatred of Christians, and their natural instinct to maltreat those who are helplessly placed in their power. Yet I had certain strong arguments on my side, and I now had called upon Enver for the purpose of laying them before him. Turkey desired the good opinion of the United States, and hoped, after the war, to find support among American financiers. At that time all the embassies in Constantinople took it for granted that the United States would be the peacemaker. If Turkey expected us to be her friend, I now told Enver, she would have to treat enemy foreigners in a civilized way. "You hope to be reinstated as a world power," I said. "You must remember that the civilized world will carefully watch you. Your future status will depend on how you conduct yourself in war." The ruling classes among the Turks, including Enver, realized that the outside world regarded them as people who had no respect for the sacredness of human life, or the finer emotions, and they keenly resented this attitude. I now reminded Enver that Turkey had a splendid opportunity to disprove all these criticisms. "The world may say you are barbarians," I argued. "Show by the way you treat these alien enemies that you are not. Only in this way can you be freed permanently from the ignominy of the capitulations. Prove that you are worthy of being emancipated from foreign tutelage. Be civilized, be modern." In view of what was happening in Belgium and northern France at that moment, my use of the word modern was a little unfortunate. Enver quickly saw the point. Up to this time he had maintained his usual attitude of erect and dignified composure, and his face, as always, had been attentive, imperturbable, almost expressionless. Now in a flash his whole bearing changed.
His countenance broke into a cynical smile. He leaned over, brought his fist down on the table, and said, "Modern? No. However Turkey shall wage war, at least we shall not be modern. That is the most barbaric system of all. We shall simply try to be decent." Naturally, I construed this as a promise. I understood the changeableness of the Turkish character well enough. However, to know that, more than a promise was necessary. The Germans were constantly prodding the Turkish officials, persuading them to adopt the favorite German plan against enemy aliens. Germany has revived many of the principles of ancient and medieval warfare, one of her most barbaric resurrections from the past being this practice of keeping certain representatives of the population, preferably people of distinction and influence, as hostages for the good behavior of others. At this moment the German military staff was urging the Turks to keep foreign residents for this purpose. Just as the Germans held non-combatants in Belgium as security for the friendliness of the Belgians, and placed Belgian women and children at the head of their advancing armies, so the Germans in Turkey were now planning to use French and British residents as part of their protective system against the Allied fleet. That this sinister influence was constantly at work I well knew. Therefore it was necessary that I should meet it immediately, and, if possible, gain the upper hand at the very start. I decided that the departure of the Entente diplomats and residents from Constantinople would really put to the test my ability to protect the foreign residents. If all the French and English who really wished to leave could safely get out of Turkey, I believed that this demonstration would have a restraining influence, not only upon the Germans, but upon the underlings of the Turkish official world. As soon as I arrived at the railroad station the day following the break, I saw that my task was to be a difficult one. I had arranged with the Turkish authorities for 2 trains, one for the English and French residents, which was to leave at 7 o'clock, and one for the diplomats and their staff, which was to go at 9. But the arrangement was not working according to schedule. The station was a surging mass of excited and frightened people. The police were there in full force, pushing the crowds back. The scene was an indescribable mixture of soldiers, gendarmes, diplomats, baggage, and Turkish functionaries. One of the most conspicuous figures was Bedri Bey, prefect of police, a lawyer-politician, who had recently been elevated to this position, and who keenly realized the importance of his new office. Bedri was an intimate friend and a political subordinate of Talat, and one of his most valuable tools. He ranked high in the Committee of Union and Progress, and aspired ultimately to obtain a cabinet position. Perhaps his most impelling motive was his hatred of foreigners and foreign influence. In his eyes, Turkey was the land exclusively of the Turks. He despised all the other elements in its population, and he particularly resented the control which the foreign embassies had for years exerted in the domestic concerns of his country. Indeed, there were few men in Turkey with whom the permanent abolition of the capitulations was such a serious matter. Naturally, in the next few months I saw much of Bedri. He was constantly crossing my path, taking an almost malicious pleasure in interfering with every move which I made in the interest of the foreigners. His attitude was half provoking, half jocular. We were always trying to outwit each other, I attempting to protect the French and British, Bedri always turning up as an obstacle to my efforts. The fight for the foreigners, indeed, almost degenerated into a personal duel between the prefect of police and the American embassy. Bedri was capable, well educated, very agile, and not particularly ill-natured, but he loved to toy with a helpless foreigner. Naturally, he found his occupation this evening a congenial one. "What's all the trouble about?" I asked Bedri. "We have changed our minds," he said, and his manner showed that the change had not been displeasing to him. "We shall let the train go that is to take the ambassadors and their staffs. But we have decided not to let the unofficial classes leave. That train that was to take them will not go." My staff and I had worked hard to get this safe passage for the enemy nationals. Now apparently some influence had negatived our efforts. This sudden change in plans was producing the utmost confusion and consternation. At the station there were two groups of passengers, one of which could go, and the other of which could not. The British and French ambassadors did not wish to leave their nationals behind, and the latter refused to believe that their train, which the Turkish officials had definitely promised, would not start some time that evening. I immediately called up Enver, who substantiated Bedri's statement. Turkey had many subjects in Egypt, he said, whose situation was causing great anxiety. Before the French and English residents could leave Turkey, assurances must be given that the rights of Turkish subjects in these countries would be protected. I had no difficulty in arranging this detail, for Sir Lewis Mallet immediately gave the necessary assurances. However, this did not settle the matter. Indeed, it had been little more than a pretext. Bedri still refused to let the train start. The order holding it up, he said, could not be rescinded, for that would now disarrange the general schedule, and might cause accidents. I recognized all this as mere Turkish evasion, and I knew that the order had come from a higher source than Bedri. Still, nothing could be done at that moment. Moreover, Bedri would let no one get on the diplomatic train until I had personally identified him. So I had to stand at a little gate and pass upon each applicant. Everyone, whether he belonged to the diplomatic corps or not, attempted to force himself through this narrow passageway, and we had an old-fashioned Brooklyn Bridge crush on a small scale. People were running in all directions, checking baggage, purchasing tickets, arguing with officials, consoling distracted women and frightened children, while Bedri, calm and collected, watched the whole pandemonium with an unsympathetic smile. Hats were knocked off, clothing was torn, and, to add to the confusion, Mallet, the British ambassador, became involved in a set-to with an officious Turk, the Englishman winning first honours easily, and I caught a glimpse of Bompard, the French ambassador, vigorously shaking a Turkish policeman. One lady dropped her baby in my arms, later another handed me a small boy, and still later, when I was standing at the gate identifying Turkey's departing guests, one of the British secretaries made me the custodian of his dog. Meanwhile, Sir Lewis Mallet became obstreperous and refused to leave. "I shall stay here," he said, "until the last British subject leaves Turkey." But I told him that he was no longer the protector of the British, that I, as American ambassador, had assumed this responsibility, and that I could hardly assert myself in this capacity if he remained in Constantinople. "Certainly," I said, "the Turks would not recognize me as in charge of British interests if you remain here." Moreover, I suggested that he remain at Deryagatch for a few days and await the arrival of his fellow British. Sir Lewis reluctantly accepted my point of view and boarded the train. As the train left the station, I caught my final glimpse of the British ambassador, sitting in a private car, almost buried in a mass of trunks, satchels, boxes, and diplomatic pouches, surrounded by his embassy staff, and sympathetically watched by his secretary's dog. The unofficial foreigners remained in the station several hours, hoping that at the last moment they would be permitted to go. Bedri, however, was inexorable. Their position was almost desperate. They had given up their quarters in Constantinople, and now found themselves practically stranded. Some were taken in by friends for the night, others found accommodations in hotels. But their situation caused the utmost anxiety. Evidently, despite all official promises, Turkey was determined to keep these foreign residents as hostages. On the one hand were Enver and Talat, telling me that they intended to conduct their war in a humane manner, and on the other were their underlings, such as Bedri, behaving in a fashion that negatived all these civilized pretensions. The fact was that the officials were quarreling among themselves about the treatment of foreigners, and the German General Staff was telling the Cabinet that they were making a great mistake in showing any leniency to their enemy aliens. Finally, I succeeded in making arrangements for them to leave the following day. Bedri, in more complacent mood, spent that afternoon at the embassy, viséing passports. We both went to the station in the evening, and started the train safely toward Dediagach. I gave a box of candy, Turkish delights, to each one of the 50 women and children on the train. It altogether was a happy party, and they made no attempt to hide their relief at leaving Turkey. At Dediagach they met the diplomatic corps, and the reunion that took place, I afterward learned, was extremely touching. I was made happy by receiving many testimonials of their gratitude, in particular a letter, signed by more than 100, expressing their thanks to Mrs. Morgenthau, the embassy staff, and myself. There were still many who wished to go, and next day I called on Talat in their behalf. I found him in one of his most gracious moods. The Cabinet, he said, had carefully considered the whole matter of English and French residence in Turkey, and my arguments, he added, had greatly influenced them. They had reached the formal decision that enemy aliens could leave or remain as they preferred. There would be no concentration camps. Civilians could pursue their usual business in peace, and, so long as they behaved themselves, they would not be molested. We propose to show, said Talat, by our treatment of aliens that we are not a race of barbarians. In return for this promise he asked a favor of me. Would I not see that Turkey was praised in American and European press for this decision? After returning to the embassy, I immediately sent for Mr. Theron Damon, correspondent of the Associated Press, Dr. Lederer, correspondent of the Berliner Tageblatt, and Dr. Sandler, who represented the Paris Herald, and gave them interviews, praising the attitude of Turkey toward the foreign residents. I also cabled the news to Washington, London, and Paris, and to all our consuls. Hardly had I finished with the correspondence when I again received alarming news. I had arranged for another train that evening, and I now heard that the Turks were refusing to vise the passports of those whose departure I had provided for. This news, coming right after Talat's explicit promise, was naturally disturbing. I immediately started for the railroad station, and the sight which I saw there increased my anger at the Minister of the Interior. A mass of distracted people filled the enclosure. The women were weeping, and the children were screaming, while a platoon of Turkish soldiers, commanded by an undersized popinjay of a major, was driving everybody out of the station with the flat sides of their guns. Bedri, as usual, was there, and, as usual, he was clearly enjoying the confusion. Certain of the passengers, he told me, had not paid their income tax, and for this reason they would not be permitted to leave. I announced that I would be personally responsible for this payment. "I can't get ahead of you, Mr. Ambassador, can I?" said Bedri with a laugh. From this we all thought that my offer had settled the matter, and that the train would leave according to schedule. But then suddenly came another order holding it up again. Since I had just had a promise from Talat, I decided to find that functionary and learn what all this meant. I jumped into my automobile and went to the Sublime Porte, where he usually had his headquarters. Finding no one there, I told the chauffeur to drive directly to Talat's house. Some time before I had visited Enver in his domestic surroundings, and this occasion now gave me the opportunity to compare his manner of life with that of his more powerful associate. The contrast was a startling one. I had found Enver living in luxury, in one of the most aristocratic parts of the town, while now I was driving to one of the poorer sections.
We came to a narrow street bordered by little rough, unpainted wooden houses. Only one thing distinguished this thoroughfare from all the others in Constantinople, and suggested that it was the abiding place of the most powerful man in the Turkish Empire. At either end stood a policeman, letting no one enter who could not give a satisfactory reason for doing so. Our auto, like all others, was stopped, but we were promptly permitted to pass when we explained who we were. As contrasted with Enver's palace, with its innumerable rooms and gorgeous furniture, Talat's house was an old, rickety, wooden 3-story building. All this, I afterward learned, was part of the setting which Talat had staged for his career. Like many an American politician, he had found his position as a man of the people a valuable political asset, and he knew that a sudden display of prosperity and ostentation would weaken his influence with the Union and Progress Committee, most of whose members, like himself, had risen from the lower walks of life. The contents of the house were quite in keeping with the exterior. There were no suggestions of Oriental magnificence. The furniture was cheap, a few coarse prints hung on the walls, and 1 or 2 well-worn rugs were scattered on the floor. On one side stood a wooden table, and on this rested a telegraph instrument, once Talat's means of earning a living, and now a means by which he communicated with his associates. In the present troubled conditions in Turkey, Talat sometimes preferred to do his own telegraphing. Amid these surroundings I awaited for a few minutes the entrance of the big boss of Turkey. In due time a door opened at the other end of the room, and a huge, lumbering, gaily decorated figure entered. I was startled by the contrast which this Talat presented to the one who had become such a familiar figure to me at the Sublime Porte. It was no longer the Talat of the European clothes and the thin veneer of European manners. The man whom I now saw looked like a real Bulgarian gypsy. Talat wore the usual red Turkish fez, the rest of his bulky form was clothed in thick gray pajamas, and from this combination protruded a round smiling face. His mood was half genial, half deprecating. Talat well understood what pressing business had led me to invade his domestic privacy, and his behavior now resembled that of the unrepentant bad boy in school. He came and sat down with a good-natured grin, and began to make excuses. Quietly the door opened again, and a hesitating little girl was pushed into the room, bringing a tray of cigarettes and coffee. Presently I saw that a young woman, apparently about 25 years old, was standing back of the child, urging her to enter. Here, then, were Talat's wife and adopted daughter. I had already discovered that, while Turkish women never enter society or act as hostesses, they are extremely inquisitive about their husbands' guests, and like to get surreptitious glimpses of them. Evidently, Madame Talat, on this occasion, was not satisfied with her preliminary view, for a few minutes afterward she appeared at a window directly opposite me, but entirely unseen by her husband, who was facing in the other direction, and there she remained very quiet and very observant for several minutes. As she was in the house she was unveiled. Her face was handsome and intelligent, and it was quite apparent that she enjoyed this close-range view of an American ambassador. "Well, Talat," I said, realizing that the time had come for plain speaking, "don't you know how foolishly you are acting? You told me a few hours ago that you had decided to treat the French and English decently, and you asked me to publish this news in the American and foreign press. I at once called in the newspaper men and told them how splendidly you were behaving. And this at your own request. The whole world will be reading about it tomorrow. Now you are doing your best to counteract all my efforts in your behalf. Here you have repudiated your first promise to be decent. Are you going to keep the promises you made me? Will you stick to them, or do you intend to keep changing your mind all the time? Now let's have a real understanding.
The thing we Americans particularly pride ourselves on is keeping our word. We do it as individuals and as a nation. We refuse to deal with people as equals who do not do this. You might as well understand now that we can do no business with each other unless I can depend on your promises." "Now, this isn't my fault," Talat answered. "The Germans are to blame for stopping that train. The German chief of staff has just returned and is making a big fuss, saying that we are too easy with the French and English, and that we must not let them go away. He says that we must keep them for hostages. It was his interference that did this." That was precisely what I had suspected. Talat had given me his promise, then Bronsart, head of the German staff, had practically countermanded his orders. Talat's admission gave me the opening which I had wished for. By this time my relations with Talat had become so friendly that I could talk to him with the utmost frankness. "Now, Talat," I said, "you have got to have someone to advise you in your relations with foreigners. You must make up your mind whether you want me or the German staff. Don't you think you will make a mistake if you place yourself entirely in the hands of the Germans? The time may come when you will need me against them." "What do you mean by that?" he asked, watching for my answer with intense curiosity. "The Germans are sure to ask you to do many things you don't want to do. If you can tell them that the American ambassador objects, my support may prove useful to you. Besides, you know you all expect peace in a few months. You know that the Germans really care nothing for Turkey, and certainly you have no claims on the Allies for assistance. There is only one nation in the world that you can look to as a disinterested friend, and that is the United States." This fact was so apparent that I hardly needed to argue it in any great detail. However, I had another argument that struck still nearer home. Already the struggle between the War Department and the civil powers had started. I knew that Talat, although he was Minister of the Interior and a civilian, was determined not to sacrifice a tittle of his authority to Enver, the Germans, and the representatives of the military. "If you let the Germans win this point today," I said, "you are practically in their power. You are now the head of affairs, but you are still a civilian. Are you going to let the military, represented by Enver and the German staff, overrule your orders? Apparently that is what has happened today. If you submit to it, you will find that they will be running things from now on. The Germans will put this country under martial law. Then where will you civilians be?" I could see that this argument was having its effect on Talat. He remained quiet for a few moments, evidently pondering my remarks. Then he said, with the utmost deliberation, "I'm going to help you." He turned around to his table and began working his telegraph instrument. I shall never forget the picture: this huge Turk, sitting there in his gray pajamas and his red fez, working industriously his own telegraph key, his young wife gazing at him through a little window, and the late afternoon sun streaming into the room. Evidently the ruler of Turkey was having his troubles, and as the argument went on over the telegraph, Talat would bang his key with increasing irritation. He told me that the pompous major at the station insisted on having Enver's written orders, since orders over the wire might easily be counterfeited. It took Talat some time to locate Enver, and then the dispute apparently started all over again. A piece of news which Talat received at that moment over the wire almost ruined my case. After a prolonged thumping of his instrument, in the course of which Talat's face lost its geniality and became almost savage, he turned to me and said, "The English bombarded the Dardanelles this morning and killed 2 Turks." And then he added, "We intend to kill 3 Christians for every Moslem killed." For a moment I thought that everything was lost. Talat's face reflected only one emotion: hatred of the English. Afterward, when reading the Cromer report on the Dardanelles,
I found that the British Committee stigmatized this early attack as a mistake, since it gave the Turks an early warning of their plans. I can testify that it was a mistake for another reason, for I now found that these few strange shots almost destroyed my plans to get the foreign residents out of Turkey. Talat was enraged, and I had to go over much of the ground again, but finally I succeeded in pacifying him once more. I saw that he was vacillating between his desire to punish the English and his desire to assert his own authority over that of Enver and the Germans. Fortunately, the latter motive gained ascendancy. At all hazard, he was determined to show that he was boss. We remained there for more than 2 hours, my involuntary host pausing now and then in his telegraphing to entertain me with the latest political gossip. Djavid, the Minister of Finance, he said, had resigned, but had promised to work for them at home. The Grand Vizier, despite his threats, had been persuaded to retain his office. Foreigners in the interior would not be molested unless Beirut, Alexandretta, or some unfortified port were bombarded, but if such attacks were made, they would exact reprisals of the French and English. Talat's conversation showed that he had no particular liking for the Germans. They were overbearing and insolent, he said, constantly interfering in military matters and treating the Turks with disdain. Finally, the train was arranged. Talat had shown several moods in this interview. He had been by turns sulky, good-natured, savage, and complacent. There is one phase of the Turkish character which Westerners do not comprehend, and that is its keen sense of humor. Talat himself greatly loved a joke and a funny story. Now that he had reestablished friendly relations and redeemed his promise, Talat became jocular once more. "Your people can go now," he said with a laugh. "It's time to buy your candies, Mr. Ambassador." This latter, of course, was a reference to the little gifts which I had made to the women and children the night before. We immediately returned to the station, where we found the disconsolate passengers sitting around waiting for a favorable word. When I told them that the train would leave that evening, their thanks and gratitude were overwhelming. End of chapter 12. Ambassador Morgenthau's Story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Invasion of Notre Dame de Sion. Talat's statement that the German Chief of Staff, Bronsart, had really held up this train was a valuable piece of information. I decided to look into the matter further, and with this idea in my mind, I called next day on Wangenheim. The Turkish authorities, I said, had solemnly promised that they would treat their enemies decently, and certainly I could not tolerate any interference in the matter from the German Chief of Staff. Wangenheim had repeatedly told me that the Germans were looking to President Wilson as the peacemaker, and I therefore used the same argument with him that I had urged on Talat. Proceedings of this sort would not help his country when the day of the final settlement came. Here, I said, we have a strange situation, a so-called barbarous country like Turkey attempting to make civilized warfare and treat their Christian enemies with decency and kindness, and on the other hand, a supposedly cultured and Christian nation like Germany, which is trying to persuade them to revert to barbarism. What sort of an impression do you think that will make on the American people? I asked Wangenheim. He expressed a willingness to help, and suggested, as my consideration for such help, that I should try to persuade the United States to insist on free commerce with Germany, so that his country could receive plentiful cargoes of copper, wheat, and cotton. This was a subject to which, as I shall relate, Wangenheim constantly returned. Despite Wangenheim's promise, I had practically no support from the German embassy in my attempt to protect the foreign residents from Turkish ill treatment. I realized that, owing to my religion, there might be a feeling in certain quarters that I was not exerting all my energies in behalf of these Christian peoples and religious organizations, hospitals, schools, monasteries, and convents, and I naturally thought that it would strengthen my influence with the Turks if I could have the support of my most powerful Christian colleagues. I had a long discussion on this matter with Pallavicini, himself a Catholic and the representative of the greatest Catholic power. Pallavicini frankly told me that Wangenheim would do nothing that would annoy the Turks. There was then a constant fear that the English and French fleets would force the Dardanelles, capture Constantinople, and hand it over to Russia, and only the Turkish forces, said Pallavicini, could prevent such a calamity. The Germans, therefore, believed that they were dependent on the good graces of the Turkish government, and would do nothing to antagonize them. Evidently Pallavicini wished me to believe that Wangenheim and he really desired to help. Yet this plea was hardly frank, for I knew all the time that Turkey, if the Germans had not constantly interfered, would have behaved decently. I found that the evil spirit was not the Turkish government, but von Bronsart, the German chief of staff. The fact that certain members of the Turkish cabinet, who represented European and Christian culture, men like Bustani and Oscan, had resigned as a protest against Turkey's action in entering the war, made the situation of foreigners even more dangerous. There was also much conflict of authority. A policy decided on one day would be reversed the next, the result being that we never knew where we stood. The mere fact that the government promised me that foreigners would not be maltreated by no means settled the matter, for some underling, like Bedri Bey, could frequently find an excuse for disregarding instructions. The situation, therefore, was one that called for constant vigilance. I had not only to get pledges from men like Talat and Enver, but I had personally to see that these pledges were carried into action. I awoke one November morning at 4 o'clock. I had been dreaming, or I had had a presentiment, that all was not going well with the Sciences Sœurs, a French sisterhood which had for many years conducted a school for girls in Constantinople. Madame Bompard, the wife of the French ambassador, and several ladies of the French colony had particularly requested us to keep a watchful eye on this institution. It was a splendidly conducted school. The daughters of many of the best families of all nationalities attended it, and when these girls were assembled, the Christians wearing silver crosses, and the non-Christians silver stars, the sight was particularly beautiful and impressive. Naturally, the thought of the brutal Turks breaking into such a community was enough to arouse the wrath of any properly constituted man. Though we had nothing more definite than an uneasy feeling that something might be wrong, Mrs. Morgenthau and I decided to go up immediately after breakfast. As we approached the building, we noted nothing particularly suspicious. The place was quiet, and the whole atmosphere was one of peace and sanctity. Just as we ascended the steps, however, 5 Turkish policemen followed on our heels. They crowded after us into the vestibule, much to the consternation of a few of the sisters who happened to be in the waiting room. The mere fact that the American ambassador came with the police in itself increased their alarm, though our arrival together was purely accidental. "What do you want?" I asked, turning to the men. As they spoke only Turkish, naturally they did not understand me, and they started to push me aside. My own knowledge of Turkish was extremely limited, but I knew that the word elçi meant ambassador, so pointing to myself, I said, "Elçi American." This scrap of Turkish worked like magic. In Turkey an ambassador is a much revered object, and these policemen immediately respected my authority. Meanwhile the sisters had sent for their superior, Mère Elvira. This lady was one of the most distinguished and influential personages in Constantinople. That morning, as she came in quietly and faced these Turkish policemen, showing not a sign of fear, and completely overawing them by the splendor and dignity of her bearing, she represented to my eyes almost a supernatural being. Mère Elvira was a daughter of one of the most aristocratic families of France. She was a woman of perhaps 40 years of age, with black hair and shining black eyes, all accentuated by a pale face that radiated culture, character, and intelligence. I could not help thinking, as I looked at her that morning, that there was not a diplomatic circle in the world to which she would not have added grace and dignity. In a few seconds, Mère Elvira had this present distracting situation completely under control. She sent for a sister who spoke Turkish, and questioned the policemen. They said that they were acting under Bedri's orders. All the foreign schools were to be closed that morning, the government intending to seize all their buildings. There were about 72 teachers and sisters in this convent. The police had orders to shut all these into 2 rooms, where they were to be held practically as prisoners. There were about 200 girls. These were to be turned out into the streets, and left to shift for themselves. The fact that it was raining in torrents, and that the weather was extremely cold, accentuated the barbarity of this proceeding. Yet every enemy school and religious institution in Constantinople was undergoing a similar experience at this time. Clearly this was a situation which I could not handle alone, and I at once telephoned my Turkish-speaking legal adviser. Herein is another incident which may have an interest for those who believe in providential intervention. When I arrived in Constantinople, telephones had been unknown, but in the last few months an English company had been introducing a system. The night before my experience with the Censeur, my legal adviser had called me up and proudly told me that his telephone had just been installed. I jotted down his number, and this memorandum I now found in my pocket. Without my interpreter I should have been hard pressed, and without this telephone I could not have immediately brought him to the spot. While waiting for his arrival, I delayed the operations of the policemen, and my wife, who fortunately speaks French, was obtaining all the details from the sisters. Mrs. Morgenthau understood the Turks well enough to know that they had other plans than the mere expulsion of the sisters and their charges. The Turks regard these institutions as repositories of treasure. The valuables which they contain are greatly exaggerated in the popular mind, and it was a safe assumption that, among other things, the expulsion was an industrious raiding expedition for tangible evidences of wealth. "Have you any money and other valuables here?" Mrs. Morgenthau asked of one of the sisters. Yes, they had quite a large amount. It was kept in a safe upstairs. My wife told me to keep the policemen busy, and then she and one of the sisters quietly disappeared from the scene. Upstairs the sister disclosed about 100 square pieces of white flannel, into each one of which had been sewn 20 gold coins. In all, the Censeur had in this liquid form about 50,000 francs. They had been fearing expulsion for some time, and had been getting together their money in this form, so that they could carry it away with them when forced to leave Turkey. Besides this, the sisters had several bundles of securities, and many valuable papers, such as the charter of their school. Certainly here was something that would appeal to Turkish cupidity. Mrs. Morgenthau knew that if the police once obtained control of the building, there would be little likelihood that the Censeur would ever see their money again. With the aid of the sisters, my wife promptly concealed as much as she could on her person, descended the stairs, and marched through the line of gendarmes out into the rain. Mrs. Morgenthau told me afterward that her blood almost ran cold with fright as she passed by these guardians of the law. From all external signs, however, she was absolutely calm and collected. She stepped into the waiting auto, was driven to the American Embassy, placed the money in our vault, and promptly returned to the school. Again Mrs. Morgenthau solemnly ascended the stairs with the sisters. This time they took her to the gallery of the cathedral, which stood behind the convent, but could be entered through it. One of the sisters lifted up a tile from a particular spot in the floor, and again disclosed a heap of gold coins. This was secreted on Mrs. Morgenthau's clothes, and once more she walked past the gendarmes out into the rain, and was driven rapidly to the embassy. In these 2 trips my wife succeeded in getting the money of the sisters to a place where it would be safe from the Turks. Between Mrs. Morgenthau's trips Bedri had arrived. He told me that Talat had himself given the order for closing all the institutions, and that they had intended to have the entire job finished before 9 o'clock. I have already said that the Turks have a sense of humor, but to this statement I should add that it sometimes manifests itself in a perverted form. Bedri now seemed to think that locking more than 70 Catholic sisters in 2 rooms, and turning 200 young and carefully nurtured girls into the streets of Constantinople was a great joke. "We were going to go at it early in the morning and have it all over before you heard anything about it," he said with a laugh, "but you never seemed to be asleep." "You are very foolish to try to play such tricks on us," I said. "Don't you know that I am going to write a book? If you go on behaving this way, I shall put you in as the villain." This remark was an inspiration of the moment. It was then that it first occurred to me that these experiences might prove sufficiently interesting for publication. Bedri took the statement seriously, and it seemed to have a sobering effect. "Do you really intend to write a book?" he asked, almost anxiously. "Why not?" I rejoined. "General Lew Wallace was minister here. Didn't he write a book? Sunset Cox was also minister here. Didn't he write one? Why shouldn't I? And you are such an important character that I shall have to give you a part. Why do you go on acting in a way that will make me describe you as a very bad man? These sisters here have always been your friends. They have never done you anything but good. They have educated many of your daughters. Why do you treat them in this shameful fashion?" This plea produced an effect. Bedri consented to postpone execution of the order until we could get Talat on the wire. In a few minutes I heard Talat laughing over the telephone. "I tried to escape you," he said, "but you have caught me again. Why make such a row about this matter? Didn't the French themselves expel all their nuns and monks? Why shouldn't we do it?" After I had remonstrated over this indecent haste, Talat told Bedri to suspend the order until we had a chance to talk the matter over. Naturally, this greatly relieved Mère Elvira and the sisters. Just as we were about to leave, Bedri suddenly had a new idea. There was one detail which he had apparently forgotten. "We'll leave the Sion sisters alone for the present," he said, "but we must get their money." Reluctantly, I acquiesced in his suggestion, knowing that all the valuables were safely reposing in the American Embassy. So I had the pleasure of standing by and watching Bedri and his associates search the whole establishment. All they turned up was a small tin box containing a few copper coins, a prize which was so trifling that the Turks disdained to take it. They were much puzzled and disappointed, and from that day to this they have never known what became of the money. If my Turkish friends do me the honor of reading these pages, they will find that I have explained here for the first time one of the many mysteries of those exciting days. As some of the windows of the convent opened on the court of the cathedral, which was Vatican property, we contended that the Turkish government could not seize it. Such of the sisters as were neutrals were allowed to remain in possession of the part that faced the Vatican land, while the rest of the building was turned into an engineers' school. We arranged that the French nuns should have 10 days to leave for their own country. They all reached their destination safely, and most are at present engaged in charities and war work in France. My jocular statement that I intended to write a book deeply impressed Bedri, and in the next few weeks he repeatedly referred to it. I kept banteringly telling him that, unless his behavior improved, I should be forced to picture him as the villain. One day he asked me in all seriousness whether he could not do something that would justify me in portraying him in a more favorable light. This attitude gave me an opportunity I had been seeking for some time. Constantinople had for many years been a center for the white slave trade, and a particularly vicious gang was then operating under cover of a fake synagogue. A committee, organized to fight this crew, had made me an honorary chairman. I told Badri that he now had the chance to secure a reputation. Because of the war, his powers as prefect of police had been greatly increased, and a little vigorous action on his part would permanently rid the city of this disgrace. The enthusiasm with which Badri adopted my suggestion, and the thoroughness and ability with which he did the work, entitle him to the gratitude of all decent people. In a few days, every white slave trader in Constantinople was scurrying for safety. Most were arrested, a few made their escape. Such as were foreigners, after serving terms in jail, were expelled from the country. Bedri furnished me photographs of all the culprits, and they are now on file in our State Department. I was not writing a book at that time, but I felt obliged to secure some public recognition for Bedri's work. I therefore sent his photograph, with a few words about his achievement, to the New York Times, which published it in a Sunday edition. That a great American newspaper had recognized him in this way delighted Bedri beyond words. For months he carried in his pocket the page of the Times containing his picture, showing it to all his friends. This event ended my troubles with the prefect of police. For the rest of my stay we had very few serious clashes. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Ambassador Morgenthau's Story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wangenheim and the Bethlehem Steel Company, a holy war that was made in Germany. All this time I was increasing my knowledge of the modern German character as illustrated in Wangenheim and his associates. In the early days of the war, the Germans showed their most ingratiating side to the Americans. As time went on, however, and it became apparent that public opinion in the United States almost unanimously supported the Allies, and that the Washington administration would not disregard the neutrality laws in order to promote Germany's interest, this friendly attitude changed and became almost hostile. The grievance to which the German ambassador constantly returned with tiresome iteration was the old familiar one, the sale of American ammunition to the Allies. I hardly ever met him that he did not speak about it. He was constantly asking me to write to President Wilson, urging him to declare an embargo. Of course, my contention that the commerce in munitions was entirely legitimate made no impression. As the struggle at the Dardanelles became more intense, Wangenheim's insistence on the subject of American ammunition grew. He asserted that most of the shells used at the Dardanelles had been made in America, and that the United States was really waging war on Turkey. One day, more angry than usual, he brought me a piece of shell. On it clearly appeared the inscription B.S. Company. "Look at that," he said. "I suppose you know what B.S. Company means. That is the Bethlehem Steel Company. This will make the Turks furious. And remember that we are going to hold the United States responsible for it. We are getting more and more proof, and we are going to hold you to account for every death caused by American shells. If you would only write home and make them stop selling ammunition to our enemies, the war would be over very soon." I made the usual defense, and called Wangenheim's attention to the fact that Germany had sold munitions to Spain in the Spanish War, but all this was to no purpose. All that Wangenheim saw was that American supplies formed an asset to his enemy. The legalities of the situation did not interest him. Of course, I refused point blank to write to the President about the matter. A few days afterward an article appeared in the Ikdam discussing Turkish and American relations. This contribution, for the greater part, was extremely complimentary to America. Its real purpose, however, was to contrast the present with the past, and to point out that our action in furnishing ammunition to Turkey's enemies was hardly in accordance with the historic friendship between the two countries. The whole thing was evidently written merely to get before the Turkish people a statement almost parenthetically included in the final paragraph. According to the report of correspondents at the Dardanelles, it appears that most of the shells fired by the British and French during the last bombardment were made in America. At this time the German embassy controlled the Iqdam and was conducting it entirely in the interest of German propaganda. A statement of this sort, instilled into the minds of impressionable and fanatical Turks, might have the most deplorable consequences. I therefore took the matter up immediately with the man whom I regarded as chiefly responsible for the attack, the German ambassador. At first Wangenheim asserted his innocence. He was as bland as a child in protesting his ignorance of the whole affair. I called his attention to the fact that the statements in the Iqdam were almost identically the same as those which he had made to me a few days before, that the language in certain spots, indeed, was almost a repetition of his own conversation. "Either you wrote that article yourself," I said, "or you called in the reporter and gave him the leading ideas." Wangenheim saw that there was no use in further denying the authorship. "Well," he said, throwing back his head, "what are you going to do about it?" This Tweed-like attitude rather nettled me, and I resented it on the spot. "I'll tell you what I'm going to do about it," I replied, "and you know that I will be able to carry out my threats. Either you stop stirring up anti-American feeling in Turkey, or I shall start a campaign of anti-German sentiment here. You know, Baron," I added, "that you Germans are skating on very thin ice in this country. You know that the Turks don't love you any too well. In fact, you know that Americans are more popular here than you are. Supposing that I go out, tell the Turks how you are simply using them for your own benefit, that you do not really regard them as your allies, but merely as pawns in the game which you are playing. Now, in stirring up anti-American feeling here, you are touching my softest spot. You are exposing our educational and religious institutions to the attacks of the Turks. No one knows what they may do if they are persuaded that their relatives are being shot down by American bullets. You stop this at once, or in 3 weeks I will fill the whole of Turkey with animosity toward the Germans. It will be a battle between us, and I am ready for it." Wangenheim's attitude changed at once. He turned around, put his arm on my shoulder, and assumed a most conciliatory, almost affectionate manner. "Come, let us be friends," he said. "I see that you are right about this. I see that such attacks might injure your friends, the missionaries. I promise you that they will be stopped." From that day the Turkish press never made the slightest unfriendly allusion to the United States. The abruptness with which the attacks ceased showed me that the Germans had evidently extended to Turkey one of the most cherished expedients of the Fatherland, absolute government control of the press. But when I think of the infamous plots which Wangenheim was instigating at that moment, his objection to the use of a few American shells by English battleships, if English battleships used any such shells, which I seriously doubt, seems almost grotesque. In the early days Wangenheim had explained to me one of Germany's main purposes in forcing Turkey into the conflict. He made this explanation quietly and nonchalantly, as though it had been quite the most ordinary matter in the world. Sitting in his office, puffing away at his big black German cigar, he unfolded Germany's scheme to arouse the whole fanatical Moslem world against the Christians. Germany had planned a real holy war, as one means of destroying English and French influence in the world. Turkey herself is not the really important matter, said Wangenheim. Her army is a small one, and we do not expect it to do very much. For the most part, I will act on the defensive. But the big thing is the Muslim world. If we can stir the Mohammedans up against the English and Russians, we can force them to make peace. What Wangenheim evidently meant by the big thing became apparent on November 13th, when the Sultan issued his declaration of war. This declaration was really an appeal for a jihad, or a holy war against the infidel. Soon afterward the Sheikh ul Islam published his proclamation, summoning the whole Moslem world to arise and massacre their Christian oppressors. "O Moslems," concluded this document, "ye who are smitten with happiness are now on the verge of sacrificing your life and your goods for the cause of right, and braving perils, gather now around the imperial throne, obey the commands of the Almighty, who, in the Koran, promises us bliss in this and in the next world. Embrace ye the foot of the Caliph's throne, and know ye that the state is at war with Russia, England, France, and their allies, and that these are the enemies of Islam. The chief of the believers, the Caliph, invites you all as Muslims to join in the holy war." The religious leaders read this proclamation to their assembled congregations in the mosques. All the newspapers printed it conspicuously. It was spread broadcast in all the countries which had large Mohammedan populations: India, China, Persia, Egypt, Algiers, Tripoli, Morocco, and the like. In all these places it was read to the assembled multitudes, and the populace was exhorted to obey the mandate. The Ikdam, the Turkish newspaper which had passed into German ownership, was constantly inciting the masses. "The deeds of our enemies," wrote this Turco-German editor, "have brought down the wrath of God. A gleam of hope has appeared. All Mohammedans, young and old, men, women, and children, must fulfill their duty so that the gleam may not fade away, but give light to us forever. How many great things can be accomplished by the arms of vigorous men, by the aid of others, of women and children? The time for action has come. We shall all have to fight with all our strength, with all our soul, with teeth and nails, and all the sinews of our bodies and of our spirits. If we do it, the deliverance of the subjected Mohammedan kingdoms is assured. Then, if God so wills, we shall march unashamed by the side of our friends who send their greetings to the Crescent. Allah is our aid, and the Prophet is our support." The Sultan's proclamation was an official public document, and dealt with the proposed holy war only in a general way, but about this same time a secret pamphlet appeared which gave instructions to the faithful in more specific terms. This paper was not read in the mosques. It was distributed stealthily in all Mohammedan countries, India, Egypt, Morocco, Syria, and many others, and it was significantly printed in Arabic, the language of the Koran. It was a lengthy document. The English translation contains 10,000 words, full of quotations from the Koran, and its style was frenzied in its appeal to racial and religious hatred. It described a detailed plan of operations for the assassination and extermination of all Christians, except those of German nationality. A few extracts will fairly portray its spirit. "O people of the faith, and O beloved Muslims, consider, even though but for a brief moment, the present condition of the Islamic world. For if you consider this but for a little, you will weep long. You will behold a bewildering state of affairs which will cause the tear to fall and the fire of grief to blaze. You see the great country of India, which contains hundreds of millions of Muslims, fallen, because of religious divisions and weaknesses, into the grasp of the enemies of God, the infidel English. You see 40 millions of Muslims in Java shackled by the chains of captivity and of affliction under the rule of the Dutch, although these infidels are much fewer in number than the faithful, and do not enjoy a much higher civilization. You see Egypt, Morocco, Tunis, Algiers, and the Sudan suffering the extremes of pain, and groaning in the grasp of the enemies of God and His Apostle. You see the vast country of Siberia and Turkestan, and Khiva and Bokhara, and the Caucasus and the Crimea, and Kazan and Epherhan and Khozaistan, whose Muslim peoples believe in the unity of God, ground under the feet of their oppressors, who are the enemies already of our religion. You behold Persia being prepared for partition, and you see the city of the Caliphate, which for ages has unceasingly fought breast to breast with the enemies of our religion, now become the target for oppression and violence. Thus, wherever you look you see that the enemies of the true religion, particularly the English, the Russian, and the French, have oppressed Islam and invaded its rights in every possible way. We cannot enumerate the insults we have received at the hands of these nations, who desire totally to destroy Islam and drive all Mohammedans off the face of the earth. This tyranny has passed all endurable limits. The cup of our oppression is full to overflowing. In brief, the Muslims work and the infidels eat. The Muslims are hungry and suffer, and the infidels gorge themselves and live in luxury. The world of Islam sinks down and goes backward, and the Christian world goes forward, and is more and more exalted. The Muslims are enslaved, and the infidels are the great rulers. This is all because the Muslims have abandoned the plan set forth in the Koran, and ignored the holy war which it commands. But the time has now come for the holy war, and by this the land of Islam shall be forever freed from the power of the infidels who oppress it. This holy war has now become a sacred duty. Know ye that the blood of infidels in the Islamic lands may be shed with impunity, except those to whom the Muslim power has promised security and who are allied with it. Herein we find that Germans and Austrians are excepted from massacre. The killing of infidels who rule over Islam has become a sacred duty, whether you do it secretly or openly, as the Koran has decreed. Take them and kill them whenever you find them. Behold, we have delivered them unto your hands, and given you supreme power over them. He who kills even one unbeliever of those who rule over us, whether he does it secretly or openly, shall be rewarded by God. And let every Muslim, in whatever part of the world he may be, swear a solemn oath to kill at least 3 or 4 of the infidels who rule over him, for they are the enemies of God and of the faith. Let every Muslim know that his reward for doing so shall be doubled by God, who created heaven and earth. A Muslim who does this shall be saved from the terrors of the day of judgment, of the resurrection of the dead. Who is the man who can refuse such a recompense for such a small deed? Yet the time has come that we should rise up as the rising of one man, in one hand a sword, in the other a gun, in his pocket balls of fire and death-dealing missiles, and in his heart the light of the faith, that we should lift up our voices, saying India for the Indian Muslims, Java for the Javanese Muslims, Algeria for the Algerian Muslims, Morocco for the Moroccan Muslims, Tunis for the Tunisian Muslims, Egypt for the Egyptian Muslims, Iran for the Iranian Muslims, Turan for the Turanian Muslims, Bokhara for the Bokharan Muslims, Caucasus for the Caucasian Muslims, and the Ottoman Empire for the Ottoman Turks and Arabs. Specific instructions for carrying out this holy purpose follow. There shall be a heart war. Every follower of the Prophet, that is, shall constantly nourish in his spirit a hatred of the infidel. A speech war. With tongue and pen every Muslim shall spread this same hatred wherever Mohammedans live, and a war of deed fighting and killing the infidel wherever he shows his head. This latter conflict, says the pamphlet, is the true war. There is to be a little holy war and a great holy war. The first describes the battle which every Mohammedan is to wage in his community against his Christian neighbors, and the second is the great world struggle which united Islam in India, Arabia, Turkey, Africa, and other countries is to wage against the infidel oppressors. The holy war, says the pamphlet, will be of 3 forms. First, the individual war, which consists of the individual personal deed. This may be carried on with cutting, killing instruments, like the holy war which one of the faithful made against Peter Gailey, the infidel English governor, like the slaying of the English chief of the police of India, and like the killing of one of the officials arriving in Mecca by Abir Busir, may God be pleased with him. The document gives several other instances of assassination which the faithful are enjoined to imitate. Second, the believers are told to organize bands and to go forth and slay Christians. The most useful are those organized and operating in secret. It is hoped that the Islamic world of today will profit very greatly from such secret bands. The third method is by organized campaigns, that is, by trained armies. In all parts of this incentive to murder and assassination there are indications that a German hand has exercised an editorial supervision. Only those infidels are to be slain who rule over us, that is, those who have Mohammedan subjects. As Germany has no such subjects, this saving clause was expected to protect Germans from assault. The Germans, with their usual interest in their own well-being and their usual disregard of their ally, evidently overlooked the fact that Austria had many Mohammedan subjects in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Muslims are instructed that they should form armies, even though it may be necessary to introduce some foreign elements, that is, bring in German instructors and German officers. You must remember, this is evidently intended as a blanket protection to Germans everywhere, that it is absolutely unlawful to oppose any of the peoples of other religions between whom and the Muslims there is a covenant, or of those who have not manifested hostility to the seat of the Caliphate, or those who have entered under the protection of the Muslims. Even though I had not had Wangenheim's personal statement that the Germans intended to arouse the Mohammedans everywhere against England, France, and Russia, these interpolations would clearly enough have indicated the real inspiration of this amazing document. At the time Wangenheim discussed the matter with me, his chief idea seemed to be that a holy war of this sort would be the quickest means of forcing England to make peace. According to this point of view, it really was a great piece of offensive. At that time Wangenheim reflected the conviction, which was prevalent in all official circles, that Germany had made a mistake in bringing England into the conflict, and it was evidently his idea now that if backfires should be started against England in India, Egypt, the Sudan, and other places, the British Empire would withdraw. Even if British Mohammedans refused to rise, Wangenheim believed that the mere threat of such an uprising would induce England to abandon Belgium and France to their fate. The danger of spreading such incendiary literature among a wildly fanatical people is apparent. I was not the only neutral diplomat who feared the most serious consequences. Monsieur Tochev, the Bulgarian minister, one of the ablest members of the diplomatic corps, was much disturbed. At that time Bulgaria was neutral, and Monsieur Tochev used to tell me that his country hoped to maintain this neutrality. Each side, he said, expected that Bulgaria would become its ally, and it was Bulgaria's policy to keep each side in this expectant frame of mind. Should Germany succeed in starting a holy war, and should massacres result, Bulgaria, added Monsieur Tochev, would certainly join forces with the Entente. We arranged that he should call upon Wangenheim and repeat this statement, and that I should bring similar pressure to bear upon Enver. From the first, however, the holy war proved a failure. The Mohammedans of such countries as India, Egypt, Algiers, and Morocco knew that they were getting far better treatment than they could obtain under any other conceivable conditions. Moreover, the simple-minded Mohammedans could not understand why they should prosecute a holy war against Christians and at the same time have Christian nations such as Germany and Austria as their partners. This association made the whole proposition ridiculous. The Koran, it is true, commands the slaughter of Christians, But that sacred volume makes no exception in favor of the Germans, and in the mind of the fanatical Mohammedan, a German raya is as much Christian dirt as an Englishman or a Frenchman, and his massacre is just as meritorious an act. The fine distinctions necessitated by European diplomacy he understands about as completely as he understands the laws of gravitation or the nebular hypothesis. The German failure to take this into account is only another evidence of the fundamental German clumsiness and real ignorance of racial psychology. The only tangible fact that stands out clearly is the Kaiser's desire to let loose 300 million Mohammedans in a gigantic St. Bartholomew massacre of Christians. Was there then no holy war at all? Did Wangenheim's big thing really fail? Whenever I think of this burlesque jihad, a particular scene in the American embassy comes to my mind. On one side of the table sits Enver, most peacefully sipping tea and eating cakes, and on the other side is myself, engaged in the same unwarlike occupation. It is November 14th, the day after the Sultan has declared this holy war. There have been meetings at the mosques and other places, at which the declaration has been read and fiery speeches made. Enver now assures me that absolutely no harm will come to Americans. In fact, there will be no massacres anyway. While he is talking, one of my secretaries comes in and tells me that a little mob is making demonstrations against certain foreign establishments. It has assailed an Austrian shop which has unwisely kept up its sign saying that it has English clothes for sale. I ask Enver what this means. He answers that it is all a mistake. There is no intention of attacking anybody. A little while after he leaves, I am informed that the mob has attacked the Bon Marché, a French dry goods store, and is heading directly for the British Embassy. I at once call Enver on the telephone. "It is all right," he says. "Nothing will happen to the Embassy." A minute or two after, the mob immediately wheels about and starts for Tokatlian's, the most important restaurant in Constantinople. The fact that this is conducted by an Armenian makes it fair game. 6 men who have poles, with hooks at the end, break all the mirrors and windows. Others take the marble tops of the tables and smash them to bits. In a few minutes the place has been completely gutted. This demonstration comprised the Holy War, so far as Constantinople understood it. Such was the inglorious end of Germany's attempt to arouse 300 million Mohammedans against the Christian world. Only one definite result did the Kaiser accomplish by spreading this inciting literature. It aroused in the Mohammedan soul all that intense animosity toward the Christian which is the fundamental fact in his strange emotional nature, and thus started passions aflame that afterwards spent themselves in the massacres of the Armenians and other subject peoples. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Ambassador Morgenthau's story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Djemal, a troublesome Mark Antony, the first German attempt to get a German peace. In early November 1914, the railroad station at Haidar Pasha was the scene of a great demonstration. Djemal, the Minister of Marine, one of the 3 men who were then the most powerful in the Turkish Empire, was leaving to take command of the 4th Turkish Army, which had its headquarters in Syria. All the members of the cabinet and other influential people in Constantinople assembled to give this departing satrap an enthusiastic farewell. They hailed him as the savior of Egypt, and Djemal himself, just before his train started, made this public declaration: "I shall not return to Constantinople until I have conquered Egypt." The whole performance seemed to me to be somewhat bombastic. Inevitably it called to mind the third member of another bloody triumvirate who, nearly 2,000 years before, had left his native land to become the supreme dictator of the East. And Djemal had many characteristics in common with Mark Antony. Like his Roman predecessor, his private life was profligate. Like Antony, he was an insatiate gambler, spending much of his leisure over the card table at the Cercle d'Orient. Another trait which he had in common with the great Roman orator was his enormous vanity. The Turkish world seemed to be disintegrating in Djemal's time, just as the Roman Republic was dissolving in the days of Antony. Djemal believed that he might himself become the heir of one or more of its provinces, and possibly establish a dynasty. He expected that the military expedition on which he was now starting would make him not only the conqueror of Turkey's fairest province, but also one of the powerful figures of the world. Afterward, in Syria, he ruled as independently as a medieval robber baron, whom in other details he resembled. He became a kind of sub-sultan, holding his own court, having his own selamlik, issuing his own orders, dispensing freely his own kind of justice, and often disregarding the authorities at Constantinople. The applause with which Djemal's associates were speeding his departure was not entirely disinterested. The fact was that most of them were exceedingly glad to see him go. He had been a thorn in the side of Talat and Enver for some time, and they were perfectly content that he should exercise his imperious and stubborn nature against the Syrians, Armenians, and other non-Muslim elements in the Mediterranean provinces. Djemal was not a popular man in Constantinople. The other members of the triumvirate, in addition to their less desirable qualities, had certain attractive traits. Talat, his rough virility and spontaneous good nature; Enver, his courage and personal graciousness. But there was little about Djemal that was pleasing. An American physician who had specialized in the study of physiognomy had found Djemal a fascinating subject. He told me that he had never seen a face that so combined ferocity with great power and penetration. Enver, as his history showed, could be cruel and bloodthirsty, but he hid his more insidious qualities under a face that was bland, unruffled, and even agreeable. Djemal, however, did not disguise his tendencies, for his face clearly pictured the inner soul. His eyes were black and piercing; their sharpness, the rapidity and keenness with which they darted from one object to another, taking in apparently everything with a few lightning-like glances, signalized cunning, remorselessness, and selfishness to an extreme degree. Even his laugh, which disclosed all his white teeth, was unpleasant and animal-like. His black hair and black beard, contrasting with his pale face, only heightened this impression. At first Djemal's figure seemed somewhat insignificant. He was undersized, almost stumpy, and somewhat stoop-shouldered. As soon as he began to move, however, it was evident that his body was full of energy. Whenever he shook your hand, gripping you with a vice-like grasp and looking at you with those roving, penetrating eyes, the man's personal force became impressive. Yet, after a momentary meeting, I was not surprised to hear that Djemal was a man with whom assassination and judicial murder were all a part of the day's work. Like all the young Turks, his origin had been extremely humble. He had joined the Committee of Union and Progress in the early days, and his personal power, as well as his relentlessness, had rapidly made him one of the leaders. After the murder of Nazim, Djemal had become military governor of Constantinople, his chief duty in this post being to remove from the scene the opponents of the ruling powers. This congenial task he performed with great skill, and the reign of terror that resulted was largely Djemal's handiwork. Subsequently Djemal became member of the cabinet, but he could not work harmoniously with his associates. He was always a troublesome partner. In the days preceding the break with the Entente, he was popularly regarded as a Francophile. Whatever feeling Djemal may have entertained toward the Entente, he made little attempt to conceal his detestation of the Germans. It is said that he would swear at them in their presence, in Turkish of course, and he was one of the few important Turkish officials who never came under their influence. The fact was that Djemal represented that tendency which was rapidly gaining ascendancy in Turkish policy, pan-Turkism. He despised the subject peoples of the Ottoman country, Arabs, Greeks, Armenians, Circassians, Jews. It was his determination to Turkify the whole empire. His personal ambition brought him into frequent conflict with Enver and Talat, who told me many times that they could not control him. It was for this reason that, as I have said, they were glad to see him go. Not that they really expected him to capture the Suez Canal and drive the English out of Egypt. Incidentally, this appointment fairly indicated the incongruous organization that then existed in Turkey. As Minister of Marine, Djemal's real place was at the Navy Department. Instead of working in his official field, the head of the Navy was sent to lead an army over the burning sands of Syria and Sinai. Yet Djemal's expedition represented Turkey's most spectacular attempt to assert its military power against the Allies. As Djemal moved out of the station, the whole Turkish populace felt that an historic moment had arrived. Turkey in less than a century had lost the greater part of her dominions, and nothing had more pained the national pride than the English occupation of Egypt. All during this occupation, Turkish suzerainty had been recognized. As soon as Turkey declared war on Great Britain, however, the British had ended this fiction, and had formally taken over this great province. Djemal's expedition was Turkey's reply to this act of England. The real purpose of the war, the Turkish people had been told, was to restore the vanishing empire of the Osmans, and to this great undertaking the recovery of Egypt was merely the first step. The Turks also knew that, under English administration, Egypt had become a prosperous country, and that it would, therefore, yield great treasure to the conqueror. It is no wonder that the huzzas of the Turkish people followed the departing Djemal. About the same time, Enver left to take command of Turkey's other great military enterprise, the attack on Russia through the Caucasus. Here also were Turkish provinces to be redeemed. After the War of 1878, Turkey had been compelled to cede to Russia certain rich territories between the Caspian and the Black Seas, inhabited chiefly by Armenians, and it was this country which Enver now proposed to conquer. But Enver had no ovation on his leaving. He went away quietly and unobserved. With the departure of these two men, the war was now fairly on. Despite these martial enterprises, other than warlike preparations were now underway in Constantinople. At that time, in the latter part of 1914, its external characteristics suggested nothing but war, yet now it suddenly became the great headquarters of peace. The English fleet was constantly threatening the Dardanelles, and every day Turkish troops were passing through the streets. Yet these activities did not chiefly engage the attention of the German embassy. Wangenheim was thinking of one thing and of one thing only. This fire-eating German had suddenly become a man of peace, for he now learned that the greatest service which a German ambassador could render his emperor would be to end the war on terms that would save Germany from exhaustion and even from ruin, to obtain a settlement that would reinstate his fatherland in the society of nations. In November, Wangenheim began discussing this subject. It was part of Germany's system, he told me, not only to be completely prepared for war, but also for peace. A wise general, when he begins his campaign, always has at hand his plans for a retreat in case he is defeated, said the German ambassador. This principle applies just the same to a nation beginning war. There is only one certainty about war, and that is that it must end some time. So, when we plan war, we must consider also a campaign for peace." But Wangenheim was interested then in something more tangible than this philosophic principle. Germany had immediate reasons for desiring the end of hostilities, and Wangenheim discussed them frankly and cynically. He said that Germany had prepared only for a short war, because she had expected to crush France and Russia in 2 brief campaigns lasting not longer than 6 months. Clearly, this plan had failed, and there was little likelihood that Germany would win the war. Wangenheim told me this in so many words. Germany, he added, would make a great mistake if she persisted in fighting to the point of exhaustion, for such a fight would mean the permanent loss of her colonies, her mercantile marine, and her whole economic and commercial status. "If we don't get Paris in 30 days, we are beaten," Wangenheim had told me in August, and though his attitude changed somewhat after the Battle of the Marne, he made no attempt to conceal the fact that the great Rush campaign had collapsed, that all the Germans could now look forward to was a tedious, exhausting war, and that all they could obtain from the existing situation would be a drawn battle. "We have made a mistake this time," Wangenheim said, "in not laying in supplies for a protracted struggle. It was an error, however, that we shall not repeat. Next time we shall store up enough copper and cotton to last for 5 years." Wangenheim had another reason for wishing an immediate peace, and it was a reason which shed much light upon the shamelessness of German diplomacy. The preparation which Turkey was making for the conquest of Egypt caused this German ambassador much annoyance and anxiety. The interest and energy which the Turks had manifested in this enterprise were particularly giving him concern. Naturally, I thought at first that Wangenheim was worried that Turkey would lose. Yet he confided to me that his real fear was that his ally might succeed. A victorious Turkish campaign in Egypt, Wangenheim explained, might seriously interfere with Germany's plans. Should Turkey conquer Egypt, naturally Turkey would insist at the peace table on retaining this great province, and would expect Germany to support her in this claim. But Germany had no intention then of promoting the reestablishment of the Turkish Empire. At that time she hoped to reach an understanding with England, the basis of which was to be something in the nature of a division of interests in the East. Germany desired above all to obtain Mesopotamia as an indispensable part of her Hamburg-Baghdad scheme. In return for this, she was prepared to give her endorsement to England's annexation of Egypt. Thus it was Germany's plan at that time that she and England should divide Turkey's 2 fairest dominions. This was one of the proposals which Germany intended to bring forth in the peace conference which Wangenheim was now scheming for, and clearly Turkey's conquest of Egypt would have presented complications in the way of carrying out this plan. In the morality of Germany's attitude to her ally, Turkey, it is hardly necessary to comment. The whole thing was all of a piece with Germany's policy of realism in foreign relations. Nearly all German classes, in the latter part of 1914 and the early part of 1915, were anxiously looking for peace, and they turned to Constantinople as the most promising spot where peace negotiations might most favorably be started. The Germans took it for granted that President Wilson would be the peacemaker. Indeed, they never for a moment thought of anyone else in this capacity. The only point that remained for consideration was the best way to approach the President. Such negotiations would most likely be conducted through one of the American ambassadors in Europe. Obviously, Germany had no means of access to the American ambassadors in the great enemy capitals, and other circumstances induced the German statesmen to turn to the American ambassador in Turkey. At this time a German diplomat appeared in Constantinople who has figured much in recent history, Dr. Richard von Kuhlmann, afterward Minister for Foreign Affairs. In the last 5 years, Dr. von Kuhlmann has seemed to appear in that particular part of the world where important confidential diplomatic negotiations are being conducted by the German Empire. Prince Lichnowsky has described his activities in London in 1913 and 1914, and he figured even more conspicuously in the infamous peace treaty of Brest-Litovsk. Soon after the war started, Dr. von Kuhlmann came to Constantinople as conseiller of the German embassy, succeeding von Mutius, who had been called to the colours. For one reason his appointment was appropriate, for Kuhlmann had been born in Constantinople and had spent his early life there, his father having been president of the Anatolian Railway. He therefore understood the Turks as only one can who has lived with them for many years. Personally, he proved to be an interesting addition to the diplomatic colony. He impressed me as not a particularly aggressive, but a very entertaining man. He apparently wished to become friendly with the American embassy, and he possessed a certain attraction for us all, as he had just come from the trenches and gave us many vivid pictures of life at the front. At that time we were all keenly interested in modern warfare, and Kuhlmann's details of trench fighting held us spellbound many an afternoon and evening. His other favorite topic of conversation was Weltpolitik, and on all foreign matters he struck me as remarkably well informed. At that time we did not regard von Kuhlmann as an important man, yet the industry with which he attended to his business attracted everyone's attention even then. Soon, however, I began to have a feeling that he was exerting a powerful influence in a quiet, velvety kind of way. He said little, but I realized that he was listening to everything and storing all kinds of information away in his mind. He was apparently Wangenheim's closest confidant, and the man upon whom the ambassador was depending for his contact with the German Foreign Office. About the middle of December, von Kuhlmann left for Berlin, where he stayed about 2 weeks. On his return, in the early part of January 1915, there was a noticeable change in the atmosphere of the German embassy. Up to that time, Wangenheim had discussed peace negotiations more or less informally, but now he took up the matter specifically. I gathered that Kuhlmann had been called to Berlin to receive all the latest details on this subject, and that he had come back with the definite instructions that Wangenheim should move at once. In all my talks with the German ambassador on peace, Kuhlmann was always hovering in the background. At one most important conference he was present, though he participated hardly at all in the conversation, but his role, as usual, was that of a subordinate and quietly eager listener. Wangenheim now informed me that January 1915 would be an excellent time to end the war. Italy had not yet entered, though there was every reason to believe that she would do so by spring. Bulgaria and Romania were still holding aloof, though no one expected that their waiting attitude would last forever. France and England were preparing for the first of the 6 spring offensives, and the Germans had no assurance that it would not succeed. Indeed, they much feared that the German armies would meet disaster. The British and French warships were gathering at the Dardanelles, and the German General Staff and practically all military and naval experts in Constantinople believed that the Allied fleets could force their way through and capture the city. Most Turks by this time were sick of the war, and Germany always had in mind that Turkey might make a separate peace. Afterward I discovered that whenever the military situation looked ominous to Germany, she was always thinking about peace, but that if the situation improved, she would immediately become warlike again. It was a case of sick devil, well devil. Yet, badly as Wangenheim wanted peace in January 1915, it was quite apparent that he was not thinking of a permanent peace. The greatest obstacle to peace at that time was the fact that Germany showed no signs that she regretted her crimes, and there was not the slightest evidence of the sackcloth in Wangenheim's attitude now. Germany had made a bad guess, that was all. What Wangenheim and the other Germans saw in the situation was that their stock of wheat, cotton, and copper was inadequate for a protracted struggle. In my notes of my conversations with Wangenheim, I find him frequently using such phrases as the next war, next time, and in confidently looking forward to another greater world cataclysm than the present. He merely reflected the attitude of the dominant Junker military class. The Germans apparently wanted a reconciliation, a kind of armistice that would give their generals and industrial leaders time to prepare for the next conflict. At that time, nearly 4 years ago, Germany was moving for practically the same kind of peace negotiations which she has suggested many times since, and is suggesting now. Wangenheim's plan was that representatives of the warring powers should gather around a table and settle things on the principle of give and take. He said that there was no sense in demanding that each side state its terms in advance. For both sides to state their terms in advance would ruin the whole thing, he said. What would we do? Germany, of course, would make claims which the other side would regard as ridiculously extravagant. The Entente would state terms which would put all Germany in a rage. As a result, both sides would get so angry that there would be no conference. No, if we really want to end this war, we must have an armistice. Once we stop fighting, we shall not go at it again. History presents no instance in a great war where an armistice has not resulted in peace. It will be so in this case. Yet from Wangenheim's conversation I did obtain a slight inkling of Germany's terms. The matter of Egypt and Mesopotamia set forth above was one of them. Wangenheim was quite insistent that Germany must have permanent naval bases in Belgium, with which her navy could at all times threaten England with blockade and so make sure the freedom of the seas. Germany wanted coaling rights everywhere. This demand looks absurd because Germany has always possessed such rights in peace times. She might give France a piece of Lorraine and a part of Belgium, perhaps Brussels, in return for the payment of an indemnity. Wangenheim requested that I should place Germany's case before the American government. My letter to Washington is dated January 11, 1915. It went fully into the internal situation which then prevailed and gave the reasons why Germany and Turkey desired peace. A particularly interesting part of this incident was that Germany was apparently ignoring Austria. Pallavicini, the Austrian ambassador, knew nothing of the pending negotiations until I myself informed him of them. In thus ignoring his ally, the German ambassador meant no personal disrespect. He was merely treating him precisely as his Foreign Office was treating Vienna, not as an equal, but practically as a retainer. The world is familiar enough with Germany's military and diplomatic absorption of Austria-Hungary, but that Wangenheim should have made so important a move as to attempt peace negotiations and have left it to Pallavicini to learn about it through a third party shows that, as far back as January 1915, the Austro-Hungarian Empire had ceased to be an independent nation. Nothing came of this proposal, of course. Our government declined to take action, evidently not regarding the time as opportune. Both Germany and Turkey, as I shall tell, recurred to this subject afterward. This particular negotiation ended in the latter part of March, when Kuhlmann left Constantinople to become minister at The Hague. He came and paid his farewell call at the American Embassy, as charming, as entertaining, and as debonair as ever. His last words as he shook my hand and left the building were, subsequent events have naturally caused me to remember them, "We shall have peace within 3 months, Excellency." This little scene took place, and this happy forecast was made in March 1915. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Ambassador Morgenthau's Story by Henry Morgenthau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. the Turks prepare to flee from Constantinople and establish a new capital in Asia Minor, the Allied fleet bombarding the Dardanelles. Probably one thing that stimulated this German desire for peace was the situation at the Dardanelles. In early January, when Wangenheim persuaded me to write my letter to Washington, Constantinople was in a state of the utmost excitement. It was reported that the Allies had assembled a fleet of 40 warships at the mouth of the Dardanelles, and that they intended to attempt the forcing of the straits. What made the situation particularly tense was the belief, which then generally prevailed in Constantinople, that such an attempt would succeed. Wangenheim shared this belief, and so, in a modified form, did von der Goltz, who probably knew as much about the Dardanelles defenses as any other man, as he had for years been Turkey's military instructor. I find in my diary von der Goltz's precise opinion on this point, as reported to me by Wangenheim, and I quote it exactly as written at that time. Although he thought it was almost impossible to force the Dardanelles, still, if England thought it an important move of the general war, they could, by sacrificing 10 ships, force the entrance, and do it very fast, and be up in the Marmara within 10 hours from the time they forced it. The very day that Wangenheim gave me this expert opinion of von der Goltz, he asked me to store several cases of his valuables in the American embassy. Evidently he was making preparations for his own departure. Reading the Cromer report on the Dardanelles bombardment, I find that Admiral Sir John Fisher, then First Sea Lord, placed the price of success at 12 ships. Evidently von der Goltz and Fisher did not differ materially in their estimates. The situation of Turkey, when these first rumors of an Allied bombardment reached us, was fairly desperate. On all sides there were evidences of the fear and panic that had stricken not only the populace, but the official classes. Calamities from all sides were apparently closing in on the country. Up to January 1, 1915, Turkey had done nothing to justify her participation in the war. On the contrary, she had met defeat practically everywhere. Djemal, as already recorded, had left Constantinople as the prospective conqueror of Egypt, but his expedition had proved to be a bloody and humiliating failure. Enver's attempt to redeem the Caucasus from Russian rule had resulted in an even more frightful military disaster. He had ignored the advice of the Germans, which was to let the Russians advance to Sivas and make his stand there, and instead he had boldly attempted to gain Russian territory in the Caucasus. This army had been defeated at every point, but the military reverses did not end its sufferings. The Turks had a most inadequate medical and sanitary service. Typhus and dysentery broke out in all the camps, the deaths from these diseases reaching 100,000 men. Dreadful stories were constantly coming in, telling of the sufferings of these soldiers. That England was preparing for an invasion of Mesopotamia was well known, and no one at that time had any reason to believe that it would not succeed. Every day the Turks expected the news that the Bulgarians had declared war and were marching on Constantinople, and they knew that such an attack would necessarily bring in Romania and Greece. It was no diplomatic secret that Italy was waiting only for the arrival of warm weather to join the Allies. At this moment the Russian fleet was bombarding Trebizond on the Black Sea, and was daily expected at the entrance to the Bosporus. Meanwhile the domestic situation was deplorable. All over Turkey thousands of the populace were daily dying of starvation. Practically all able-bodied men had been taken into the army, so that only a few were left to till the fields. The criminal requisitions had almost destroyed all business. The treasury was in a more exhausted state than normally, for the closing of the Dardanelles and the blockading of the Mediterranean ports had stopped all imports and customs dues, and the increasing wrath of the people seemed likely any day to break out against Talat and his associates. And now, surrounded by increasing troubles on every hand, the Turks learned that this mighty armada of England and her allies was approaching, determined to destroy the defences and capture the city. At that time there was no force which the Turks feared so greatly as they feared the British fleet. Its tradition of several centuries of uninterrupted victories had completely seized their imagination. It seemed to them superhuman, the one overwhelming power which it was hopeless to contest. Wangenheim, and also nearly all of the German military and naval forces, not only regarded the forcing of the Dardanelles as possible, but they believed it to be inevitable. The possibility of British success was one of the most familiar topics of discussion, and the weight of opinion, both lay and professional, inclined in favor of the Allied fleets. Tallet told me that an attempt to force the Straits would succeed. It only depended on England's willingness to sacrifice a few ships. The real reason why Turkey had sent a force against Egypt, Tallet added, was to divert England from making an attack on the Gallipoli Peninsula. The state of mind that existed is shown by the fact that, on January 1st, the Turkish government had made preparations for 2 trains, one of which was to take the Sultan and his suite to Asia Minor, while the other was intended for Wangenheim, Pallavicini, and the rest of the diplomatic corps. On January 2nd, I had an illuminating talk with Pallavicini. He showed me a certificate given him by Badri, the prefect of police, passing him and his secretaries and servants on one of these emergency trains. He also had seat tickets for himself and all of his suite. He said that each train would have only 3 cars, so that it could make great speed. He had been told to have everything ready to start at an hour's notice. Wangenheim made little attempt to conceal his apprehensions. He told me that he had made all preparations to send his wife to Berlin, and he invited Mrs. Morgenthau to accompany her, so that she, too, could be removed from the danger zone. Wangenheim showed fear, which was then the prevailing one, that a successful bombardment would lead to fires and massacres in Constantinople, as well as in the rest of Turkey. In anticipation of such disturbances, he made a characteristic suggestion. Should the fleet pass the Dardanelles, he said, the life of no Englishman in Turkey would be safe. They would all be massacred. As it was so difficult to tell an Englishman from an American, he proposed that I should give the Americans a distinctive button to wear, which would protect them from Turkish violence. As I was convinced that Wangenheim's real purpose was to arrange some sure means of identifying the English and of so subjecting them to Turkish ill treatment, I refused to act on this amiable suggestion. Another incident illustrates the nervous tension which prevailed in those January days. I noticed that some shutters at the British Embassy were open, so Mrs. Morgenthau and I went up to investigate. In the early days we had sealed this building, which had been left in my charge, and this was the first time we had broken the seals to enter. About 2 hours after we returned from this tour of inspection, Wangenheim came into my office in one of his now familiar agitated moods. It had been reported, he said, that Mrs. Morgenthau and I had been up to the embassy, getting it ready for the British admiral, who expected soon to take possession. All this seems a little absurd now, for, in fact, the Allied fleets made no attack at that time. At the very moment when the whole of Constantinople was feverishly awaiting the British dreadnoughts, the British cabinet in London was merely considering the advisability of such an enterprise. The record shows that Petrograd, on January 2nd, telegraphed the British government, asking that some kind of a demonstration be made against the Turks, who were pressing the Russians in the Caucasus. Though an encouraging reply was immediately sent to this request, it was not until January 28th that the British cabinet definitely issued orders for an attack on the Dardanelles. It is no longer a secret that there was no unanimous confidence in the success of such an undertaking. Admiral Carden recorded his belief that the strait could not be rushed, but that extended operations with a large number of ships might succeed.
The penalty of failure, he added, would be the great loss that England would suffer in prestige and influence in the East. How true this prophecy proved, I shall have occasion to show. Up to this time, one of the fundamental and generally accepted axioms of naval operations had been that warships should not attempt to attack fixed land fortifications. But the Germans had demonstrated the power of mobile guns against fortresses in their destruction of the emplacements at Liège and Namur, and there was a belief in some quarters of England that these events had modified this naval principle. Mr. Churchill, at that time the head of the Admiralty, placed great confidence in the destructive power of a new super-dreadnought which had just been finished, the Queen Elizabeth, and which was then on its way to join the Mediterranean fleet. We in Constantinople knew nothing about these deliberations then, but the result became apparent in the latter part of February. On the morning of the 19th, Pallavicini, the Austrian ambassador, came to me with important news. The Marquis was a man of great personal dignity, yet it was apparent that he was this day exceedingly nervous, and, indeed, he made no attempt to conceal his apprehension. The Allied fleets, he said, had reopened their attack on the Dardanelles, and this time their bombardment had been extremely ferocious. At that hour things were going badly for the Austrians. The Russian armies were advancing victoriously. Serbia had hurled the Austrians over the frontier, and the European press was filled with prognostications of the breakup of the Austrian Empire. Pallavicini's attitude this afternoon was a perfect reflection of the dangers that were then encompassing his country. He was a sensitive and proud man, proud of his emperor, and proud of what he regarded as the great Austro-Hungarian Empire. He now appeared to be overburdened by the fear that this extensive Habsburg fabric, which had withstood the assaults of so many centuries, was rapidly being overwhelmed with ruin. Like most human beings, Pallavicini yearned for sympathy. He could obtain none from Wangenheim, who seldom took him into his confidence and consistently treated him as the representative of a nation that was compelled to submit to the overlordship of Germany. Perhaps that was the reason why the Austrian ambassador used to pour his heart out to me. And now this Allied bombardment of the Dardanelles came as the culmination of all his troubles. At this time the Central Powers believed that they had Russia bottled up, that they had sealed the Dardanelles, and that she could neither get her wheat to market nor import the munitions needed for carrying on the war. Germany and Austria thus had a stranglehold on their gigantic foe, and if this condition could be maintained indefinitely, the collapse of Russia would be inevitable. At present, it is true, the Tsar's forces were making a victorious campaign, and this in itself was sufficiently alarming to Austria, but their present supplies of war materials would ultimately be exhausted, and then their great superiority in men would help them little, and they would inevitably go to pieces. But should Russia get Constantinople, with the control of the Dardanelles and the Bosporus, she could obtain all the munitions needed for warfare on the largest scale, and the defeat of the Central Powers might immediately follow. And such a defeat, Pallavicini well understood, would be far more serious for Austria than for Germany. Wangenheim had told me that it was Germany's plan, in case the Austro-Hungarian Empire disintegrated, to incorporate her 12,000,000 Germans in the Hohenzollern domain, and Pallavicini, of course, was familiar with this danger. The Allied attack on the Dardanelles thus meant to Pallavicini the extinction of his country, for if we are properly to understand his state of mind, we must remember that he firmly believed, as did almost all the other important men in Constantinople, that such an attack would succeed. Wangenheim's existence was made miserable by this same haunting conviction. As I have already shown, the bottling up of Russia was almost exclusively the German ambassador's performance. He had brought the Goeben and the Breslau into Constantinople, and by this maneuver had precipitated Turkey into the war. The forcing of the strait would mean more than the transformation of Russia into a permanent and powerful participant in the war. It meant, and this was by no means an unimportant consideration with Wangenheim, the undoing of his great personal achievement. Yet Wangenheim showed his apprehensions quite differently from Pallavicini. In true German fashion, he resorted to threats and bravado. He gave no external signs of depression, but his whole body tingled with rage. He was not deploring his fate, he was looking for ways of striking back. He would sit in my office, smoking with his usual energy, and tell me all the terrible things which he proposed to do to his enemy. The thing that particularly preyed upon Wangenheim's mind was the exposed position of the German embassy. It stood on a high hill, one of the most conspicuous buildings in the town, a perfect target for an enterprising English admiral. Almost the first object the British fleet would sight as it entered the harbor would be this yellow monument of the Hohenzollerns, and the temptation to shell it might prove irresistible. "Let them dare destroy my embassy," Wangenheim said. "I'll get even with them. If they fire a single shot at it, we'll blow up the French and English embassies. Go tell the Admiral that, won't you? Tell him also that we have the dynamite all ready to do it." Wangenheim also showed great anxiety over the proposed removal of the government to Eskischer. In early January, when everyone was expecting the arrival of the Allied fleet, preparations had been made for moving the government to Asia Minor, and now, at the first rumbling of the British and French guns, the special trains were prepared once more. Wangenheim and Pallavicini both told me of their unwillingness to accompany the Sultan and the government to Asia Minor. Should the Allies capture Constantinople, the ambassadors of the Central Powers would find themselves cut off from their home countries and completely in the hands of the Turks. "The Turks could then hold us as hostages," said Wangenheim. They urged Talat to establish the emergency government at Adrianople, from which town they could motor in and out of Constantinople, and then, in case the city were captured, they could make their escape home. The Turks, on the other hand, refused to adopt this suggestion because they feared an attack from Bulgaria. Wangenheim and Pallavicini now found themselves between two fires. If they stayed in Constantinople, they might become prisoners of the English and French. On the other hand, if they went to Eskischer, it was not unlikely that they would become prisoners of the Turks. Many evidences of the flimsy basis on which rested the Germano-Turkish alliance had come to my attention, but this was about the most illuminating. Wangenheim knew, as did everybody else, that, in case the French and English captured Constantinople, the Turks would vent their rage not mainly against the Entente, but against the Germans who had enticed them into the war. It all seems so strange now, this conviction that was uppermost in the minds of everybody then, that the success of the Allied fleets against the Dardanelles was inevitable, and that the capture of Constantinople was a matter of only a few days. I recall an animated discussion that took place at the American Embassy on the afternoon of February 24th. The occasion was Mrs. Morgenthau's weekly reception, meetings which furnished almost the only opportunity in those days for the foregathering of the diplomats. Practically all were on hand this afternoon. The first great bombardment of the Dardanelles had taken place 5 days before. This had practically destroyed the fortifications at the mouth of the strait. There was naturally only one subject of discussion. Would the Allied fleets get through? What would happen if they did? Everybody expressed an opinion: Wangenheim, Pallavicini, Garroni, the Italian ambassador, Dankesvard, the Swedish minister, Kolochev, the Bulgarian minister, Kuhlmann, and Scharfenberg, first secretary of the German embassy, and it was the unanimous opinion that the Allied attack would succeed. I particularly remember Kuhlmann's attitude. He discussed the capture of Constantinople almost as though it was something which had already taken place. The Persian ambassador showed great anxiety. His embassy stood not far from the Sublime Porte. He told me that he feared that the latter building would be bombarded, and that a few stray shots might easily set afire his own residence, and he asked if he might move his archives to the American embassy. The wildest rumors were afloat. We were told that the Standard Oil agent at the Dardanelles had counted 17 transports loaded with troops, that the warships had already fired 800 shots and had leveled all the hills at the entrance, and that Talat's bodyguard had been shot, the implication being that the bullet had missed its intended victim. It was said that the whole Turkish populace was aflame with the fear that the English and the French, when they reached the city, would celebrate the event by a wholesale attack on Turkish women. The latter reports were, of course, absurd. They were merely characteristic rumors set afloat by the Germans and their Turkish associates. The fact is that the great mass of the people in Constantinople were probably praying that the Allied attack would succeed, and so release them from the control of the political gang that then ruled the country. And in all this excitement there was one lonely and despondent figure. This was Talat. Whenever I saw him in those critical days, he was the picture of desolation and defeat. The Turks, like most primitive peoples, wear their emotions on the surface, and with them the transition from exultation to despair is a rapid one. The thunder of the British guns at the Straits apparently spelled doom to Talat. The letter carrier of Adrianople seemed to have reached the end of his career. He again confided to me his expectation that the English would capture the Turkish capital, and once more he said that he was sorry that Turkey had entered the war. Talat well knew what would happen as soon as the Allied fleet entered the Sea of Marmara. According to the report of the Cromer Commission, Lord Kitchener, in giving his assent to a purely naval expedition, had relied upon a revolution in Turkey to make the enterprise successful. Lord Kitchener has been much criticized for his part in the Dardanelles attack. I owe it to his memory, however, to say that on this point he was absolutely right. Had the Allied fleets once passed the defenses at the Straits, the administration of the Young Turks would have come to a bloody end. As soon as the guns began to fire, placards appeared on the hoardings, denouncing Talat and his associates as responsible for all the woes that had come to Turkey. Bedri, the prefect of police, was busy collecting all the unemployed young men and sending them out of the city. His purpose was to free Constantinople of all who might start a revolution against the Young Turks. It was a common report that Bedri feared this revolution much more than he feared the British fleet. And this was the same nemesis that was every moment now pursuing Talat. A single episode illustrates the nervous excitement that prevailed. Dr. Lederer, the correspondent of the Berliner Tageblatt, made a short visit to the Dardanelles, and, on his return, reported to certain ladies of the diplomatic circle that the German officers had told them that they were wearing their shrouds, as they expected any minute to be buried there. This statement went around the city like wildfire, and Dr. Lederer was threatened with arrest for making it. He appealed to me for help. I took him to Wangenheim, who refused to have anything to do with him. Lederer, he said, was an Austrian subject, although he represented a German newspaper. His anger at Lederer for this indiscretion was extreme. But I finally succeeded in getting the unpopular journalist into the Austrian embassy, where he was harbored for the night. In a few days Lederer had to leave town. In the midst of all this excitement, there was one person who was apparently not at all disturbed. Though ambassadors, generals, and politicians might anticipate the worst calamities, Enver's voice was reassuring and quiet. The man's coolness and really courageous spirit never shone to better advantage. In late December and January, when the city had its first fright over the bombardment, Enver was fighting the Russians in the Caucasus. His experiences in this campaign, as already described, had been far from glorious. Enver had left Constantinople in November to join his army, an expectant conqueror. He returned in the latter part of January, the commander of a thoroughly beaten and demoralized force. Such a disastrous experience would have utterly ruined almost any other military leader, and that Enver felt his reverses keenly was evident from the way in which he kept himself from public view. I had my first glimpse of him, after his return, at a concert given for the benefit of the Red Crescent. At this affair Enver sat far back in a box, as though he intended to keep as much as possible out of sight. It was quite apparent that he was uncertain as to the cordiality of his reception by the public. All the important people in Constantinople, the Crown Prince, the members of the cabinet, and the ambassadors attended this function, and, in accordance with the usual custom, the Crown Prince sent for these dignitaries, one after another, for a few words of greeting and congratulation. After that, the visiting from box to box became general. The heir to the throne sent for Enver as well as the rest, and this recognition evidently gave him new courage, for he began to mingle with the diplomats, who also treated him with the utmost cordiality and courtesy. Enver apparently regarded this favorable notice as having re-established his standing, and now once more he assumed a leading part in the crisis. A few days afterward he discussed the situation with me. He was much astonished, he said, at the fear that so generally prevailed, and he was disgusted at the preparations that had been made to send away the Sultan and the government and practically leave the city a prey to the English. He did not believe that the Allied fleets could force the Dardanelles. He had recently inspected all the fortifications, and he had every confidence in their ability to resist successfully. Even though the ships did get through, he insisted that Constantinople should be defended to the last man. Yet Enver's assurance did not satisfy his associates. They had made all their arrangements for the British fleet. If, in spite of the most heroic resistance the Turkish armies could make, it still seemed likely that the Allies were about to capture the city, the ruling powers had their final plans all prepared. They proposed to do to this great capital precisely what the Russians had done to Moscow when Napoleon appeared before it. They will never capture an existing city, they told me, only a heap of ashes. As a matter of fact, this was no idle threat. I was told that cans of petroleum had been already stored in all the police stations and other places, ready to fire the town at a moment's notice. As Constantinople is built largely of wood, this would have been no very difficult task. But they were determined to destroy more than these temporary structures. The plans aimed at the beautiful architectural monuments built by the Christians long before the Turkish occupation. The Turks had particularly marked for dynamiting the Mosque of St. Sophia. This building, which had been a Christian church centuries before it became a Mohammedan mosque, is one of the most magnificent structures of the vanished Byzantine Empire. Naturally, the suggestion of such an act of vandalism aroused us all, and I made a plea to Talat that St. Sophia should be spared. He treated the proposed destruction lightly. "There are not 6 men in the Committee of Union and Progress," he told me, "who care for anything that is old. We all like new things." That was all the satisfaction I obtained in this matter at that time. Enver's insistence that the Dardanelles could resist caused his associates to lose confidence in his judgment. About a year afterward, Bedri Bey, the prefect of police, gave me additional details. While Enver was still in the Caucasus, Bedri said Talat had called a conference, a kind of council of war, on the Dardanelles. This had been attended by Liman von Sanders, the German general who had reorganized the Turkish army, Uzudom, the German admiral who was the inspector general of the Ottoman coast defenses, Bronsart, the German chief of staff of the Turkish army, and several others. Every man present gave it as his opinion that the British and French fleets could force the straits. The only subject of dispute, said Bedri, was whether it would take the ships 8 or 20 hours to reach Constantinople after they had destroyed the defenses. Enver's position was well understood, but this council decided to ignore him and to make the preparations without his knowledge, to eliminate the Minister of War, at least temporarily, from their deliberations. In early March, Bedri and Jambolat, who was Director of Public Safety, came to see me. At that time the exodus from the capital had begun. Turkish women and children were being moved to the interior. All the banks had been compelled to send their gold into Asia Minor. The archives of the Sublime Porte had already been carried to Eskişehir, and practically all the ambassadors and their suites, as well as most of the government officials, had made their preparations to leave. The director of the museum, who was one of the 6 Turks to whom Talat had referred as liking old things, had buried many of Constantinople's finest works of art in cellars or covered them for protection. Bedri came to arrange the details of my departure. As ambassador, I was personally accredited to the Sultan, and it would obviously be my duty, said Bedri, to go wherever the Sultan went. The train was all ready, he added. He wished to know how many people I intended to take, so that sufficient space could be reserved. To this proposal I entered a flat refusal. I informed Bedri that I thought that my responsibilities made it necessary for me to remain in Constantinople. Only a neutral ambassador, I said, could forestall massacres and the destruction of the city, and certainly I owed it to the civilized world to prevent, if I could, such calamities as these. If my position as ambassador made it inevitable that I should follow the Sultan, I would resign and become honorary consul general. Both Bedri and Jambolat were much younger and less experienced men than I, and I therefore told them that they needed a man of maturer years to advise them in an international crisis of this kind. I was not only interested in protecting foreigners and American institutions, but I was also interested, on general humanitarian grounds, in safeguarding the Turkish population from the excesses that were generally expected. The several nationalities, many of them containing elements which were given to pillage and massacre, were causing great anxiety. I therefore proposed to Bedri and Jambolat that the 3 of us form a kind of committee to take control in the approaching crisis. They consented, and the 3 of us sat down and decided on a course of action. We took a map of Constantinople and marked the districts which, under the existing rules of warfare, we agreed that the Allied fleet would have the right to bombard. Thus, we decided that the War Office, Marine Office, telegraph offices, railroad stations, and all public buildings could quite legitimately be made targets for their guns. Then we marked out certain zones which we should insist on regarding as immune. The main residential section, and the part where all the embassies are located, is Pera, the district on the north shore of the Golden Horn. This we marked as not subject to attack. We also delimited certain residential areas of Stambul and Galata, the Turkish sections. I telegraphed to Washington asking the State Department to obtain a ratification of these plans and an agreement to respect these zones of safety from the British and French governments. I received a reply endorsing my action. All preparations had thus been made. At the station stood the trains which were to take the Sultan and the government and the ambassadors to Asia Minor. They had steam up, ready to move at a minute's notice. We were all awaiting the triumphant arrival of the Allied fleet. End of chapter 16.